Game of Thrones. Reign of the Dragon King Chapter 1. I do not plan to die. You're no king, Khal Drogo declared in the guttural common tongue Daenerys had taught him, his voice echoing through the hall. Your place is on the ground. Hundreds of Dothraki voices erupted in wild laughter, a deafening roar that swallowed the hall whole. Ser Jorah stood beside Viserys, shouting fiercely into his ear, but the clamor was so immense that Dany couldn't make out a single word. Viserys yelled back, pushing against Jorah until the knight shoved him, knocking him to the ground in one swift motion. Viserys drew his sword. The bare steel gleamed a vicious red, catching the firelight from the pits. Keep away from me, he spat, eyes darting like a cornered animal. Ser Jorah took a measured step back, and Viserys, wobbling, managed to stagger to his feet, brandishing the sword over his head like a battle standard. The borrowed blade from Magister Illyrio looked almost absurd in his hands, a mockery of the king he fancied himself to be. The Dothraki shrieked and cursed at him from all sides, their voices laced with venom and disdain. Dany felt a strangled cry tear its way from her throat, her heart racing. She knew, even if Viserys didn't, that drawing a sword here was a death sentence. Her cry caught his attention. His head whipped around, and he finally saw her. There she is, he sneered, his gaze narrowing as he staggered toward her, slicing at the air as though parting a sea of enemies. No one moved to stop him. The blade, you must not, she begged him. Please, Viserys, it is forbidden. Put down the sword and come share my cushions. There's drink, food, is it the dragon's eggs you want? You can have them, only throw away the sword. Do as she tells you, fool, Ser Jorah shouted, before you get us all killed. Viserys only laughed, a broken sound that teetered between madness and despair. They can't kill us. They can't shed blood here in the sacred city, but I can. What he meant by that was soon clear as he laid the point of his sword between Daenerys's breasts and slid it downward over the curve of her belly. I want what I came for, he told her as her breathing stopped. Viserys, take the blade away. I want the crown he promised me. He bought you, but he never paid for you. Tell him I want what I bargained for, or I'm taking you back. You and the eggs both. He can keep his bloody foal. I'll cut the bastard out and leave it for him. The sword pricked through the thin silk at her navel. She could see the tears in his eyes, hear the sob that caught in his throat, mingling with a hollow, hysterical laugh. This man, her brother, or what was left of him. Somewhere behind her, Jiki was sobbing, pleading in Dothraki, her words a desperate murmur. Dany wrapped an arm around her, drawing the girl close. Don't be afraid, she murmured. I shall tell him. She gathered what words she could, her tongue stumbling over the unfamiliar syllables. But when Khal Drogo's eyes met hers, she knew he understood. He stood from the high bench, a towering shadow outlined by firelight. Viserys recoiled, his face paling as the silence deepened. The only sound in the hall was the soft chiming of the bells in Drogo's braid with each step he took. His blood riders flanked him, copper shadows of death. Dany felt an icy calm settle over her as she met her brother's gaze. He says you'll have a crown, she told him, her voice steady. A splendid golden crown that men shall tremble to behold. Viserys grinned, but it stopped midway. In that moment, something shifted in Viserys' eyes. It seemed like magic to Dany's eyes, how sharply the change occurred. The drunken haze lifted from his eyes, and for an instant, he seemed lucid, awake with wide eyes, as if for the first time in his life. What's going on with him? Daenerys asked herself, her breathing hitched as the sword did not pull back from her belly. My memories returned in the blink of an eye. What the fuck is going on? I screamed in my head, my hand trembling on the hilt of my sword. This situation. This is from Game of Thrones, isn't it? Who am I? My memories were clear in my head. Memories carrying the identity of two people. It had been more than 2 decades since I'd been born here, but for the first time ever, I felt awake. After hearing that single line, a splendid golden crown that men shall tremble to behold, my existence seemed to have awakened. My true memories, not those of Viserys Targaryen, a fucking TV character, but the ones I carried from Earth, stirred in my head. Was this a fever dream? It definitely didn't feel like one. Everything was too real, my 5 senses, my mind, and the 2 sets of memories. It wasn't a lucid dream that I had become Viserys Targaryen. At least, it didn't feel like one. Aren't you going to pull the sword away, Viserys? Meaning I was going to die. In a few minutes from now on, this bitch in front of me was going to see me die and do nothing about it. Shit, why am I calling her a bitch? She has all the right to kill Viserys after all he did. It seems living as Viserys for 22 years has created quite some problems in my character. Regardless, the matter of fact was that I was going to die. And I didn't really want to. I just regained my sense of self after dying on Earth. No way I was going to die again. I had to figure something out. My ears heard the dramatic rush of my adrenaline as I decided on a dumb and risky. But compared to the only other option, crown. Khal Drogo had roared in the TV show. Here, a crown for a king. And upended the pot over the head of the man that I had now become. I didn't want to die, and this was the only possible way away from the Dothraki. Dany, my dear, I looked into the eyes of my sister, the future queen of dragons, as I pushed my sword a bit. She was still a little girl, and I had to use her to escape. Escort me out of here, will you? What? Daenerys sounded stupefied as I grabbed her neck from behind and pushed her forward. The Dothraki shouted, but Khal Drogo raised a hand to stop them. He didn't want to risk the sword that I still pressed against his yet-to-be-born son. This can be done. I had to be careful, but it was possible. I pushed her out, watching her struggle as she demanded in a sobbing voice why I was acting like this, but I didn't stop. I pushed her out of the tent we were in, finding ourselves under the open night sky. Do not approach, I shouted, looking around, my sword pointing at her belly. The Dothraki outside gasped as Khal Drogo and his goons walked out from the tent. I stopped myself from swallowing. I was surrounded by thousands of Dothraki here, and fire lamps burned all around me as if threatening to melt my head. If I failed here, I'd totally be burnt like in the original timeline. Bring me a horse, I demanded. Bring me a horse, now. Calm down, Prince. I'll bring you a horse, Ser Jorah said, turning on his heel and walking away. I counted my breaths, surrounded by Dothrakis who seemed to circle around me. Khal Drogo growled. Stay away from us, I said, and a trickle of blood dripped from Daenerys' belly. I see what you're trying to do, and I hate it. Move. Khal Drogo raised a hand, and the crowd dispersed, growing distant from us. As the crowd lessened, my eyes caught something that was hidden behind them all this time. There was a stone altar, and 3 large and scaly eggs rested above it, resting under the fire lamp right above. The dragon eggs. I walked over with Daenerys by my side as I approached the eggs. As I closed the distance, a hologram-like text floated above it. I blinked. What's that? Collect, 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 that looks oddly familiar. I had a feeling what that was. I reached out the hand that was holding Daenerys' neck, and touched one of the eggs. Immediately, an arrow came flying. It passed right through where my hand was a few seconds ago, for the egg had blinked into thin air, and my hand had fallen down. If not for that, my hand would have been ripped apart, and the Dothraki would have jumped me immediately. Who the hell fired that? I quickly grabbed Daenerys' neck again, my sword poking her in the chest. Blood trickled down, painting the fabrics over her belly red. Drogo, kill that fucker who fired that arrow. Otherwise, I'll kill your baby. Drogo growled, and his head snapped to the side. Hidden behind a crowd, there was a Dothraki man who held an arrow. He panicked as Drogo's eyes locked onto him. Drogo looked to the men beside him and nodded. They moved, weapon at hand, as the blades cut the throat of the archer swiftly. That should hold back others from firing for a bit, even if little. I breathed in. I wanted the other 2 dragon eggs too. But I didn't want to risk it again and cost my life. I didn't even know where the egg was right now. Some kind of inventory. I have the horse, Ser Jorah returned, the sound of hooves hitting the ground as a strong, muscular white horse walked behind him. I breathed in. Help me lead the horse out of the village, Ser Jorah. Through the western gate, I said and snapped my head toward Khal Drogo. Order all your Dothraki to move to the east. And they better stay there until I'm gone. Otherwise, you guys will lose your next call. I poked my crying sister's belly again, watching the Dothraki growl in anger all around me. Khal Drogo clapped his hand, shouting something in his language. All the Dothraki moved, focusing on one side of the village. I scoffed. Ha, I can sense those hiding, Drogo. Tell them to come out too. I looked deep into his eyes, and he clapped his hands again. Dozens of Dothraki moved from behind tents and headed to the east. They growled, shooting me glares of anger. Ser Jorah sighed and nodded. He led the horse toward the now empty part of the village, and I followed him with Daenerys in my grasp. I didn't turn my back to the Dothraki. That'd be suicide. I walked backward, barely following Ser Jorah, as we approached the western part of the village. This is foolish, Prince, Esser Jorah said once we were out of range. They were going to kill me, Esser, I muttered. I know they were. Why else do you think I became sober in a second? I saw it. In the fire. I intentionally made it sound mystical. That way, Esser Jorah would assume I had gained some magic. I am sorry, little Dany, I told the crying Targaryen princess who was sobbing with her jaws clenched. But your stupid husband wants me dead. Because of something you did yourself. Shish, now, if you talk back so loudly I'll have to knock your teeth out so that the spying Dothraki realize I haven't grown soft in a minute, I said, dragging her with me as we soon approached the western part. It was barren of any people, for all the Dothraki were a few minutes away from here. Still, riding a horse on my own from here would be suicide. Get up, sister, I took out the dagger that Esser Jorah carried on his thigh and pressed it on her belly. A sword would make it harder to climb the horse for me. She grumbled and mounted the horse, and I mounted after her, shouting back, don't shoot any arrow. Because if my body falls, I'll put my weight on my dagger as I die. No arrows came flying. Esser Jorah sighed from the ground, they'll kill you for this. That's if they ever find me, Esser, I smiled at him and then pulled the lead rope. The horse neighed, and it blasted forward at a terrible speed. The night breeze rustled my hair as I kept shouting to warn the Dothraki about their arrows and about their bad decision if they chose to pursue me. My dagger remained pressed on my sister's belly as the barren desert land passed by us. Although I called it desert, it wasn't a desert of sand, but grass. The great Dothraki grass sea. Hills passed, covered in tall grass, as did the few actual trees that marked the land. All the while, adrenaline didn't leave my body for a single second. Seconds turned into minutes, and minutes into hours. Until I slowed down beside an oasis, a little pond with some large trees above it, letting out a breath. I withdrew my dagger and mounted off the horse. I patted Dany on her thighs, motioning her to come down. She stared at me, her eyes dark. Don't give me that look, sister, I shrugged, pulling her down. I didn't want to die. You stay here. The oasis has plenty of water to survive the few hours it'd take the Dothraki to arrive. And please, don't tell them which direction I'll be going if only to repay me for not kidnapping you and separating you from your dearest husband. You're a bad man, she stared at me and said. You're a taint on all brothers in the world. I opened my mouth to say something, but before I could, something flashed before my eyes. It was the hologram of a text message floating smoothly over a fancy box. Like those of game windows. Achievement unlocked. You've survived your original death, steering into a plotline that never existed. The tutorial mission, Survive, has been fulfilled. You've unlocked full access to the dragon system. Ah, I muttered, blinking at the sight as my lips widened a little. The windows vanished, and I looked at Daenerys. It seems you're wrong, my sister. I looked deeply into her eyes, I'm a dragon. The night embraced me once more as I rode the horse faster than before, leaving behind Daenerys and the cursed Dothraki. Riding towards somewhere far from them both, for one didn't have to be a genius to know that they all wanted me dead, and they'll live by that desire if they ever met me again. Chapter 2. I've already been found. 7 kingdoms, 1 continent. Westeros was an enjoyable place on the screen but a harsh place to live in. Especially for a modern man who'd just regained his memories. In hindsight, Essos was better. Sure there was slavery, but slavery's on your side if you had the money. I had a pouch of gold coins, and using that I could buy slaves and spend my days in luxury until the end. Unfortunately, my pride as a Targaryen remained raging despite regaining my memories. I had lived as the fool that was Viserys Targaryen for 22 years, and the blood in my veins demanded I return to Westeros and reclaim my throne. But pride was one thing, logic another. I didn't have the ambition of ruling the 7 kingdoms. I didn't have the ambition for anything right now, nor did I know what I wanted. Non-stop horse riding for the last 2 weeks had left me confused and hungry, and the only thing I knew was that I didn't want to die. And returning to Westeros and fighting for the throne was certain death. In that case, wasn't it better to just stay here? A land where the old gods have long since lost their influence, and the new ones reign supreme. That was Essos, a continent almost double the size of Westeros. Fuck, I cursed, swallowing my saliva. I couldn't hold back anymore. I yanked out the water skin strapped to my side and poured it down my throat. The half a mouthful of remaining water fell into my throat, and I gulped. I sucked on it till the last drop and coughed when nothing more fell. It's not as if villages didn't exist here where I could have refilled the water. But the problem was that stopping anywhere meant the chance of being recaptured by the Dothraki would grow higher. It was too dangerous to take the chance. I hoped Daenerys hadn't sold me out, but I didn't trust her not to. I had just ridden my horse in a random direction. Thankfully, it wasn't the red waste that I ended up in, otherwise, I'd have died from dehydration by now. No, I think I was making my way toward the sea. Come on, get moving, I sighed and patted my horse. That thing had been carrying me for far too long. The short breaks during the night were mostly to let it rest, as much as it was to catch myself some sleep. I couldn't stay in Essos, there was no way I could. Game of Thrones was one of those worlds where a butterfly effect could cause immense change in the entire world. A man might survive if the wind blew the wrong way, and that man might charge an army to King's Landing a week later, writing the pages of history anew. It was that type of world. And now that something objectively major has changed, where the Targaryen trademark didn't remain under Daenerys' sole existence, the world might go through a whole different plotline just because of this. For example, Khal Drogo might not die. In that case, the Dothraki would certainly continue searching for me forever. And the day they find me, and they definitely will someday, for a man could only hide for so long, they'd tie me behind a horse and ride into the horizon. I wasn't ready to have my balls mutilated by cobblestone roads. If I remained in Essos, death was imminent. On the other hand, I could survive in Westeros as long as I didn't gun for the throne. I was 5 years old when I left Westeros, nobody would recognize me. I'd even cut my hair and grow a beard for additional certainty. Ding. N+1 for staying strong on an empty stomach. Ah, and there's this thing too. In the worst case scenario, I had this to rely on. I'd played my fair share of games back in my last life, and if this system thing wasn't my mind playing tricks on me, it meant I had a genuine shot at building myself into Superman. Viserys Targaryen 22 years old level 2 to 2 STR4 N2 DEX7 INT7 Luke It was a game-like system window. The gamer system, although it lacked much of the original's features, which was probably the reason why it called itself the Dragon system, I could see myself rising high with its help. I had gained 1 level during this horse ride, and all of my stats increased by 1 through that. I definitely couldn't survive a second against 100,000 Dothraki though. Yep, I had to leave Essos. The decision was made. The original Viserys could never have taken this decision without an army, or else his balls would have jumped to his shoulders, but I was different. I knew the plot, and I had a system. I also had a new quest. Waking the dragon. It was about the dragon egg I stole. There were much more details in the quest, some advice on how to hatch it, but I couldn't focus on that yet, so no point in wasting time thinking about it. I had yet to decide on a true goal, but for a start, I had to grab a ship to cross the seas. Wait, is that another mirage? I blinked at the sight in the distance. After leaving the Dothraki grass sea, I stumbled upon a land mostly barren with stones and hills. For the first time since then, I saw large signs of human civilization in the distance. There were high walls, and there was a sea. Was I seeing things again, or did I actually stumble upon a port city? I could see the light at the end of the tunnel. Then I fell. My horse wavered underneath me, falling on its knees, as I was sent tumbling forward, rolling on the soil. I coughed, rising up, arg. Shit, stupid little, I cursed the poor horse and sighed. I went, silent and slowly approached it, hand reaching out to pat it. Nay, it looked worn out. Its majestic white fur was darkened from the week's journey. It had brought me here so far, so I couldn't bring myself to be harsh at it. I looked into its eyes and sighed. Fine, we'll rest for a bit. Don't die on me. It was risky, but I couldn't really walk from here even if I could see the city. The distance was too much, and it'd take hours. I should just rest for those hours instead. The rhythmic drum of hooves was the only sound breaking the stillness of the barren plains. The sun hung low, casting a dull orange hue across the horizon, while the distant outline of Volantis city slowly came into view. My eyes glinted in awe at the sight. I was approaching a real medieval city. The city rose like a sleeping beast, its ancient branches sprawling, its walls towering above the flat landscape. A slight breeze stirred the dry grass, carrying with it the scent of saltwater from the nearby river, mixing with the dust that clung to everything. I could make out the silhouette of the long bridge, arching high above the Rhône like a spine, connecting the two halves of the city. It seemed peaceful from a distance, but I knew better. In Volantis, peace was a lie. Volantis was a city inhabited by mostly slaves. Volantis. One of the oldest cities in Essos, a place where the chains of the past never stopped rattling. Stupid old people loyal to old traditions ruled this land. As for how I knew for sure that it was Volantis city, the mini-map floating in the corner of my vision showed the name. Volantis city. Even though I, as Viserys Targaryen, hadn't seen the place before, I remembered seeing it in the show. The system wasn't just handing me game stats, it was giving me other useful tools too, like this map. The faint glow of the name made me recognize it. The closer I got, the more fresh the empty air felt. I had finally left the Dothraki Sea, the wastelands. But while the smell was fresh, the sight wasn't light. Slaves, more than I could count, milled about even outside the city walls. They stood with their heads lowered and collars wrapped tight around their necks. Human property. A common sight in Essos. I don't feel disgusted. I thought I would, given my modern side. But I was surprisingly fine with it. In this world, I was a highborn. What did it matter if slaves died around me? The guards spotted me as I approached the gates, their eyes narrowing, hands resting lazily on the hilts of their weapons. They weren't tense, just bored, for they must have seen 100 travelers today already. Calm, I said to my horse and pulled the reins, and my Danny White snorted in response, its exhaustion mirroring mine. After riding for what felt like an eternity, we were both about ready to collapse. You there? One of the guards grunted, stepping forward. His armor was dented and worn, but his eyes were sharp. State your business. I could smell alcohol from his breath even from here. How unprofessional. I swung my leg over and dismounted, my boots kicking up the dust that coated the ground. My hair, now short, barely brushed my collar. I had cut it earlier while resting with the horse, a small change, but one that might keep the wrong people from recognizing me. Not that anyone here would care too much about a stray Targaryen, last seen 17 years ago by the public. Just passing through, I said, wiping the sweat from my brow. How much for entry? The second guard chuckled. Gold coin, he said, extending his hand expectantly. His fingers wiggled in the air as if trying to pluck it straight from my pocket. Of course, it's gold. I fished out a coin from the pouch at my side, tossing it to the guard. He looked it around and bit into it with a grin before waving me through. Rich man. Welcome to Volantis. I ignored them and led my horse inside, walking beside it as we entered the city proper. The streets were busy, thrumming with the noise of traders, merchants and the dull hum of slaves moving about, doing their master's bidding. Collars of iron and bronze around their necks marked their status. Some had tattoos branded on their faces, symbols indicating their role in this twisted system. I forgot what the different tattoos mean. I wondered, barely noticing a slave approaching me until he spoke. Sir, would you like me to take care of your horse? He asked, his voice low, eyes glued to the ground. I nodded. Yes, see to it. I gave the permission. There was no need to worry about the horse being stolen. Slaves didn't have the luxury of making those kinds of mistakes. With my horse handed over, I wandered deeper into the city. The air smelled of sweat, sea salt, and roasting meat. Shouts from market stalls filled the streets, mixed with the clanging of metal from nearby smithies. Yet, what stood out the most was the sight of so many slaves, their branded faces and beaten-down expressions so common they were part of the scenery. As I walked, a man sidled up beside me, rubbing his hands together like he'd just been handed something precious. His eyes gleamed, wearing a vulgar grin. Looking for something, friend? Maybe a few girls to keep you company. We got the best bed slaves in all of Volantis. Harpies with thighs so soft you'll forget where you are. Or, if you're more the working type, we got boys who'll carry your loads or build you whatever you need. We mark 'em good here. He laughed, slapping the ass of a thick girl standing beside him. She gasped, shooting me a fearful look. I glanced at him, and then at the girl. This is bad, I don't feel disgusted at all. As Viserys, I was 22 years too old to be disgusted by slave whores. I almost pondered the offer seriously for a minute. He kept talking, painting vivid, vile pictures of what he could offer. Seems you're not from here. You see the tattoos. Each one means something. Fish for the docks, hammer for the ones who work steel, fly tattoo indicates dung shovers, and tears for whores. You name it, I can get it. He added, got fresh ones. Girls, young, untouched if you know what I mean. In the end, I shook my head. Not interested, I muttered. I didn't feel as disgusted by slavery, but that didn't mean I'd give in to Viserys' lust. The man tried to persuade me further, but I excused myself and left him there, continuing toward the heart of the city. Whores could go fuck themselves. I needed food, rest, anything that'd stop this trembling of my starving, sleep-deprived body. After a while, I found a small inn tucked into a corner of the marketplace. It wasn't grand, but it would do. I didn't need attention. I stepped inside, the dull hum of conversation filling the air as I found a table near the back. Before long, a boy, no older than 12, scurried over. His clothes were threadbare, and he looked half-starved himself, but his eyes were sharp. "Can I get you something, Esser?" he asked, his voice cracking slightly. "I'm no Esser. Bread, meat, and water," I said, hunger gnawing at my stomach. "Anything fresh will do." He nodded and disappeared into the back. When the food arrived, I tore into it like a man starved for months, which wasn't far from the truth. The bread was stale, the meat chewy, but I didn't care. The food was mediocre at best, but I ate it all the same. It was the first decent meal I'd had in days. I ate until my stomach hurt. When I finally leaned back, sated, I reached into my pouch for another coin. Fuck, I wanna give him all the gold. That was delicious. Mediocre food tasted divine on an empty stomach. I got up from the table and walked over to the counter. I should ask about a ship, too. I stopped before the scruffy man at the counter. "How much?" I asked. The man looked at me and shrugged to wave me off. "Nay need, the customer over there already paid for your meal." What? My spine stiffened, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I turned slowly, eyes scanning the room until they landed on a figure in the corner, draped in red. A hood concealed their face, but there was no mistaking the fact that they were watching me. They raised a hand and waved in a slow, deliberate motion. I swallowed hard. Have I been found out already? I had cut my hair and hidden myself as best I could. Yet somehow, someone had noticed. And they were sitting across the room, calmly watching me. My fingers itched toward the dagger at my side, but I didn't make a move. We locked into a silent stare-off. The hooded figure stayed silent, and the air around us grew heavier. Who the hell was that? She lowered her robe slightly and smiled at me. Ah, yes. I blinked, lowering my dagger. A fucking red priestess, no wonder. They could recognize me even in hell. Chapter 3, The Warrior of Light. The mood in the restaurant thickened, and for a moment, I just stood there, watching the priestess sitting across the room. She returned my gaze with a calm, unwavering smile, the kind that had no business being on someone's face when they were about to be killed. I slipped my hand to my side, fingers brushing the hilt of my knife as I moved forward, my steps careful and slow. The tavern's dull murmur faded into a low hum. Shadows stretched under the dim candlelight, pouring around the edges of her table where she sat alone, draped in blood-red robes, her face mostly concealed by the hood. The crowd around us carried on with their drinks, oblivious or perhaps pretending not to notice. This was Volantis, after all. People knew when not to interfere. As I reached her table, her eyes glinted beneath the shadow of her hood, meeting mine with a confidence that felt too solid and calm. I didn't like that. I settled into the seat beside her, pressing the dagger against her belly. She didn't flinch. Instead, she tilted her head, letting the hood slip back fully to reveal her face in all its bold allure. Her gaze drifted down to the blade as if it were a curious trinket rather than a threat, the barest hint of amusement in her eyes. "Oh my," she murmured, her voice as soft as silk and carrying a warmth like that of a heavy blanket. She sounded seductive. I wasn't expecting such an aggressive greeting. I kept my eyes on hers, my grip firm on the dagger. "Then what did you expect after stalking someone who's gone to all this trouble to hide? People can feel threatened. I hope you won't be surprised if I kill you right now, priestess." Her lips curled into a faint smile. "Much more reason for you not to threaten me back. Or shall I scream your name for all to hear?" I pressed the blade harder against her, enough that I saw her take a shallow breath. "Much more reason I got you right here. Right now." The woman's laughter rang out, soft but clear, as she lifted a hand to her mouth, her lips curving into a faint, almost mocking smile. She didn't seem the least bit unnerved by the knife. Her other hand reached up, slipping the hood back from her face in one smooth movement, revealing her features in full. Dark, cascading curls framed her face, spilling over her shoulders with a seductive elegance that softened the sharpness in her gaze. Her skin was pale, almost luminous in the dim light, accentuating high cheekbones and dark, intense eyes that seemed to hold a glint of amusement. The deep red of her gown hugged her figure, rich fabric embroidered with intricate lace that drew the eye down along every curve. A pendant hung low at her neck, resting just above her chest, the dark gemstone glinting like a flame in the shadows. She was simply, damn. I'd be lying if I said she wasn't beautiful. No, not beautiful. Stunning. She was far more beautiful than what I remembered from the TV show. It was as if the actress had gone through enhancing surgeries. Her eyes sparkled a deep, hypnotic shade that seemed to hold some odd flame. Her smile held a confidence I rarely saw, even in people used to wielding power. Her elegant gaze seemed certain that I wouldn't dig the knife into her. For a moment, I wondered how those eyes would feel looking up at me. Ah, shit. Not the time to start thinking with my dick. Fucking Viserys. Thankfully, I managed to keep my expression strong. I love women, but I really had to control this libido of mine. Perhaps we should take this conversation outside, she asked, her gaze not wavering from mine. Her expression softened as she looked down at the dagger pressed to her stomach and I pressed it in just a little more until a single bead of blood welled up beneath the blade's edge. She hissed. I think you're taking me too lightly, I said. It might bring you death, priestess. I had to establish the relationship right here. If she was going to pretend to be respectful, I was going to push her to her edge and see if she could maintain that. Her smile faltered ever so slightly, and I saw something shift in her eyes. Prince, trust me, you'll want to hear what I have to say. I didn't come here to bring you trouble. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. As if to prove her words, a dozen of the customers turned their gazes at me. It was brief, but I didn't miss it. I frowned. I was surrounded. Kinvara, the Red Priestess of Volantis. I remembered her from the TV show. The way she'd looked at Daenerys with that same intensity, talking about her great future, about her power and destiny. Did she already have those visions about that girl? Was she here to capture me and hand me over? However, it was as she had said. If she wanted to kill me or capture me, she had enough people around to be able to do that already. My eyes narrowed. The truth is, even if I do drive this dagger into her throat, I doubt that it'll do any lasting damage. She didn't just have the confidence of someone who thought herself untouchable, she had the authority of someone who might actually be so. A priestess of the one true God, as they said. I exhaled slowly, drawing back the dagger, though I didn't put it away entirely. I glanced around the room, catching faint glints from the shadows, still feeling unseen eyes on me. I guess I had no other choice. Whatever she wanted to do with me wasn't death. At least not an immediate one. And since that was the case, I was confident that I'd manage to find one way or another using that system to escape danger. Fine, I said with a nod. Lead the way, High Priestess Kinvara. Her eyes trembled slightly seeing me refer to her by her title and name. It was not as if it was a secret, but regardless, most people didn't know her name. It was the case with most high priestesses. People referred to them by their titles instead. So she stared at me for a brief moment before smiling. I shall do that. The priestess rose gracefully, her gaze lingering on me as she adjusted her robes, covering the small spot of blood left from the knife. Her wound healed, the blood vanishing. She smiled up at me when she saw me staring at the scene that'd have been considered a miracle in the modern world. She turned toward the door, casting one last glance over her shoulder before slipping into the crowd. I followed, keeping close, my hand never far from my dagger. The streets of Volantis stretched and writhed around us like the veins of some ancient beast, pulsing with life and decay. Stalls lined the cramped alleyways, vendors shouting out the prices of spices, dried fish, and half-rotten fruit, while slaves shuffled past in chains, their eyes hollow. I didn't like this place. No, I hated it. It smelled like trash here. It was a thick smell, filled with sweat, salt, smoke, and something else, something bitter and metallic that made me want to gag. Around us, the noise was loud and relentless, but she glided through it, untouched, like the chaos existed only for everyone else. I kept my gaze on her, my grip tight on the hilt at my side. What exactly do you want to talk about? I muttered, just loud enough to reach her over the noise. Every nerve in my body was on edge, wary of eyes in the crowd, ears too close, and whispers that might carry my name. I really wanted to leave Essos as soon as possible. Also, I should do something about this hair. Blonde stood out. She shot me a sideways look, lips curled in that maddening smile. Oh, be patient, Prince. Do you really want to discuss such sensitive matters here, in front of everyone? I stopped cold, letting a few shifty-eyed passers-by bump into me with muttered curses. The Red Priestess stopped as well, turning to face me with that look that I had come to find annoying. Calm, condescending, like I was an overeager child. Prince, what's the matter? I narrowed my eyes, clenching my jaws and showing her my irritation. I'm not about to follow some suspicious bitch to a secret meeting place. So either say what you have to say or leave. Was I being too paranoid? Too annoying and immature? Maybe. Since I was already surrounded by her people hidden in the crowd, it might have been pointless to complain. But still, I didn't feel like giving her whatever she wanted without resisting. Her smile widened, a flash of teeth against red lips. Hey, quite a foul mouth for royal blood, she said, the words dripping with amusement. I don't wish you harm, Prince. In truth, despite my subtle threat at the inn, none of those men can hurt you, neither can I, even if I wanted to, not when you've already defied death once. Silence. The crowd continued to push around us, but her words hung in the air, making everything else feel muted and distant. What are you talking about? My voice was low, steady. Testing. Her gaze softened like she was peering into me, past me, into something I wasn't even aware of. Ah, yes, it makes sense that you wouldn't know, would you? People are rarely aware of their coming death, she murmured like she was speaking to herself more than to me. The day you escaped the Dothraki, that was the day you were supposed to die. That was your fate. She moved closer, slowly, her hand reaching out until her fingers rested against my chest. They lingered there, cold and deliberate, like she was marking something only she could see. I stayed still, barely breathing, as her hand slid down. Her fingers were soft, her touch felt both too intimate and too calculated. Fate, she whispered, her voice barely louder than the hum of the crowd. The will of God. And yet, despite the order of things, you survived. You did not defy death. Rather, the one true God simply changed his mind about taking your life. For reasons only he knows. Her fingers pressed slightly against my chest. So, when you came to Volantis, of all places, I took it as a sign that R'hllor has chosen me to guide you, to help you achieve whatever goals you hold close to your heart. Because, her voice softened, carrying a reverence that sent a chill down my spine. I think you're him, the chosen. A moment of silence stretched between us. I forced my voice to remain steady. Who? Her lips curved, and she leaned in, her breath brushing against my ear. The warrior of light, she whispered, her words laced with a worshipful kind of madness. My hero. Her hand left my chest, and she pulled back, her gaze never wavering, locking onto mine with a look that could have been mistaken for love, if love was ever that intense, that consuming. Or perhaps you'd prefer, my king, more suitable. She lingered for a second more, smiling, and then, without another word, turned away. Her steps were now slow and deliberate, the sway of her hips seductively calculated. I watched her fade into the crowd, her red robes blending with the chaos of the market until she was nothing more than a smudge of crimson. The warrior of light, the hero. Somehow, I managed to hold back my laughter. She thought I was some kind of chosen one, some mythical figure her god had anointed. What a fool, but a useful tool if I played this right. If this woman wanted to make herself a willing tool, who was I to correct her? I could use a practitioner of blood magic more than ever right now. After all, I had something very precious that I wanted to awaken. Magic. To rejuvenate the world itself. Chapter 4. A laughable plan, or is it? The mansion was a sprawling fortress of luxury, hidden deep within the black walls of Volantis. The black walls, ancient, dark stone fused by Valyrian fire, rose high above the city, separating the old blood from the masses below. Only the oldest, most powerful families, those whose blood traces back to the ancient and powerful Valyrian freehold, were permitted to live within its protective confines. Outside, Volantis sprawled in chaos and commerce, but inside these walls, order and supremacy reigned. I followed her up winding marble staircases through halls lined with tapestries depicting fire and light until we arrived at a grand structure that dwarfed the rest of the mansions around it. Of course, the Church of Light is rich, I thought as we climbed, staring up at her swaying hips, hidden by robes flowing around her like rivers of blood. We were at the Red Temple. The heart of R'hllor's influence in Volantis, its crimson spires rose high above the black walls, casting a shadow over the district as if declaring that the Lord of Light's reach extended over all. It was no surprise that the temple was opulent. Here, after a bit of walking through a hallway, we stopped before a door. She pushed it open and nudged me with a chin. I'll be right back. Very suspicious, I said, but it was too late. She smiled and turned on her heel while I walked inside. The room was luxurious. Rich, crimson tapestries adorned the walls, embroidered with swirling flames and intricate symbols of velour. A grand chandelier hung from the ceiling, a golden frame glinting in the candlelight that filled the space with a warm, almost hypnotic glow. Plush cushions and velvet drapes covered low, ornate couches scattered around, and a table inlaid with red gemstones gleamed in the center of the room, holding bowls of exotic fruits and wine. Indeed, the red god's faithful enjoyed power and wealth, and as the high priestess, she stood at the center of it. No wonder she acted so confident, as if she was untouchable. I could use her. She had the potential to bring me much. I looked at the large, high window facing the city. I walked toward it and glanced outside, catching a glimpse of the city spilling out below the walls, all the way to the summer sea. The fresh salt air swept in, filling my lungs as I watched the ocean that I'd have to cross soon. It was strange and refreshing, to be this high up, looking out over the world as if it were mine for the taking. I wouldn't lie, I felt a little greedy. Soon, the door creaked open behind me, and I turned. She entered, a silver tray in her hands piled high with gleaming fruits. With her usual calm, she crossed the room and presented the tray to me as if it were some kind of peace offering. Here. I looked down at the fruit, then up at her, meeting her gaze with a flat expression. She let out a soft laugh, setting the tray down on a nearby table and picking up a slice of apple. She bit into it, eyes still locked on mine, savoring each bite. "You really think I will poison you?" she said, her voice laced with amusement. "Hard to believe you still don't trust me, Prince." I kept my expression cold. "We haven't done anything to establish trust yet, Priestess." Her lips curved into a teasing smile. She stepped closer, pressing her body into mine until her chest was flush against me, her hand trailing up to rest on my shoulder. Would you like to, then?" Her voice was low and sultry, her gaze laced with a dark glint of seduction. "Do something to establish trust, I mean." I clenched my jaw, staying still. The temptation was there, Viserys' lust wanting to surface, but I could hold it in. "I didn't expect a red priestess to act like a bed slave," I said, my tone sharp. She laughed, tilting her head back, her breath warm against my skin. "I find it amusing how free you are with your words, even when they're directed at a high priestess." Her fingers traced a line along my jaw. "If a true believer heard you say that, they might die from the shock alone. Perhaps after gutting you with a knife." "Well, I'm not a believer," I shot back, my gaze never wavering. And then I couldn't hold back any longer. My hand slid around her waist, pulling her close as she gasped softly, her eyes widening. "And if I recall right, you called me your king, didn't you? You should be fine with whatever I call you, bed slave or whatnot." For a moment, her expression was unreadable, her eyes searching mine as if looking for something deeper, something hidden. But then she smiled, her voice soft as silk. "Ah yes, of course," she said, "you're really different from what the rumors say." I released her, turning away to look out at the city again, needing a moment to pull myself back from the edge. I could feel her gaze on me, but I ignored it, focusing instead on the sprawling view beyond the walls. "I need a ship," I said, breaking the silence. "I have to return to Westeros. If you're worried about the Dothraki finding you, rest assured." Her voice was calm and reassuring as if she already had everything planned. "They won't hear a word of your presence here. They'll never know where you are." I gave a skeptical snort, glancing over my shoulder. "I'm aware of you Red Priestess powers, but still, you can't guarantee that." "But fine. If you can help me keep my presence hidden for a few days, that'll do." I turned fully to face her, locking eyes with her again. "I need your help to accomplish something in the next few days. After that, I'll leave for Westeros. Do you understand?" She stared at me, her gaze unwavering, before a slow smile spread across her face. "What is it, my king?" I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I called up the system, muttering inventory in my mind. A faint hologram appeared in the corner of my vision, a grid of small boxes filling the screen, only one of which was occupied. I slipped a hand into the bag hanging from my side, pretending to reach for something there, and grasped the object in the inventory with my mind. A moment later, the dragon egg appeared in my hand, its surface gleaming with red and black hues. Her eyes widened slightly, surprise flashing across her face as I held the egg up between us. "A life for a life," I said, watching her reaction carefully. "I, the last drop of dragon blood on this earth, intend to awaken the real dragons, to bring them back for the first time in 150 years. And your blood magic will help." Me do it. You understand. For a heartbeat, she was silent, her gaze fixed on the dragon egg as though it were a relic of her god himself. Her lips parted, and a faint shiver ran through her. Then, slowly, a smile spread across her face, one that grew into a wide, fervent grin. She looked up at me, her eyes shining with reverence. Quote. Azor Ahai. The thrill of manipulation tingled through me. Let her think I was the hero of prophecy. Let her think I was a god's chosen. I'd use her power, her belief, her devotion to achieve my ends. And if she ended up benefiting from that too, well, you're welcome. Kinvara had been a high priestess for more than a lifetime, long enough to watch faith bend and break men while she remained untouched. The Lord of Light had shown her visions, and she'd seen miracles burn to life in her hands. The faith of this religion held no mysteries from her, only truth, and she knew power. Real power. Naturally, only the one true God was truly powerful, but some men showed similar greatness as well. True power left marks in a person's soul, the kind that no robe, no pretense could mask. It made them appear strong, brave, and uncaring of death. She had met kings, commanders, and men with blood who claimed to match the dragons in their intensity, and she'd seen through them all. Some spoke the truth, but many wore masks of strength and held nothing of substance underneath. They were just men too afraid to face the emptiness inside. And according to the rumors she heard, according to what the flames had shown her, Viserys Targaryen was no different, a shadow of his bloodline, clinging to something he could barely comprehend, so she expected a coward. She expected weakness cloaked in arrogance when she decided to meet him. But when she did meet him at the inn, it was a different story. There had been something opposite in his eyes, the sharp edge to his words, that mind that didn't waver in the face of threats, daring to wield a knife, not out of stupidity, but braveness against her. Perhaps he had once been that weak prince that the rumors spoke of, but he wasn't anymore. The incident of overcoming his death and his fate must have changed him. She'd seen that change before, usually forged across years of hard battle, but he had earned it overnight. A cautious, dangerous man. It was something she'd been trained to recognize, a potential. Kinvara hoped her experienced senses weren't wrong. Because Melisandre, that bitch, had apparently found the warrior of light. And Kinvara wasn't going to let that wench overshine her another time. She was hoping Viserys was the true warrior, and if he wasn't, she'd shape him to be. Then, the two of them will receive the blessing of the one true God together. The whole week, a smirk stayed in her thoughts as she searched and prepared for what he demanded. Awakening dragon eggs. She nearly laughed when he first proposed it. Her instinct was to dismiss him, but she held back. Do you think the Targaryens wouldn't have done it before, if it were possible? Contrary to people's belief, the Targaryens were mad enough to try anything, such as blood magic, and, indeed, they had already done so many times in the last 300 years. And yet, the dragons had not returned. If his entire family failed for 300 years, how could he succeed? Kandara was curious to see. So she didn't question him, nor did she voice her doubt. The flicker of something real in his eyes kept her silent. So, then, let's see the worth behind your words. For he was a mystery worth her time, for now. Ellipsis. They were riding together now, their horses pushing forward through deadened lands twisted by smoke and darkness. The air grew thicker the nearer they came to the city of Mantares, the edge of the Valyrian freehold in the distance, a decayed remnant of what had once been the heart of the empire. The land bore history, the mark of corruption, a stain that seemed to stretch forever. How are you holding up, Prince? Kinvara asked, breaking the silence that had been settling between them for too long. She kept her gaze forward, but she could feel him beside her, hear the hooves of his horse before he even spoke. The stench is bothersome, he muttered, hand briefly at his nose. But I'm managing. He patted his horse, a white beast, elegant and striking. She looked at the horse briefly. He'd named it, Danny White, of all things, a strange choice given his sister's nickname was Danny. Was this his idea of humiliating the Khaleesi? Or was this his way of showing affection? Kinvara couldn't tell. The stench is the least of our worries here, near Mantares, she replied, looking out at the twisted horizon ahead as if the city itself were bending and shifting in the shadows. He only raised an eyebrow, casting her a look of skepticism. What could possibly be worse? She almost laughed. Mantares is no ordinary city, Prince, she replied smoothly. It lies to the southeast of Volantis, at the very edge of the smoking sea. The doom of Valyria left its deepest scars here. The land around it has been poisoned by old sorceries, dark magic lingering long after Valyria fell. He glanced over, half amused. Speaking of magic, I'm curious since people always said Targaryens had it in their blood. Are there other forms to it other than blood magic? Maybe I can learn them. Sometimes, she'd realized this the past week they'd been traveling, she couldn't be sure if he was truly curious about something or just asking her to seem stupid. Regardless, she answered in her usual tone. To be fair, the claim of magic in Targaryen blood remains to be proven, she replied, though she knew it used to be true back in the day. But the people of Mantares are different. They are deformations. Monsters, some would say. Some say they bear the mark of the doom in their very flesh. He snorted. Sounds like a nursery tale. Again, he seemed to be lying. Her unmatched experience in human nature told her that he was lying. That he indeed believed her. But why was he lying then? Sometimes, he showed her less than what he was for some reason. Perhaps, she said, shrugging. But Mantares has a sinister reputation across the land. It's known that horrific deformities are common among its people, mutations, twisted limbs, strange growths. It could be the lingering effects of the doom, or perhaps just the result of old sorcery gone wrong. She shot him a glance. Either way, travelers avoid Mantares whenever they can. That's why we're doing the same, despite the high number of witches we can find there. Good thing I'm not one to be frightened by ghost stories. Besides, he added, his smirk widening, I've got R'hllor's favorite priestess by my side. Shouldn't that count for something? I think they'll be scared by you. She laughed at the comment, the faintest smile on her lips as her eyes drifted to the road ahead. At least he's growing more relaxed around me. I think they'll be more scared of you instead. You're building muscles from those exercises you've been doing all the time that you're not riding the horse, she said. I hope so, he replied, his gaze focused ahead. That is, just a short distance away, she could see the faint outline of a village, barely discernible through the haze. That's the place I told you about, she said. Smoke curled from the tops of low buildings, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred wood and dust. They slowed as they approached, drawing the attention of villagers who peered at them with wary eyes. Huts rose, and kids hid behind them. Everyone's gazes lingered on Kinvera's red robes, and one by one, they murmured among themselves, some bowing, others nodding with reverence. The awe in their expressions was expected. That was the influence she wielded in Essos. Kinvera dismounted, letting her gaze sweep over the gathered faces, seeking the one she had come for. Yara Vesh'dul, she called, and there a woman stood just at the edge of the crowd, her face marked by age and hardship. The woman blinked, looking around to make sure it was her name that was called. Her clothes were ragged, the lines of fatigue etched deeply into her features. Me, milady? The Maegi asked, and Kinvera nodded. Yes, you. Come, prince, she turned to Viserys and murmured, who too dismounted from his horse. He approached the woman, who eyed the two of them with a mix of awe and fear. A moment later the old woman dipped her head low, hands clasped tightly together as she stepped forward, her body trembling as she came before Kinvera. Her hair was a mess of tangles streaked with gray, and her hands were rough, calloused from years of hard labor. She'll do, Viserys said, his eyes examining her. Kinvera wondered what someone who knew nothing of blood magic could see. Regardless, the decision was not hers to make. Her gaze softened just enough to appear kind as she spoke. The great Lord of Light has chosen you, Kinvera intoned. The Lord has a purpose for you, a deed that will bring you closer to his eternal flame. Her words were flowery, but her tone did not present it as an offer. It left no room for refusal. Say your goodbyes and prepare to leave with us. The woman's gaze darted to the side, her eyes meeting those of her children, a few grandchildren standing timidly behind them. She swallowed and hesitated. Kinvera understands her hesitation, the ache of someone bound by earthly ties. It is a look she has seen countless times before. Go ahead, look all you want, she sighed, thinking with detached patience. But when the gods call, no mortal bonds can keep you. She knew the woman would come. Despite her fear, despite the hollow in her eyes as she met her children's gaze one last time, the call of faith would be stronger. It always was. And, indeed, without a word of protest, she gathered her things and joined them, as Kinvera knew she would. The materials for the dragon awakening ritual were ready. Chapter 5, Waking the Dragon, we rode in silence. The only sound that accompanied us was the rhythmic drumming of hooves against the cracked, unforgiving soil of old Valyria. The air was heavy with the stench of decay, a sour tang that clung to the back of my throat and refused to let go. It was annoying. It seemed as if this land had forgotten what life felt like, choosing instead to stew in its own rotten misery. Mantares was a city known for its corruption and twisted tales of horror, where the doom of Valyria danced in the breath of wind. We weren't heading toward the city. We were simply passing by it, closer than earlier, and yet, the dread in the air was pressing down like a suffocating blanket. Kinvara rode beside me, her crimson robes fluttering gently, contrasting with the ashen landscape. We made small talk as we walked. The old witch, Yara Veshdul, rode just beyond her, muttering quiet prayers to gods I didn't care to know. My mind spun with thoughts of the ritual to come. It wasn't fear that stirred within me but anticipation. I was impatient. After all, this incident, if successful, would create history. Quest. Waking the dragon. The awakening of a dragon. The system pushed me towards it. After all, what was the point of a dragon system without a dragon? Still, it was a dangerous quest. If I succeeded, I would claim power that had been dead for centuries. But failure, it would turn me into ash. So I guess I was kind of nervous too. My fingers flexed around the reins, eyes narrowing at the thought. The Targaryen family line. Fire and blood. That was how a dragon could be awakened. They've tried to do that before, many times so, and failed regardless. I didn't plan to fail. The ritual wanted blood, my blood. If the preparation wasn't perfect, I could die. The idea sent a shiver up my spine, an odd mix of exhilaration and dread. Was I ready to endure the flames to prove that the dragon blood in my veins was not false? A thin smile tugged at my lips. Of course, I was ready. What was life without the risk of losing it? Prince. A laugh broke through my thoughts. The guttural noise cut through the call of Kinvana, who looked at me with a raised eyebrow. I glanced up to see her, and she nudged her chin forward. We have company, she said. Stone men. Ah. I glanced ahead and frowned. I saw deformed men slinking out from the shadows between jagged rocks, their twisted figures glistening with sweat and grime. All of their skin, a large part of it not all, were turned to stone. That wasn't the only thing mutated about them. They didn't look like normal people. Population of Mantares, I believe. Bandits. Some had limbs that bent the wrong way, eyes that bulged too far out of their sockets, or ears where no ears should ever be. Mantares' famed mutations were not just stories told to frighten children, it seemed. The person leading them, a man with a third eye perched grotesquely on his cheekbone, grinned, showing a mouth full of broken teeth. It was gross. Half the skin in his body had turned to stone. Oh, ho, good lord, he said, his gaze leering at Kinvara with hunger. A red priestess. Haven't had one of your kind in some time. But boss, it's a red priestess, one of the bandits muttered, a glimmer of doubt on his face. The leader spat, a thick glob that landed near his feet. Oh, you newbie. So what if she's a red priestess? She got a cunt just like any other woman, he barked, and a chorus of laughter followed. It was an ugly and eager sound. I shook my head, my face still, though my muscles tightened with barely contained disdain. I was wondering how people in Mantares survived without trade or merchants, I said, raising my voice enough for Kinvara to hear over the laughter. My gaze never left the approaching figures. Well, this is how, Kinvara replied, a sigh threading her words. Plundering and robbing travelers. Beside us, the old witch's muttering grew louder, prayers turning feverish as the bandits encircled us. 14. I counted quickly, my eyes flicking from one twisted face to another. They outnumbered us, and they were confident, circling their prey with the arrogance of men who'd done this many times before. Dismount from your horses, the leader shouted, wielding a rusted sword. The others mimicked him, grins full of yellow teeth and broken promises. I glanced at Kinvara, and she looked back. We exchanged silent glances. We slid off our horses, boots meeting the ground with a thud. The bandits jeered, yanking our horses away and closing in on us, their stench seeping into the air like a disease. Gross bastards. Should we kill the man, boss? One of the lackeys asked, his voice too high-pitched and eager. The leader shook his head, chuckling. Nah, he got a pretty face. Some pig in the slave cities will pay good coin for him. The laughter that followed pushed me to the edge of my ever-growing annoyance. They're dead already. I scoffed, turning to Kinvana as I spoke out loud. Can you start the ritual now, if I make fire? I asked her, turning my eyes to the men as they exchanged confused glances. Kinvara blinked, confusion and surprise flickering across her face before she nodded. Yes, she whispered. I turned my attention back to the bandits, a smile forming. Do any of you know blood magic? I asked. They stared, confusion warping their faces before one broke into a hoarse laugh. Ha! This dumb motherfucker thinks we're wizards. Another hooted. We won't be raping people like you if we were. Pity, I muttered and slipped a hand into my pocket. The leader snapped to attention, raising his weapon. Hands out, or I'll cut them off. He snarled, swinging his blade. I obliged, slowly lifting my hand, palm open. I guess I had no other choice. I wanted to keep it a secret from Kinvana for a bit longer, but whatever. One moment my palm was empty, and then a glass filled with strange liquid shimmered into existence, cool and weighty in my grasp. The sudden appearance caught their laughter and died in their throats. Before they could react, I tossed the liquid onto the leader. He flinched back, some of the liquid splattering across his face and chest. His brows furrowed, confusion turning to rage. What was that? A burning torch appeared in my hand next, summoned from my inventory as if I'd always carried it in my hand. It is called naphtha, I said as I threw the fire at him, the flames roaring to life. He tried to shout, but the flames consumed him and leapt to the men closest to him. Their screams shredded the silence, a song of agony as fire crawled over them, skin blistering and blackening. Now, I snapped at Kinvara. How? She looked momentarily stunned at what I had done. Even she couldn't bring things out of thin air. Yet she managed to move her hands through her surprise, making gestures with the practiced precision of a sorceress. Her hands weaved the flames outward and guided them into the throng of bandits, who shrieked and fell like burning dolls. The smell of charred flesh thickened the air. Why, you bastards! One man who was untouched by the flames rushed at me with a roar, eyes wide and white with fury. Fool, I said. He should have known that I might have more in my space. I kept a lot of things in my inventory, things I had asked Kinvara to provide me before we left Volantis. A spear formed in my hand, a better choice than a sword for a newbie such as myself. I thrust it forward, steel meeting resistance as it plunged through his chest. It wasn't very smooth, but it did its work. His charge faltered, breath rattling out as blood trickled from his gaping mouth. I pulled the spear free, and he collapsed, lifeless. You've killed a stone man. You've earned experience points. You've leveled up. You've reached level 6. Oh, I whispered, the notification catching me off guard. That was my first kill in this world. I had gained 3 levels in the last week, working out with my body weight every chance I got, which basically meant every minute I wasn't riding the horse. All that hard work, and I had only gained 3 levels. But now, I killed a man and gained a level in a second. A tremor of power ran through me. The system rewarded me for killing. The rest of the bandits writhed, still engulfed by flames, their screams reaching a fever pitch. I frowned. It was unclear if I'd get experience points from their deaths as they were burning in the fire of ritual, spread by Kinvana, even if it was me who started the fire first. The urge to finish them off surged through me. A disgusting scent of burning flesh filled the air, mixing with heat. I could feel the flames pressing in, ready to consume everything, including me. I decided and then moved quickly, spear stabbing down into faces and hearts, silencing each scream with a conclusiveness that resonated in my chest. The notifications from the system blurred my vision, rapid-fire confirmations of each kill and experience points. You've killed a stone man. You've earned experience points. You've killed a stone man. You've earned experience points. You've leveled up. You've killed a stone man. You've earned experience points. You've killed a stone man. You've earned experience points. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. You've reached level 9. Prince, let's step out of that place. Kinvara's sharp and frantic voice cut through the inferno. She stood at the edge of the flames, her face flushed from the heat, her eyes filled with urgency. It's dangerous. I looked at her, the world around me reduced to the roar of flames and the thrum of blood in my ears. I wondered for a moment and then pulled something from the system. A hovering hologram in the corner of my vision gleamed with an ethereal blue light. Quest. Waking the dragon objective. Awaken the dormant dragon egg and restore the legacy of House Targaryen by bringing a true dragon into the world. Details. You, Viserys Targaryen, have embarked on a quest that few would dare to dream of. To awaken the dragon egg in his possession, you must perform a ritual of fire and blood magic, a process steeped in ancient Valyrian tradition and arcane knowledge. This ritual is perilous, requiring precision, sacrifice, and the true fire of the old gods. Ritual site. Conducted in a sacred or ancient power-infused place. Blood glyphs, drawn around the pyre using blood to channel magic. Blood sacrifice, a soul of great quality, or of many quantities, must be offered, willing or bound by fate. Additionally, a blood witch has to be offered. Chanting, the blood witch who's being sacrificed must chant and guide the magic. If not, a second blood mage can chant from outside. Pyre ignition, egg placed at the center, surrounded by sacred flames. Flame endurance, you, Viserys, must step into the fire to prove your worth as the dragon. Embrace the egg, endure the fire, and sacrifice a number of your levels to bring it to life. Rewards, dragon hatchling, a creature of unmatched power and influence who'll see you as its parent. Title, the Dragon King, enhances reputation and fire resistance. Stat boost. Level ups. +5 end, +3 STR. New, +10 authority. Penalties for failure. Injury, death. Severe burns or death. Loss of the egg, irreplaceable loss. Broken alliance, loss of Kinvera's support. Title, false heir, damaged reputation, harder to gain allies. I took a deep breath, my pulse hammering like a war drum. No, I replied, leaving her staring at me with wide, disbelieving eyes. Prince, this is madness. Her voice wavered, split between urgency and something else. Worry. No, I told myself. High priestesses didn't worry, they plotted. Is it? Yes. Targaryens are not immune to flames. This isn't a story, and you're not, trust me. The grin that stretched my lips felt foreign, forced even, but I needed her to believe it. The flames that burned around me hurt me. I felt the heat, but it stopped hurting when the ritual began. I could tell, if this didn't work, I'd be nothing but a charred corpse and a forgotten fool. The author of the franchise once stated that Daenerys Targaryen's survival of the ritual fire was a one-time incident. It was because it was a ritual that she didn't get hurt. Unlike what she came to believe, she wasn't immune to flames. My death to the molten gold also didn't mean I lacked dragon blood. I could do the exact thing she did as long as the ritual proceeded. The flames were here, so the ritual could indeed proceed. I just had to endure for a while. I looked at her, her worried face flashing from behind the dancing flames. She could stop the flames if she tried. From the looks of it, she was just about to. Don't. I stopped her. If I die here, then I'm no more than a fool who pretended to be a king. Not the warrior of light, not anything worth remembering for you. No. The silence that followed was heavy, and I saw her mouth press into a tight line. Good. Doubt made people easier. I nodded toward the first body, the bandit whose eyes were still frozen in that moment of disbelief. Use that one. Fresh blood. Draw the glyphs. For a heartbeat, Kinvera stared at me, eyes unreadable, before her gaze hardened, becoming sharper and colder. Her fingers twitched, and with a practiced motion, she opened her hand and then closed it into a fist. The body convulsed, a grotesque shudder, before the skin split open, and blood surged out, painting the ground in curving intricate strokes. It spread like a living map, forming symbols that seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat. I brought the dragon egg out of my inventory. It thrummed in my hands. Oh my, the old witch gasped. She had been staring at me in stunned silence from the moment I took out the glass and the spear out of thin air. She was trembling. Her eyes were wide, trembling as though she were on the edge of a vision. She seemed to have reached a realization of her own. Go inside, Kinvera pushed her gently. Ahor Ahai is waiting for you. Azor Ahai, she breathed, and I saw Ah twisting her lined face into something grotesque. I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. She walked into the flame, her skin churning off as she walked closer to me. The flames roared around us, fed by the dead, reaching higher as though trying to touch the sky. Heat wrapped itself around my body like a lover with sharp teeth. I gripped the egg tighter, feeling its cool, solid weight. It was the last relic of a lineage too proud to stay buried. I stepped closer to the inferno, my boots scraping against the blood-slick ground. The flames concentrated around me while the witch touched her forehead on the ground. She started to chant. Kinvera's gaze flickered between me and the fire, her mouth opening as if to speak, but she said nothing. Good. Words wouldn't change anything now. The heat stole my breath, pain flowering across my skin as I settled cross-legged on the ground, the egg cradled in my arms. I closed my eyes, the witch's chanting weaving through the crackling of flames, the edges of my mind fraying with each second. Every nerve screamed, and my teeth ground together, a snarl tearing itself free as the fire wrapped around me. But somewhere in that agony, where the edges of life and death met, the egg in my arms throbbed, warm, hungry, and alive. Minutes or hours, I couldn't tell how long passed. The flames obscured the sky, I couldn't even tell if the sun had set or not. My focus was all here as the system flashed notifications before me. The dragon egg is asking for food. Would you like to feed it 5 levels? Yes. No, the choice was simple. The fire burned brighter, and Kinvera's chanting grew louder outside. Something cracked. Intel. Creech. Creech. A sharp cry pierced the fire, something small and fierce. Warmth brushed my cheek, different from the searing pain. It was a rough tongue that licked at my skin, pulling me back from the abyss. My eyes cracked open to see two bright, wild eyes staring back at me as a winged golden lizard croaked on my arms. The flames died out slowly as the sun rose in the morning sky. Kinvera walked over, eyes wide and trembling, while a crazy grin quivered on her lips. She muttered a curse, followed by a gasp of moan. Oh, my God, it's a dragon. It was. I had awakened it. A golden little thing, a gold dragon with separate arms and wings. Viserion, the dragon who'd become the strongest. The most powerful. Chapter 6. Future plans and the solution to Viserys' problem. The steam rose lazily around me, curling into the vaulted ceiling, where it dissipated like ghosts. The bathwater was heated just shy of scorching, soaking into my muscles, pulling out aches I hadn't realized were there. My eyes fell to the tiny, gold-scaled creature perched on my chest. Viserion, my dragon, snapped her jaws playfully, emitting a high-pitched screech that echoed through the chamber. I smirked and reached into the air beside me. The empty space rippled as my fingers closed around a chunk of cured meat drawn from the invisible folds of my inventory. Here, I said, offering the meat to her. She sniffed it, eyes narrowing for a heartbeat before she lunged, tearing into it with sharp, eager bites. She's so adorable, I said to myself. I didn't know how genders worked for dragons of this world, and this creature didn't have any obvious trait that confirmed its gender. But I knew she-dragons were a thing. Dragons that lay eggs. So I'd decided to call her she in the hope that it'd become one and make more dragons for me in the future. But, I'd feel stupid if calling it a she didn't do anything, and it turned out to be a man. Blood dripped down the edge of her maw, staining her golden scales with streaks of red. I laughed, a low, hollow sound that seemed to bounce off the marble walls. A dragon. I had a dragon. The weight of what I'd accomplished was finally beginning to sink in. I had fully accepted the reality that I was in the world of Game of Thrones, and now I had a dragon as my companion. That ritual steeped in blood and fire had borne fruit. Or rather, it had hatched one. The possibilities swirled through my mind like the steam around me. I had awakened as an exiled prince with nothing but a name, but that had changed fast. Now I had power. Real power, where I could melt cities with my personal nuke. A dragon was more than a symbol. It was an instrument of conquest. Although, it got me thinking. What did this mean for me? For my plans. I wanted to leave Essos because I feared the Dothraki's wrath. Compared to that, if I just dyed my hair black, I should be fine in Westeros. But now, I had a dragon. Should I still leave Essos? The question gnawed at me. Even if I dyed my hair, Westeros would welcome me with nothing but open swords since I had a dragon at my side. But there were also insane benefits. The game changed. I could wait out a few years and then go to Westeros. By that time, my Viserion should be large enough to melt cities. Certainly, that was a choice better than going with a baby dragon. Essos had its advantages too. The web of politics that I could twist to my favor thanks to Kinvera's support, the wealth, and the freedom to grow stronger without eyes watching my every move. I could also make an army for myself. Initially, I had no desire for the Iron Throne, but now, the flames from the ritual were seared into my memory, but the scent of power, the burnt iron rich and intoxicating scent, lingered even stronger. When I fled from the Dothraki, I only wanted to survive, that had been my goal. Now, things were a lot different. So many choices. I'd need a bit of time to decide. The sharp sound of approaching footsteps pulled me from my thoughts. I didn't need to look up to know who it was. Kinvera's presence filled the room before she did, an aura of heat and purpose. She moved like a dancer, cloaked in light crimson robes. She stopped at the edge of the water, eyes dark with something unreadable. She reached out a hand, grabbing her dress on the cut near the shoulder. With one slow, fluid motion, the robe fell away, pooling at her feet. My gaze followed the curve of her hips, the dip of her waist, the flawless skin that gleamed under the dim torchlight. And of course, those magnificent breasts. What a strange world this was. She somehow looked much hotter than the Hollywood actress who'd played her in the show. She slid into the water, the ripples gliding over her like silk. I watched in silence as she sat, too far away, the steam obscuring half of her face. Why so far? I said, my tone teasing but edged with command. I patted the water on my right. Come, sit beside me. The water's too cool, warm me up. A smirk ghosted across her lips before she pushed herself forward, the hot water parting for her. She crawled with the slow precision of a predator, stopping when she was between my legs, her back pressing into my chest. The heat of her body matched the warmth of the water, and she tilted her head back slightly, resting it against my shoulder. Oh, I muttered, more to myself than to her. The sensation of her skin against mine sent a shiver across my body, urging me to lean down and devour her. What a gorgeous slut. She murmured, her voice smooth and rich as she feigned ignorance. Even my cute dragon, sitting on my shoulder, didn't trust her tone. Do you want me to move away? No, I replied, a lazy smile across my face. Stay. I raised a hand as my fingers snapped together with a sharp crack. The sound reverberated, and a dark portal shimmered open in the air. Viserion screeched in annoyance, talons scratching at my chest in protest. Inside, I whispered, nudging her gently. The dragon's golden eyes narrowed a defiant glare that lasted only a moment as I frowned. I said inside. She flapped her wings, hovering briefly before darting into the dark void. The portal closed with a soft, final snap, and the room fell into a sudden silence. Kinvera's gaze turned up to me, her eyes smoldering with something deeper than desire. I've never seen someone split open the space. Oh my, these powers of yours, she bit her lip, almost involuntarily. Her eyes searched mine, and for a second, I saw the hunger there, a hunger not unlike Viserion's. I stared down, smirking, waiting to see if she had the guts to take the lead. It turned out that she didn't, as she looked ahead, smiling to herself. But my prince, are you sure it's wise to be so strict with it? She asked. Dragons are notoriously difficult to tame. Maybe you should show it love instead. I leaned back, letting the warmth of the bath seep into my bones. And yes, I'm very sure. My voice was low but confident. I wasn't lying. The dark space I sent Viserion to wasn't just any ordinary place. It was the House of Dragons, a skill that came with my newfound title, the Dragon King. It was more than just another inventory. It was a sanctuary for my dragons, a realm where they could rest and hide without any issues. The quest rewards were very useful. I looked forward to my next quest. With a thought, I summoned the system page. There were now 3 pages. Page 1/3 Viserys Targaryen the Dragon King 22 years old level 6 to 9 STR 13 N 6 DEX 11 INT 11 LUC 12 Auth page 1/3 I had dropped to level 4 after sacrificing 5 levels to awaken the dragon. Then, I gained 2 levels for awakening a dragon. Level 6 wasn't bad. I was stronger than a bodybuilder in my past life. More than that, the Authority 14 stat was interesting. I didn't exactly know what it did, but if I had to guess then it made my orders have more impact. As for the Dragon King part of the page, clicking it opened another page. The second page. It followed when I nudged it with my mind, detailing my newly acquired status and abilities. Page 2/3 class. The Dragon King skills. Dragon Management System S, House of Dragons S, Fire Resistance E. Page 2/3 I finally had skills. It was sad that I couldn't gain skills by running and swinging a sword, unlike other gamers that I'd read about, but I'd take it. Class skills were fun. Clicking them showed their details. Fire Resistance was self-explanatory, although it was at a low rank of E. I hoped to raise it to S someday, which I presumed was the max rank. The House of Dragons was a spatial space where my dragons could rest, and unlike my inventory, the time didn't freeze here. The first skill was something that had another dedicated page for it. It was the page that I scrutinized most. I clicked it, and it expanded before me. Page 3/3 Dragon Management System S. You can manage your dragons here. You can see their location, hunger rate, and also their respect toward you. You currently own 1 dragon, Viserion. Location: Volantis, Essos. Hunger: 100% respect. 98% Page 3/3 The location, if clicked, showed more accurately in my mini-map. It was quite useful since dragons had a tendency to run wild after growing a little. Hunger was also useful, I guess. But it was the last status that caught my attention. The respect meter had dropped by 2% from what I remembered. I guessed that if it dipped too low, there would be consequences. There was a saying that fear and respect were better than love, and it was truer for dragons. Funny story, I said, a hand resting on Kinvera's thigh. Yes, there was this man who owned a dog. This man preferred men in his bed, and he liked to be the one getting stabbed. So one day, his dog saw him getting fucked hard by another man. I said, and she giggled, leaning into my arms. No, really, real story. Yeah, go on. Basically, after the dog saw his owner get fucked by another man, seeing him moan and cry, the dog stopped listening to his owner. Since then, whenever the man ordered the dog to do something, the dog has disobeyed and even seemed to make fun of the man all the time. The man was sad at the development that his dog stopped taking him seriously, but if you ask me, what did he expect after getting found by his dog, moaning for another man? All the respect was gone from the dog. Kinvera burst out laughing while I continued, so, wild animals, be it dogs or dragons, need to be treated strictly. They also need to be shown the strong side of their master to maintain respect. Love isn't going to keep them loyal forever. To be fair, love might work for a dog, they're loyal creatures, but not a dragon, she said, looking up at me with her head tilted upward, a hand reaching out to caress my face. You think right, I replied, squeezing her thigh softly. Kinvera smiled. Quote. I still can't believe it. You pulled an egg out of thin air and made it live. Her eyes were half-lidded, calculating. This odd power of yours, she didn't finish the thought, but I saw the questions burning in her expression. I chuckled softly. There's a lot to believe, Kinvera. And trust me, it's just the beginning. I'd prefer if you stop questioning everything because there's a lot more to come. Kinvera stared up, lips slightly parted. Her gaze was hazy. Biting her lower lip, she shifted between my legs, the heat of the bath pressing around us like a second skin. I felt her move, the water lapping softly as if caught between our breaths. My hands found her waist, fingers tracing the curve that led upward, pausing as I felt the rise and fall of her chest. She let out a small laugh, a sound that broke the silence with an edge of mischief. I thought you preferred distance, she murmured, tilting her head back just enough for our eyes to meet. The faintest hint of a smirk played on her lips, daring me. I thought you had a problem down there, my prince, the way you were pushing me away. Now I feel wronged. I tightened my grip, her soft curve melting on my hands, feeling the heat prickle my skin. There are moments for distance, I said as I leaned in until my breath warmed her ear, and moments for this. I had a problem. My libido was too strong. I need a cure. Thankfully, I had an answer to that. I just had to release my libido regularly so as not to let it bother me. And I just happened to have a super hot woman wiggling on my arms right now. Her eyes sparkled with amusement and surprise. Before she could answer, I kissed her, the touch rough at first, testing. Her lips met mine, surprised for a moment before it went soft and eager. She melted into something deeper and hungrier. The steam around us thickened, turning the room into a cocoon of heat and shadows as we made out in it. My hands moved with purpose, tracing the smooth expanse of her skin, feeling the slight shiver that ran through her as I explored. Every shift, every small intake of breath from her only fueled the atmosphere building between us. She was begging for it. I want you, my prince. Your king, I corrected her, a hand slapping her boobs. She gasped and then laughed. Maybe you'd want your dragon to see this, she said, giving me a slutty look. If I'm right, you're about to destroy me, aren't you? I bet you'd love that. I leaned in and bit her nape and then snapped a finger. The house of dragons opened, and the dragon flew out. I was going to do what she said. I threw a piece of meat on the other side of the room, and Viserion flew toward it, munching on it. I shifted all my focus to Kinvera next. She shifted, her body pressing back, teasing as her mouth left mine and a finger traced the line of my jaw. Her gaze held mine, dark with lust. My hands roamed her body, exploring every curve and line as if it were a territory I was claiming. Her skin was smooth and slick under my touch, the warmth of the water intensifying the sensation. I could feel her rapid and strong heartbeat echoing my own, her moans rhyming with my groans. Embrace me already, my king, she said, and I slowly adjusted her position, lifting her in the water slightly so that she was poised above my cock. Her eyes met mine, a mix of anticipation and challenge in their depths. I held her gaze as I lowered her onto me, watching her expression change from playful to passionate. 9, she moaned, squirming between my legs, her breath hitching as I filled her completely. Her pussy clamped around my cock warmly. I hadn't realized how warm she was until now. It was odd. The sensation was overwhelming, but I relished it. The power of the Lord of Light pulsed within her, embracing me as if to please me with her all. The blend of pleasure and power sent waves of heat through my body. I began to move, thrusting into her with a steady, deliberate rhythm, my hands gripping her hips to guide her movements. Oh, yes, that's it, Tilda. Her moans filled the air, a symphony of desire that urged me to go harder. I felt her body responding to mine, her cunt clenching around me, drawing me deeper. The water churned around us, the splashing sounds mingling with our ragged breaths and whispered endearments. After a while, she let out a harrowing moan as she came for me, eyes locking on the ceiling. I was also close. So I stood, lifting her with me, our bodies still joined. I couldn't come in that position since then I'd have to come inside her. Bend over, I said and turned her around, bending her over the side of the pool. She gasped, her hands gripping the edge for support as I entered her from behind. I just came, she complained, and in response, my fingers tangled in her hair, pulling it hard as I slipped back it. I thrust hard, beginning to fuck her with renewed intensity. So you should be grateful your king's giving you such a good cock, I growled as her ass jiggled for me, watching her moan. You like this, don't you? She let out a hungry moan, her body arching back to meet my thrusts. Yes, she breathed, her voice barely more than a whisper. Yes, I do. More. Fuck me more, Tilda. I could feel the tension building within me, the pressure mounting as I drove into her again and again. I leaned down and kissed her, releasing her hair. She stood up, pushing back against my chest, her body trembling with the force of her own pleasure, her hands reaching back up to grasp my shoulders as we continued kissing. Come inside me, she whispered, her voice laced with a desperate plea. Please, inside Tilda. I paused for a bit. Then, with a swift, sharp movement, I slapped her ass. It was harsh, and the sound echoed through the chamber. She yelped, both in surprise and pain, her eyes wide as she looked back at me. Be careful what you wish for, I warned, my voice low. I know what you're up to. She stared at me with a panting expression and then pouted as if she were a kid. No way was she just waving it off by acting cute. Well, she did look cute, excluding the hot, raw, and primal desire in her eyes. I pulled out, busting all over her back. Her back looked like a canvas where I painted a rain of white. She moaned, gasping for me as she came again. Let's move to the bed, she murmured a moment later, her voice soft and inviting, as she turned back and kissed me deeply. I hugged her, groping her fat ass, and pushed her on her back against the stone floor. Not yet, I said, and started destroying her again. Chapter 7, The Second Sons. I stood by the window of my bedroom. Red Temple's highest floors provided a beautiful view, I had to admit. The moon lighted my face while the night breeze ruffled my hair. I watched the distant stars, my gaze looking at the unfamiliar canvas. Even the stars looked different from Earth. I recognized none of the constellations. This place wasn't some distant planet in a distant galaxy or even a parallel world. It was a whole other universe. I missed Earth sometimes. I wasn't someone important back in that place, but it was still home. I guess this is my home now, even with my 22 years of memory as Viserys, that seemed a hard truth to swallow. But at least I managed to swallow it at all. You seem lost, my king, a soft voice, so melodic that men might mistake it for a song, called from behind. I didn't turn. Warm hands wrapped around me from behind as a warm, naked body pressed against my shirtless back. Kinvara hugged me, resting her head on my back. She was showing incredible affection after my performance from yesterday morning till tonight. Just 13 points in end, and I could go for almost 2 days. It helped that she was hot as fuck, too. Stargazing. Your expression is too melancholic for just that, no? She asked, and I shrugged. She huffed. More than stars, why not appreciate that red line? She peeked from my shoulders and pointed at the red comet. The red lines that painted a part of the sky. It had been days, but it hadn't vanished. It had come to be when the dragon egg hatched, and it remained still. It was heaven's announcement that a dragon was born. People are making so many different theories about that, she said. Someday they'd know the truth. Someday. Speaking of that, when are you planning to reveal your dragons? If you do that, a lot of noble families from Westeros will show you their support, Kinvara said. I put a hand behind me, yanking her arm, and made her sit on the window. Leaning in and kissing her, I pulled back as she smirked. You could have just said it if you wanted me to shut up. You're a smart woman, I smiled back. So stop saying dumb stuff. Just my name would earn me 1,000 assassins. And if my enemies learn that I own a dragon now, King Robert 2 weeks ago, and Ned Stark will get executed tomorrow. Robert Baratheon wants my sister dead simply because she carries Drogo's child. His son will sit on the throne, and he will not hesitate to send an army to kill me and my dragon. Ha, you're very aware of the political situation, Kinvara said. Then what are you planning? Do you plan to hide your dragon in that dark space forever? She's a wild creature. She needs to spread her wings to become bigger. To become helpful to you. Not forever. I'll let Viserion fly soon, I said. As for my plans, I plan to go to Westeros and ally myself with Dorne. I was engaged to Princess Arianne Martell 17 years ago. It was only broken because I had to flee Westeros after Robert took the throne. The Dornish are still loyal to my house. They'll accept me, especially when I show my dragon to them. They won't leak the information either. But as sure as I am, there can always be variables. So I'll need an army to fix that. To make them trust me more. A dragon is a solid bargain. For the last 300 years, it was armies that won war, not dragons. There's no way around it. I explained myself, and she hummed. Have you thought of the Unsullied? Have you decided to lend me 10,000 gold coins to buy them? She smiled cheekily and looked away. Unfortunately, the money of the Church of Light isn't mine to spend, my dearest king. That's what I thought. I shook my head and sighed. Even if she saw me as a Horahai, she wasn't the only high priestess in the world. She couldn't do as she pleased. Plus, I didn't want to rely on her too much. I'm planning to take on the Second Sons. The Second Sons, like many mercenary companies, had a strong tradition of following strength and leadership. If someone defeated their leaders, it was likely that they would follow the new leader, as these companies respected power and the ability to command. She raised an eyebrow at my words, and I explained, most members of the Second Sons are sons of landless lords or scions of houses to which they are not heirs. But the majority of them still want their names written off in the pages of history. I am aware, she nodded. If a king comes to them, bearing the blood of conquerors, praised by a high priestess, an exiled prince with a dragon resting on his shoulders, he'd likely be able to earn their loyalty after defeating their leaders. Luckily I seem to fit all those criteria. After defeating, you say, she repeated. Forgive my rudeness, my king, but as impressive as your spear's performance in bed was, you aren't a warrior. Leaders of Second Sons are incredible warriors. I've seen them fight. You're sure you'll win? I smirked. She had seen nothing. Just my inventory alone gave me 1,000 tricks, but on top of that, I had direct strength too thanks to my STR stat. I just have to raise it. And also level up. Kinvara, I said, putting a hand under her armpit and raising her. She blinked. I held her in the air with one hand, near the window, and basically the one in control of her life and death. I'm much stronger than you realize. Ah, she stammered, unsure what to say, and I put her down. My hand ran down her curves, and I smirked. But you're right. Strength alone doesn't win a battle. I'll train for a few days. In the meantime, find the Second Son's location for me. I'm sure your ears and eyes can pick up on that quite fast, I ordered and watched her stare at me before she slowly nodded. As my king commands, she smiled, her momentary uneasiness and shock melting in thin air, as she leaned up to kiss me and then walked away with a sway of her hips. The next day, I heard the news. Eddard Stark had been executed. The entire Westeros was in uproar, and the effect even reached as far as Essos. It went to show how legendary that man was. Unfortunately, with this incident, the great tragedy of House Stark had begun. I had made a decision since that day in the bath. I was going to take the Iron Throne, something that was rightfully mine. It was not a dream I'd have dreamt if I didn't have a dragon flying around my head right now, especially if I didn't have the system. But now, the decision was made. I had met a pitiful end in my last life and was given a chance to live another. I was not going to settle for mediocrity when I had all the necessary cards to aim for the pinnacle. So I did. My goals had layers, but I didn't want to dream about the higher layers at the moment, as it would sound delusional. I'd keep my eye on the Iron Throne for now. I trained in spearmanship for the next 2 weeks. Kinvara found me a good spearmanship instructor who could show me the ropes. He was Bravo C and taught me the spear techniques of lightning dance. It was an SOC spear martial arts, primarily taught in Bravos. I assumed it was a family technique of the dance that Arya Stark learned, named water dance. It was a weird thing and extremely hard to pull off. But thankfully, I wasn't a total newbie in the way of the spear. As useless as the original Viserys was, he'd received spear training when he was a kid. That experience allowed me some edge on the lessons, and somehow I learned very fast. At least, the instructor said I did. I didn't think he was giving mindless praise. He didn't know my identity, I was wearing a black hair wig, and he had no reason to give false praise. Whoa. The instructor gasped when I parried another of his attacks, sending him staggering back a little. That was an impressive attack. You've come far, young man. We were in a small yard in the middle of the Red Temple, where we'd been training for the last few days. My teacher was no Barristan Selmy or any other legendary figure, but he taught the spear well enough. Spear was easier to learn than swords, and somehow I was learning it even faster. I think it was my int that helped me speed things up. I couldn't be sure, but the results spoke for themselves. I was no master spearman yet, but this should be enough to defend myself with the blade without just hacking down on people. Lightning dance was a bit showy, which is the reason behind the dance part, but I liked it. On top of that, as his praise left his lips, a system notification greeted me. Skill Spearmanship C has risen to Spearmanship B. When I first started taking these lessons, I finally gained a skill on my own after hours of meticulous training. That proved that skills could be earned if I spent enough time on them. Or maybe it was only limited to fighting techniques. I'd have to figure that out too. Thanks, I said, bowing in respect as I dropped my spear. It was broken in two. Footsteps came from the hallways then, and Kinvara entered the yard. She smiled. It seems we don't need your lessons any longer, instructor, she smiled at the instructor. Collect your payment from a servant. I have some private matters with Vis here. The Bravo C man bowed and then left. Kinvara walked over, her steps slow, as she stopped in front of me. You keep surprising me. He's one of the best around, and his students usually spend years taking lessons from him. I definitely haven't absorbed everything he can teach, but this should be enough, I said. I wasn't being humble, either. It'd have taken me a few months to absorb all the things he could teach. The man wasn't lacking materials to teach. Oh, she smiled. I saw your fight, it was impressive. But are you confident you'd be able to win against the Second Sons without the full package? I suppose you've found their location since you're talking like that? I asked, prompting her to just smile in response. The rhythmic thudding of hooves cut through the early dusk, the sounds dulled by the distant hum of the camp ahead. The Second Son's encampment sprawled before us in a patchwork of tents and makeshift pavilions, smoke curling lazily into the sky from scattered fires. It was a modest camp by the standards of Essos, housing only 500 men, but the air of defiance and discipline that was in this place was unmistakable. Well, in some parts anyway. Most of them look far too lax. Under their current leader, Marrow, the Second Sons had fallen off their glory. Perhaps since there was no great war to fight in. They were too unruly. Although one part of the camp seemed to be training. Probably the Stormcrows, the team directly under Dario. I shifted slightly atop the horse, eyes narrowing as I took in the movement beyond the camp's perimeter. There were mercenaries lounging, sharpening blades, and some sparring shirtless in the warm evening. Those were strong warrior men. Despite being small in number, they're so notorious because of their discipline. Beside me, Kinvara said as her crimson robes caught the fading sunlight. Well, in the past, anyway. We weren't alone this time. The guards she had brought with her flanked us, their stony expressions hidden under helmets. Discipline in fighting perhaps, not in character. Some might argue that I was the last person to talk about character, but as expected, soon a teasing whistle came from a wiry man leaning against a tent pole. He grinned with eyes glittering as he took in Kinvara. Others followed a low chorus of chuckles and smirks spreading through the crowd. They were as unruly as the stone men we'd fought, with zero respect for a priestess. Kinvara's lips curled into a subtle smirk, unfazed. She didn't seem bothered. She knew what she showed, and she did so knowing that. Slow down, I said to my Danny White, and it did. We were in front of the main entrance that loomed ahead, guarded by 4 men, their spears forming a cross that barred our path. One of them stepped forward, his face lined with scars and suspicion. No entry, he growled. The leaders are busy tending to an important guest. I blinked, barely concealing the flicker of curiosity. An important guest. Here. Kinvara leaned forward, eyes sharp. The high priestess of the Red Temple requests an audience. Inform your leaders if they would choose to turn me away. The guard's posture shifted, uncertainty creeping into his rigid stance. With a sharp nod, he turned and disappeared into the maze of tents, leaving us in a silence that buzzed with watchful eyes. The moments dragged, and I spent it looking around. When he returned, his breath came in short gasps, eyes darting between us and the path behind him. They will see you, he said, stepping aside with a reluctant motion. I exchanged a glance with Kinvara, who nodded. I urged my horse forward, and she followed, her expression veiled with an air of indifference, though I'd come to know her well enough to sense the anticipation crackling beneath it. She was curious about the show that'd soon unfold. Our protective guards led us, their presence a silent threat to anyone but us, but I couldn't bring myself to care. My mind was already sharpening, ready for battle. The main tent came into view, larger and open at the sides, lit by braziers that cast flickering shadows across its worn canvas. I frowned at the sight ahead. A table stood at its heart, laden with an indulgent spread of fruits and half-drained goblets. Around it sat three figures I recognized immediately: Marrow, the Titan's bastard, who filled the space with his barrel chest and bellowing laugh. He was the leader, while the other two were lieutenants. First was Prendal na Gezin, his face as stern, and then was Daario Naharis, the future queen fucker. None of them were unexpected. It was the fourth face that stopped me cold, and I felt a heat rise at the back of my neck. It was a man not of Essos but Westeros, with broad shoulders, a tall neck, and a smile so charismatic that women would pass out on his feet. He was laughing with the others. Prince Aberon of Dorne. The Pedro Pascal lookalike sat at ease, legs stretched and fingers wrapped around a goblet, the faintest smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Beside him sat Ilaria Sand, her dark eyes dancing with amusement. They flicked at me, and her smile turned curious. I controlled my expression. What's going on? Aberon, the Red Viper. A man who had fought with the Second Sons before during his younger days, yes, but why was he here now? Was this a coincidence, or had he come seeking me? That was impossible. Nobody should know I was in Volantis. Even if someone learned it, it wasn't enough for him to come see me. And there was no way he knew about the dragons. Logic said this was just a coincidence, indeed. The Second Sons, when our horses stopped in front of the tent, Kinvara greeted the Second Sons with a smile. They stopped chatting among themselves, and all turned to us. Prince Aberon did the same, and his eyes found mine across the tent. He frowned with a confused look on his face as if he almost recognized me. Almost. He didn't. I was glad. While I wasn't worried about him hurting me, if Prince Aberon knew about me enough to come find me, what made it impossible for my enemies to do the same? I heaved out a breath of relief. Chapter 8. Who am I? I am the Conqueror. The Second Sons. Kinvara greeted the Second Sons with a smile. Your reputation exceeds you. Of course, Marrow smirked, raising a cup at her. I didn't mean that as a compliment. Kinvara's smile widened. I was greeted with disrespectful whistles when I was entering the camp. Quite a treatment you show to a potential patron. The strict reputation of your discipline seems to be outdated. She finished, and Marrow's expression fell. He lowered his cup and scowled. I've also heard they are easy to betray their customers if their enemies propose a heavier pouch, I added, watching the man clench his jaws. Is this true, Marrow? Prince Aberon, lying on his slide on the tall touch, frowned as he looked at Marrow. If so, I'll be disappointed. I made you the vice leader before I left and was incredibly delighted when I heard you became the leader a few years ago. And you're doing these things? He's lying, Prince. Despite his words, see, they've come to us for a job, Prendal na Gezin chimed in, coming to his leader's rescue, which made me laugh. Touché, huh, I was surprised this illiterate fool knew what touché meant. Must be local to where he was from. I shook my head. No, that's not why I laughed. I laughed because we're not here to hire you as a customer. Kinvara smiled beside me while Daario Naharis blinked. He'd been eyeing Kinvara all this time, but my words caught his attention. He asked, why then? I took in their expressions. Marrow sipped wine, glaring at me. Prendal did the same. I eyed Prince Aberon and then spoke. I'm here to challenge your leader, Marrow, in a duel, I said, hopping off my horse. I fear he doesn't deserve to lead you anymore. A dozen second sons took a step forward, weapons raised, but Prince Oberyn raised a hand. They halted on their spot while the prince beamed at me. Mero was laughing, as was Prendal. Dario just smiled, just like the prince. You are an interesting man, Oberyn said, leaning to the side to kiss his paramour. Barging into the second son's camp and challenging its leader. What is your name, warrior? For such a brave man, I think I'll recognize you. You can call me Vis for now, I said, eyeing Mero, who stopped laughing to pour a glass of ale down his throat. I'll reveal my identity properly after defeating that drunken fool. Prendal growled, you don't get the balls to reveal your name and yet insult our leader. You're not even showing respect to Prince Oberyn here, he said, trying to shift the animosity toward Oberyn. Did he hope I would get humbled by the man? Annoying bastard. I'll kill him too. True. You should bow, Elaria Sand said in place of her lover. You stand before a prince, you realize. I do, and no, I won't bow, I looked at her. I recall bowing is only needed when the person in front of me is higher ranked than mine, I said, and Prince Oberyn frowned in response. He didn't seem to take it to heart, however, but rather seemed more curious about me. Just as I had hoped. What do you say, Mero? Prince Oberyn looked at Mero. You have a challenger. As per the second son's rules, you have to take up his challenge. Mero licked his lips and smiled. Prince Oberyn, as true as that rule is, I'm the leader now. So I decide the rules, he said, and Oberyn frowned. He didn't like that. From the way his eyes darkened, I guessed that Mero would have been in for a good beating if I wasn't here. His next words thankfully saved him. But fine, Mero said, standing up. He's got an annoying face, I'd love to cut that in two. And then take that woman, he smirked at Kinvara, who smiled back. You smirking bitch. Take your clothes off and come sit on my lap, and I may let you live. Kinvara giggled, finding it far too amusing, which the fool somehow took for flirting as he smiled. He then turned to me, as for your desire to take over the second sons, you fool. It's never going to happen, even if you somehow trick me into losing. The second sons don't have such a stupid rule that we'd go under anyone who defeats our leader. No, we have the rule of killing any bastard that hurts our leader. So good luck on leaving this camp alive, even if you win, by the luck of some god. He burst out laughing and grabbed his weapon midair, which a minion had thrown. It was a massive, curved sword, which seemed to be modeled after the scimitars and other curved swords typical in Essos. Mero walked over and stood before me, smirking, scimitar glinting in his hand as if it had already tasted blood. Kinvara and our guards had dismounted by then and were moving away to clear space for our fight. The man eyed Kinvara again and then laughed at my face. His confidence was as thick as the stench of ale around him, eyes narrowed, daring me to make the first move. Spear, I clapped my hands, keeping my palms closed as I slowly withdrew them. A spear formed between them as if I was doing a magic trick. Mero was blinking rapidly at the sight, probably wondering if he was seeing things. I gripped my spear and eyed him with a provocative smirk. He scoffed. Tricks. He said so but still didn't attack first. I tightened my grip on the spear, feeling its weight become an extension of me, every breath slipping me deeper into the familiar rhythm of the lightning dance. I'd practiced it for a long time, and thanks to the system, each of its moves had become second nature, a current running through my veins. I could trust it. Mero sneered, shifting his stance. Let's see what you got, coward, he taunted, lifting the scimitar high as if his raw strength alone would crush me. I didn't answer. Let him swing. Let him think he had the advantage. He charged, boots slamming against the ground, sword raised in a wild arc. I could see every movement, slow as if he moved through water. A slight twist of my body and his blade whooshed past, close enough to feel the breeze but never close enough to land. Mero staggered, furious, catching himself just in time to shoot me a look of pure hatred. You slippery snake, he spat, roaring as he lunged again, even faster this time. But that was the beauty of the lightning dance. My spear moved with me, a natural rhythm flowing through the air in perfect, quiet arcs. I didn't just dodge his attacks. No, I drifted, letting each movement fall into the next. Mero's blade cut into nothing, slicing the air, and I felt him grow more annoyed with each miss. That was making him more reckless, as I messed with him with taunting steps right out of his reach. His face twisted, frustration burning behind his gaze, and I could practically feel the rage boiling off him. Each failed strike made him angrier, his slashes more frantic, but I stayed just a breath away. techniques or whatever, my stats were likely to double his. It gave me an unmistakable edge that he couldn't overcome with his experience. A whistle came flying. A drink to your great spearmanship, Prince Oberyn said, raising a cup, drinking in my stead. I just laughed, which annoyed Marrow more. I remained in control, calm, every dodge a piece of the dance, and he was the fool stomping on his own feet, getting tangled in his fury. The crowd was silent, watching and waiting for the results. I could feel their eyes on me, feel the tension thick in the air. Marrow lunged again, his movements sloppy, and I knew this was it, the perfect moment. I let my body fall into the final rhythm, feet shifting, spear slicing through the air with deadly precision. One swift, sharp thrust, and my spear found its mark, sliding right between Marrow's ribs. Blood splashed. His eyes went wide, the sneer frozen on his face, replaced by a look of stunned horror. His grip on the scimitar loosened, fingers twitching as he tried to hold on to the last shreds of his strength. For just a second, he slumped against the spear, weight heavy, and I held it firm, watching him. He was already gone, the life draining from him in a silent gasp. You've killed a human. You've received experience points. I pulled the spear free, stepping back as he collapsed at my feet. Silence blanketed the camp briefly, every mercenary's gaze flicking between Marrow's body and me, something like awe dawning in their eyes. The dance was over. And I was the one left standing. Everyone. Not for long, unfortunately. Kill that bastard, Prendal shouted, and the stunned second sons roared in response. A wave of sharks seemed to close upon me, but I didn't react. Someone else did. Nobody will attack him, Daario Naharis said, raising a sword. Anyone who goes against that order, I'll kill them myself. Stormcrows. A squad, loyal to Daario rather than the second son's name, turned to their brothers, weapons held high. Daario, what is the meaning of this? Prendal unsheathed his weapon and growled, and in response, Daario shrugged. You can kill him, but let's wait a minute, can't we? He looked at me. He's yet to reveal his identity. Such a fine fighter should at least get to introduce himself before death. I agree, Prince Oberyn nodded. Speak, warrior, what is your full name? His man's gaze turned sharp as he looked at me. He must have gotten really curious when I said we were equal earlier. The silence around us was thick and charged, every eye fixed on me like they were staring down the edge of a blade. I didn't need to say a word, just let the tension build, heavy as the air before a storm. Slowly, I lifted a hand, reaching up to my hair, fingers slipping between the strands. Then, in one clean motion, I pulled. The black wig peeled away, tossed to the ground with a casual flick. The silver hair of House Targaryen fell around my shoulders, glinting under the flickering light. I ran a hand through it, letting it settle, my gaze daring them to question it. From across the tent, Prince Oberyn stirred, sitting up on his couch. He had a stunned look, one that spoke of ghosts and memories unburied. His mouth parted, a whisper slipping out before he even seemed to realize it. Rhaegar. I did look similar to my late brother, yes. I kept the same hairstyle as him, and now that my cut-off hair had regrown, it looked just like his. But no, I wasn't him. I had my own name. I met his gaze, the weight of everything I was, of who I was, settling in my voice. I am Viserys Targaryen, Prince of the Seven Kingdoms, blood of the Conqueror, and the last living dragon. That was all it took. The tension cracked like a whip through the air, and I watched as the truth settled over them, hard as iron and just as unforgiving. Their eyes tracked me like they were seeing something ancient. A memory of fear they'd thought buried. Good. Let them see it. Let them feel it, the lethality of my lineage. I took a step forward, my voice low but loud. The second sons are full of nobles, yet lately they've learned to play at loyalty when the right purse calls. Is it because you've lost your nobility? I'm here to take you all, exiled sons of noble houses, cast-offs, forgotten, and give you the power that was stolen from you. They watched, their expressions shifting, breaking. I saw men who had long given up, faces once proud but hardened by years of war and service to the highest bidder. They didn't need a speech about who they were. They needed a chance to become something else. Enough, I continued, voice gaining an edge. Why settle for scraps when we can take the whole feast? Robert Baratheon is dead. King Joffrey is a bastard. At times like this, my rightful claim to the throne is burning hotter than ever. Men, stand with me, and I'll make you legends. You'll be known not as exiles or second sons but as conquerors, feared across both Westeros and Essos. And beyond, I turned to look at Prendal and Daario. Come, And your names shall be etched into history, not as pawns but as men who rose with fire and blood. The silence thickened, every word twisting deeper into them. The only sound was the slow, uncertain shuffling as some glanced at one another, the crack in their disbelief widening. Battle-hardened men, in the face of strong royal blood, hesitated to kneel. A voice broke the quiet from somewhere in the crowd, rough and skeptical. You'll conquer the Iron Throne. The man's face twisted with disbelief, and he scoffed. You and what army? Even if we follow, we're just 1,000 men. That seemed to strike doubt in the people who had started believing. Prince Aberon was frowning, staring at me as if wondering what I'd respond with. I felt the smirk stretch over my lips as I raised my hand, holding his gaze. What army? In one smooth motion, I clenched my fingers, tearing through the air. The crack was sharp and jagged, a rip in reality. The air around us quivered, and then it broke wide as Viserion burst forth, a force of heat and fury in golden scales. Her wings spread wide, her roar cutting through the night, a flash of fire painting the sky red. Gasps, shouts, some staggered back, some fell to their knees, eyes wide and faces pale as they watched her rise, her scales glinting like molten gold. A dragon. They were staring at Myth. Viserion circled overhead, her wings cutting through the air with power that made the ground shudder. Every beat of her wings commanded awe and terror. Prince Aberon had shot up on his feet, his shock raw, eyes locked on the sky, lips parted as if he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. He looked at me, face pale with shock, and then his lips widened ever so slowly. A grin broke over his face, wild and unrestrained, a glint of madness in his eye. I didn't lower my hand as I spoke, my voice loud, steady. Allow me to apologize. I lied when I said I was the last living dragon, I said, a smirk slipping into my voice. I looked at Prendal, who'd annoyed me quite a bit earlier. I turned to Viserion, smiling. Dracarys, I commanded, and she breathed fire at Prendal. Too shocked to dodge, the man burned off to crisps as he screamed. Dario had run off to the side, watching the scene with wide eyes. Everyone was watching the scene with similar gazes. Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a human. You've received experience points. With what army? You asked. I faced the man who'd questioned me earlier. He fell back, unable to bear my gaze, and swallowed. With my dragon, who will tower over the largest of castles in a year. With her, I have armies of hundreds of thousands in no time. But I need loyal men to make the first strike, and I want you to feel lucky that I've chosen you lots over any other option. The crowd stayed silent, awe and disbelief mixing in the air as Viserion roared, flame licking the night. Prince Aberon's wide grin grew wilder, something raw and reckless in his expression. Kinvera stepped beside me, silent but her presence bright. Her hand slipped through my arm as she looked out at the crowd. The second sons stared at us, their faces shifting between fear, wonder, and something else, something fierce, something loyal. In their eyes, I could see it. The spark of fire that had been waiting for someone to stoke it back to life. I had succeeded in my mission. Chapter 9, Strategy of Dragons. The firelight danced over the faces gathered around, throwing shadows across their eyes as if to mask the calculations spinning behind them. The tent was open to the night air, its flaps rustling faintly, while the crackling torches cast a warm, flickering glow on the faces of those in attendance. Somewhere in the distance, the low hum of camp life played out, though here in this space, we might as well have been a world apart. I greet the High Priestess of the Red Temple of Volantis. Prince Aberon's voice rang with surprising formality, the flame of truth, the light of wisdom, and first servant of the Lord of Light. He lowered his head slightly, a respectful nod that bordered on a bow. I thought it was you, but I wasn't sure. Allow me to apologize for those lousy bastards, manners from earlier. Whoa, that's a lot of titles. I didn't know she was the first servant of R'hllor. Just how old was she? Kinvera's lips curled in amusement as she raised a slender hand as if to wave away the matter. Oh, please, Prince, she replied lightly, her voice lilting. They've already returned to the Lord. A subtle gleam in her eye suggested she took more satisfaction in that fact than she let on. I watched the exchange with muted interest. Here we were, an open tent, the torches holding back the night, the distant murmur of the camp all but drowned out by the significance of conversation in this space. I could feel it settling around me like a cloak. These men, these warriors, half of them already belonged to me in name and loyalty, but I knew they needed something more, something that tied their purpose to a future worth believing in. They needed their king to show them results for all their hearts to move. This is a very pleasant meeting, Prince Oberyn, I said, shifting my gaze to meet his. The last of the Targaryens haven't forgotten the friendship of the Dornishmen. As such, I was thinking of visiting Dorne soon. Who knew I'd meet the Red Viper of Dorne here? Oberyn's smile grew, its warmth almost alarming. Of course. You have no idea how glad I am to hear that. My niece, your fiancée, she misses you dearly. That was polite fiction at best. I knew about her character, and although not in depth, it was enough for me to know that was a lie. If Arianne Martell missed me at all, it was likely because of what my name represented, not because of who I was. She could have been the Queen of Westeros. If that engagement had remained, after all. Still, the words were meant kindly enough, and they fit his role well. I allowed a small smile to play on my lips. As far as I'm aware, that engagement has been broken by the Martells, I said with a softer smile, and he shook his head. Only in front. You have to understand that we had no choice but to play by the new king's rules. Now that Robert is dead and you have risen with your head held high, I'm certain my brother will be happy to reignite the marriage, he smirked. Or you can have one of my daughters. They're a little venomous, but I'm sure a dragon will manage. I laughed, and he laughed along, raising a glass of wine at me. I held back my thoughts from forming on my lips, returned the gesture, and sipped my own drink. Kinvara shifted beside me, her attention turning to Oberyn. It eases my worries to see you guys get along. As you might have guessed, Prince Oberyn, I have chosen to support Viserys, the rightful king, in his cause, she said, her voice carrying a calming conviction. The Lord of Light shines brightly upon his path, and so I shall help him reclaim the Iron Throne. Delight flickered across Oberyn's face. The High Priestess of the Red Temple backing a Targaryen, he murmured, his eyes dancing. It sounds like the gods might be real after all, he burst out laughing and looked at me again, an unspoken question lingering behind his gaze. After a while, the conversation drifted to small talk and questions about trivial matters. But the air between us was coiled, stretched thin as we waited to address what really mattered. Finally, it was Ellaria, seated beside Oberyn with her dark, perceptive eyes, who leaned forward, her voice low. My prince likes you, that is good. But, tell me, Targaryen, what exactly are your next plans? She glanced around at the encampment. Westeros is fractured. The 5 kings each scrape against one another, drawing more blood than sense. Your new soldiers are an impressive bunch, I'll admit, since my prince was a part of Second Sons before, but they're just 1,000 men. It's spare change against 5 kingdoms. Dorne will support you, Oberyn added, but she has a point. I believe we'll need a larger army to make that throne yours. I met his gaze, letting a slight smile play on my lips as I took a sip of wine, the rich taste curling over my tongue. An army isn't an issue, Prince, I said with quiet confidence. Elsewhere, someone else is building an army for me. I'll just need to wait. In the meantime, I just have to get involved in Westeros, politics and this ridiculous war. Ellaria tilted her head, brow lifting in a half-skeptical, half-amused look. Involved in politics, she echoed in a voice full of doubt. Without an army, that sounds like the sort of plan that gets men like you killed. I couldn't help but laugh softly. You're right, Lady Ellaria. But I'm not going to fight armies by myself. Not yet, at least. I let the last word settle, a touch of gravity pulling them down. I'm going to let the kings destroy each other while I stay in the shadows, nudging them along. When they've drained themselves dry, I'll arrive, not as the beggar prince but as a king with an army at my back. That was precisely the plan. Joffrey Baratheon, Stannis Baratheon, Renly Baratheon, Balon Greyjoy, and Robb Stark. These so-called 5 kings grew ahead after the passage of Robert Baratheon. Thanks to my knowledge from the TV show, I knew more than enough points to remove or move around, which could change the entire field we were playing at. Prince Oberyn leaned back, his brow creasing. Moving between camps, sowing discord, it sounds clever in theory. But you're no shadow assassin. You're a Targaryen. Your main source of power is your dragon. You can't stay hidden. I nodded, appreciating the doubt. It gave me the chance to make my point all the clearer. Without a word, I drew a dagger from thin air, letting it appear between my fingers as if plucked from the night itself, and tossed it toward him. Oberyn caught it, surprise flickering across his face. I pointed at my chest. Throw it at my heart, I said simply. Trust me. The tent held its breath. Oberyn hesitated, then lifted his arm. I'm a better marksman, Ellaria interjected smoothly, taking the dagger from him. Her eyes gleamed with reckless mischief as she looked at me. A heartbeat later, her arm whipped forward, the blade hurtling toward my chest. The dagger struck, but instead of piercing flesh, it dropped to the ground with a dull thud as if it had hit an invisible wall. Silence rippled across the tent, broken only by the soft clink of metal against the earth. Elaria raised a brow. You're wearing armor, aren't you? Her lips curved in amusement. That's cheating. I held her gaze, then lifted my shirt, revealing bare skin beneath. No armor, nothing but the slight rise and fall of my breathing. Elaria frowned, her eyes narrowing in curiosity, and then picked up a knife from the fruit bowl beside her. She tossed it again, and this time, it brushed my skin before falling once more, impotent. Believe me when I say, I continued, letting my shirt drop back into place, that I'm not invincible. But my defenses are greater than most. It is touching seeing you worry for me, but I have special powers, Prince. Although I was sure an arrow could still pierce me from a close enough distance, I didn't need to explain that. And my methods will allow me to slip between the cracks unnoticed, stir the fire, and disappear before anyone suspects. Abarin and Elaria exchanged glances and then gave me slow, cautious nods. Elaria Sand appeared quite humbled and was now eyeing me with a slutty look. I ignored it. Abarin's lips quirked with a faint smile. I find myself intrigued, Viserys. You can bring things in and out of thin air, and you have skin thicker than armor. It all makes me very curious, but more than that, it makes me feel safe. I can rest assured without worrying. All right then, I'll take the bait. I agree with your plan. I'll arrange for all of us to travel to Dorne, including the 1,000 Second Sons. There, they can rest, waiting for the call, while you stir the pot in the War of Five Kings. Thank you, Prince Abarin, I said genuinely. I trusted the man. If someone questioned his loyalty to the Targaryens, they'd fail to disprove his hate for the Lannisters. That made him an easy friend. But I have a question, he said, his gaze sharpening as he sipped rich wine. Earlier, you mentioned someone else is building an army for you. What did you mean by that? I held his gaze, then let my eyes drift upward, gesturing for him to follow my line of sight. The night sky stretched out above us, studded with stars. Look. Beyond the dissipating red comet, two more fiery trails blazed through the darkness, brighter and newer. My sister, I said softly, my voice edged with a touch of reverence, doesn't share the abilities I do. So I left 2 dragon eggs with her, precious gifts, waiting for the right moment. Those lines in the sky. I watched the understanding dawn on his face, the widening of his eyes, are proof. She has awakened them. A stunned silence filled the tent, thick and heavy. Three dragons. Abarin whispered, more to himself than anyone. Prince Abarin, his whore, and Kinvara all understood the implications of my words. No matter what the rumor about me and my sister's animosity was, they'd believe my words more than those rumors. To them, she and I were working together. I'll let the plot in Essos move as the original. My dearest Dany would carve her way through Essos, building a force while I bring Westeros to its knees. And when the right time came, I'd reunite with my dear sister and make her submit. Together, we'd claim what was ours. Far above, the stars shifted, and the comet's tail stretched wider across the sky, a silent reminder that for all my plans, the fire I intended to unleash was a force beyond any of them. Chapter 10. Dorne, Sunspear. The morning mist clung to the ship as it cut through the water, the distant silhouette of Volantis fading into a faint smudge on the horizon. I leaned on the deck's railing, the cool ocean breeze slipping through my hair, carrying the last traces of Volantis with it. It had a strange way of pulling my mind back, if only for a moment, making me think about the power I'd gathered there and the alliances I'd secured. I watched the city shrink, its temples and towers dissolving into the haze. No part of me felt nostalgic. I'd done what I needed to, and that place was behind me now. Viserion flew around me, soaring the sea, catching a fish with her claws. She was growing. She grew faster when I let her out. Tyrion Lannister's theory about the caged dragons might be true. After all, footsteps clicked against the deck, breaking my thoughts. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Kinvara's presence was almost a tangible heat radiating before she even reached my side. Missing Volantis already? She teased, her voice as light as the breeze. A laugh escaped me. Shouldn't I be asking you that? It's the home to your church, after all, I said, glancing down at her. I wasn't exactly expecting you to tag along. Oh my king, why will I not tag along? Any other priestess can do the church's work. But this matter can only come to fruit through me. She leaned against me, her hand trailing up to rest on my shoulder, fingers pressing just enough to remind me she wasn't fragile. I'm hurt. Are you already pushing me away? Her eyes glinted with mischief. Or are you just so eager to meet your little fiancé? Hey, I'm glad you're coming along, I replied, my gaze drifting back to the open water. I'm going to need your powers, Kinvara. And as for my fiancé, well, we'll see. Oh please, she said, giggling as she pushed herself against my body. Princess Arianne Martell wasn't a character I was familiar with. She was a character that only existed in the A Song of Ice and Fire books, not in the Game of Thrones TV show. But my nerd of a friend back in my old life had once mentioned her in passing, describing Arianne Martell with no small amount of enthusiasm. Apparently, she was an eager girl, someone who found her way around men even before she'd come of age. Well, what did I expect from a Dornish woman? Absolute whores. My mind drifted briefly. I wasn't walking into Dorne expecting a delicate flower. Still, the engagement, whether it could be rekindled. I didn't think so. I didn't want to, anyway. Her reputation aside, she had a personality problem. She was a brat. The name, Viserys Targaryen, will soon be far larger than Dorne. So why must I tie myself down to a Dornish princess then? The marriage of the Viserys Targaryen can be used as a negotiating tool in the future. So, I was leaning towards not letting the engagement relight. But we'll see. Kinvara shifted, her body pressing closer, eyes holding that teasing gleam. Aren't you worried? I said, smirking. The men are staring. What will they think, seeing a priestess behaving like this? Let them think whatever they want. Unless their stares scare you. Her voice was low, and her hand trailed down my chest as though daring me to make a move. A scoff left my lips as I lifted my hand, letting it fall with a swift spank across her curvy ass. She gasped, arching toward me, her smirk deepening as my hand lingered, squeezing her firmly. Let's take this to my chambers, I murmured, grabbing her hand and leading her below deck. She laughed softly, her fingers lacing with mine as I pulled her through the narrow corridor, pushing open the door to the dim room. I let her go, watching as she staggered a step, her lips curved in a challenging smirk. Without a word, I shoved her back onto the bed, her robes falling in disarray around her as she hit the mattress. Ah, she gasped, looking shocked, and then giggled. Oh, the dragon's aggressive today, she said, and my eyes traced her form. The cloth slipped from her shoulder, bearing just enough to stir that heat. She looked up, the shadows of the room casting her eyes in a dark gleam, her smile daring me. I didn't need a second invitation as I yanked her clothes apart and started ravaging her into a moaning mess. The desert seemed endless, a vast sea of dunes that had carried us for days. The sun was a half-buried coin on the horizon, painting the sands in shades of gold and red. Ahead, Sunspear finally took shape, its towers breaking the sky like the jagged teeth of some ancient beast. From this distance, it felt unreal, half mirage, half truth. I kept my face wrapped, a piece of cloth hiding everything but my eyes, while the wig scratched against my scalp. Beside me, Kinvara rode in silence, her form cloaked from head to toe, her presence subdued. Neither she nor I wanted to catch attention. We were shadows in the desert, trailing behind Prince Aberon and Elaria Sand, while the second sons followed in disciplined silence. Aberon cast a glance back, catching my gaze with a smirk. Quite the sight, isn't it? His voice was tinged with pride. I could understand why. That is Sunspear, my home. She's protected on 3 sides by the sea and on the 4th by the Shadow City. To those who don't belong, she's a labyrinth, a trap. But to the Dornishmen, she's as open as the sky. I watched the city grow closer, the walls high as if to touch the sky. A meticulous work of art, I replied, and it was a genuine compliment. It was an Arabian masterpiece of a city from the Middle Ages. Your home's a painting, Prince. Aberon's smirk deepened at my words. Compliments did charming work on anyone. That's one way of putting it. But as beautiful as Dorne is, the Dornishmen are strong. We're survivors. And our enemies always make the mistake of forgetting that. He liked to talk about his people, and I was glad to humor him since those same men were going to fight for me soon. We traveled the rest of the path in small talk. As we approached, the outer city, Sunspear's shadow, unfolded around us. Narrow streets wound like veins, packed with people who stopped to watch us pass. They whispered to each other, some even calling out Aberon's name. They adored the man. Eyes lingered on our procession, a curious gaze that only grew sharper as they noticed the armed men marching in our wake. But there was no fear, not with a baron at the head. The Dornish held him in their gaze as one would watch the desert sun, daring it to burn them but never turning away. If not for his adventurous nature, Prince Aberon would have ruled Dorne far better than his brother. We reached the gates soon after that as Aberon spoke. That imposing structure is the threefold gate, he said, nudging his chin toward the structure that had doors stacked like shields guarding the heart of Sunspear. The old palace looms beyond. Can you see? I can, I nodded. The royal castle spires reached up like defiant fists, crowned by the spear tower and the great dome tower of the sun. The weight of Dorne's legacy pressed down on us as we rode forward. Image here, a guard stepped out from the gate, bowing low as he addressed Aberon. Welcome back, Prince Aberon, he greeted, the respect in his voice clear, though his eyes flicked briefly over the rest of us, lingering on the second sons. Shall I arrange quarters for your company? Aberon chuckled, dismissing the formality with a wave. Yes, make sure they're shown to proper quarters. They're the men of this important friend I've brought alone, and I don't want my men getting lost in the alleys. Wouldn't want them spooking the locals, now would we? Dario Naharis took that as his cue, guiding his horse to my side with a chuckle. His gaze, as usual, bordered on insolence. My lord, he murmured, bowing his head with that exaggerated flourish of his. You know where to find me should you need me. I gave him a brief nod, and he pulled back, blending into the parade as the guards guided the second sons to the place they'd be staying. In the meantime, some other guards moved to escort us toward the old palace. Beautiful place, Kinvera brought her horse closer and said. First time coming here? I asked. She shook her head. No, I've visited Dorne before, a long time ago. She said and smiled at me, making me raise an eyebrow. We stayed close, silent, as we entered the palace grounds, leaving the sounds of the city behind. Within the walls, Sunspear's age and legacy seemed to seep from every stone, like a silent declaration that it would endure long after we were gone. Welcome, a baron turned to me and said. To the old castle. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the faint trace of flowers from hidden gardens. The halls swallowed sound, our steps muffled as if the palace itself held its breath. And then we reached the chamber, where Doran Martell sat waiting, a man carved by the years, his body confined to a wheelchair, yet his gaze as sharp and watchful as a hawk. Beside him stood a giant of a man, dark-skinned. Areo Hoda noticed my gaze and stared back. He was as tall as the hound but larger. Quite imposing to look at. A baron dismounted with fluid grace, spreading his arms wide, his grin full of boyish mischief that belied his age. Brother, he called, his voice warm. A baron, you're back from your vacation. Doran Martell smiled at his younger brother, his gaze flickering to Elaria who nodded in respect. I thought you'd remain there for a bit longer. I was planning to. But after hearing the situation in Westeros, the one too many people calling themselves kings, I couldn't remain still, a baron said and then grinned. Brother, I bring you a gift. One so precious I didn't dare trust the news to a raven. Doran's gaze moved from a baron to us, his expression unreadable. His eyes lingered on Kinvera, and I saw the flicker of unease in his face. She slowly took off the robe that hid her face, and Doran's eyes widened. He tried to hide his reaction but didn't quite succeed. A red priestess, he murmured, his tone carefully neutral, though the distaste wasn't lost on me. The Dornishmen worshipped the seven gods, after all. Kinvera only smiled, inclining her head with a serenity that bordered on mockery. The Lord of Light's blessings upon you, Prince Doran, she said softly, her voice smooth as silk but carrying an edge that made Doran's fingers twitch on the armrest of his chair. I smirked at that exchange. I was starting to like her antics. Much of her priest talk was just jabbing at people, it was funny. Thankfully, my face was hidden, so the smirk went unnoticed. Doran inclined his head in acknowledgement, his eyes wary. But then his gaze turned to me, curiosity mingling with suspicion as he looked into my eyes. I assume it's him who's the gift, he said, dismissing the idea that Kinvera could be the said gift. Yes, it is him, a baron said, turning to me. I slowly took off the cloth that wrapped my face. I let it fall, watching Doran stare at me carefully. He didn't recognize me yet. Then I reached for the edge of the wig. With a single motion, I pulled it free, letting my silver hair fall loose, the stark color catching the torchlight. Gasps rippled through the guards, a whisper of recognition passing through the air. Prince Doran's eyes trembled. I took a step forward, meeting Doran's gaze directly, a faint smile playing on my lips. Prince Doran, I greeted, bowing my head slightly. He's Viserys Targaryen, the blood of the conqueror. Kinvara stepped forward to introduce me. I like that. The words lost their weight if I was the one to introduce myself all the time. He's come here not as a stranger but as an old friend. The silence that followed was absolute, the weight of my words settling like stone. Doran's expression tightened, his gaze cutting through me like a blade. His eyes held mine, and for a moment, I could see the conflict there, the way his mind turned over the implications. And then, with a small, resigned nod, he accepted the truth of what stood before him. Something big was going to hit Westeros, even the crippled prince could tell. Chapter 11, Princess Arianne Martell. The late afternoon sun filtered through the lattice windows of the old palace, casting a warm, golden hue over the chamber. Fruits sat heaped in bowls, figs, pomegranates, and grapes glistening like jewels, while a baron leaned back in his chair, stretching his long legs in a posture as relaxed as his gaze. He plucked a grape and popped it into his mouth, his eyes twinkling with barely concealed mischief as he watched his brother. Across from him, Doran sat upright, fingers folded, his gaze distant and wary. So, brother, a baron started, his tone almost playful, what do you think of my gift? Doran sighed, rubbing a hand over his temple. Perhaps it's wiser to take a bath before we discuss this. You've been riding through the sands, and surely even you need rest. A baron laughed. Rest. I've waited too long to bring this up. Besides, I've already sent word for Arianne. She'll be here any moment. He leaned back, his smile fading only slightly. I can't contain myself. Dorne has slept long enough, perhaps it's time. Doran's expression tightened. He didn't seem to like the implications behind those words. This will bring Dorne into open war, a baron, he said. Are you prepared for that? Do you really want that? For innocent Dornishmen to die for a meaningless war? A baron's gaze sharpened, and he leaned forward, his fingers pressing against the table. Brother, it wouldn't be a meaningless war. Do you truly not want revenge? Against those sick Lannisters. A Lannister bastard sits on the throne right now, it's the best of any time to seek revenge. The man I brought to Sunspear doesn't only have dragon blood in name, he has a real dragon. Doran raised an eyebrow, an expression of pure skepticism coloring his features. The last dragon that lived was the size of a kitten when it died. I don't distrust you if you say he has a dragon, but if he does, and I haven't seen him when he met it, it must have been hiding in his robes. The size of a kitten, this one too. Such a small creature is hardly the weapon we need. A baron. A baron fell silent, and Doran continued, his voice soft but firm, I remember Rhaegar. I remember his cause and the ruin it brought. His jaw tightened, words carrying the weight of old grudges. But Viserys, from all I've heard, he's no Rhaegar Targaryen. He's a broken man, a boy who sold his sister to savages and ran when he lost control. What kind of king abandons his blood for a crown? We at Dorne don't sell off little girls, do we, little brother? A baron's face grew stony, a rare hardness settling in his eyes. I thought the same, brother. But you're wrong. This Viserys is no coward, not anymore. Perhaps the rumors painted him weak deliberately, or perhaps he's just changed. But he's far from the man in those rumors. I've seen him fight, and I, a Baron Martell, was impressed with the way he held a spear. He held Doran's gaze unblinking. He carries the fire of our old allies, their blood and their fire, and if you give him a chance, I'll have him show you. His dragon too. Doran shook his head, a faint smile barely tugging at the corner of his mouth as if humoring a baron despite his better judgment. He'd always done that. A baron knew his older brother adored him a lot. That was why he humored his potentially bad decisions many times. And if he allowed that this time too, Doran wouldn't regret it. For you, I'll entertain this, a baron. But his presence here must be kept a secret. I've no desire to invite trouble from King's Landing. He paused, his voice dropping to a murmur. If he's worth the trouble you believe him to be, we'll see it soon enough. A baron nodded. His brother was a cautious man, but contrary to what some people believed, he was not a spineless coward. A baron loved him for that. Just then, steady and fast footsteps echoed down the corridor. Both men looked to the door as Princess Arianne strode in, a gorgeous lady, her presence a burst of color and confidence that lit the chamber. She wore deep green silks failing to cover her white blouse, adorned with gold jewelry, her skin bronzed by the Dornish sun. The dark-haired girl's gaze was as sharp and knowing as her uncle's. Uncle, she called out, breaking into a wide grin as she crossed the room. She threw her arms around Oberyn in a swift embrace, her laugh light and genuine. Back from another adventure, I see. Oberyn chuckled, returning the embrace and giving her a fond pat on the shoulder. More or less, he said, his voice softening. And how is my brilliant niece? Arianne pulled back, flashing a mischievous smile. Bored, mostly. You know how it is here in Sunspear. Endless courtiers and games of Syvas, no adventures to speak of. When will you take me on an adventure again? She threw a teasing glance at Doran. Oberyn laughed, but Doran's face grew somber as he watched them, his eyes shifting back to Oberyn with an unspoken question. Sensing the shift, Arianne glanced between them, her smile fading slightly. All right, what is this about? She asked, her gaze narrowing. Why the sudden summons? Doran remained silent, his fingers interlocked as he leaned forward, watching her with the careful, calculated look he reserved for moments of significance. But it was Oberyn who spoke. The man's voice turned serious, his gaze fixed on her face. Arianne, my dearest niece, he began slowly, his words deliberate, do you remember the engagement you had as a little girl? The one that was broken. Arianne's brows drew together, confusion flashing across her face as she searched her memory. She looked at Oberyn and then back at her father. A glint of recognition passed by her gaze, and her expression hardened as understanding settled over her. Arianne's eyes trembled. Arianne Martell was mad. The free skies and scorching sands of Dorne, the warmth of Sunspear where she ruled as a free woman, these were her inheritance. And yet here she was, feeling those freedoms squeezed tight as her guardians toyed with the idea of her marriage to a Targaryen. Why the hell are they doing this? Her ex-fiancé was a man who might not even live long enough to wear a crown, a coward with a reputation as ragged as his family's ruins. The idea of being tied to a man she was sure would perish in this war of 5 kings was maddening. But her uncle, the ever-reckless Red Viper of Dorne, wanted her to consider it. He believed Viserys might be worth a second look. Perhaps he's not the same as the rumors. At least meet him for yourself and see. Her uncle had said before she left the meeting chambers. But as much as Arianne loved her uncle, she knew better than to trust Oberyn's whims when it came to other people's lives. But, she sighed, shaking her head. It'd be a lie to say I don't feel a little greedy. Indeed, the whispers of ambition tugged at her thoughts. She could feel the allure of what such a marriage might bring. Queen. Not just the princess ruler of Dorne that she was destined to become, but the queen of the 7 realms. It was intoxicating to imagine a throne beyond Sunspear, to feel the weight of the Iron Throne beneath her, her voice ruling over more than just the sands. The allure of power and the weight of her uncle's request, both had her trapped. That was why she hadn't screamed or lashed out yet. She would meet him first and see for herself. This supposed beggar king. And so, now, she followed Sir André Dalt down Old Palace's shadowed corridors, the setting sun casting a molten gold light through narrow windows. Her steps felt heavier, the moment drawing close as she prepared herself. At least I hope he's not ugly, even if he's a coward. Soon, they stopped in front of a door, and Sir André knocked, his gaze averted in the respectful way he knew she preferred. A voice called from inside, low and unhurried, come in. She sighed, then pushed the door open, eyes scanning the dim room. She blinked, and then her breath hitched as she caught sight of the shirtless figure by the window. The silver-haired man's back was broad and muscled, slightly wet from the bath he must have taken, catching the waning light lit by the setting sun. He didn't turn right away. He lingered there, facing the sun, his profile cast in shadow. When he finally turned, her gaze traced the lines of his chiseled jaw, strong and angled, sharp against the soft light. The fury that had simmered in her chest shifted and softened. Just a little. Princess Arianne allowed a small smile. Sir André, she murmured, a dismissive nod toward the night, you can leave. Her eyes remained locked on Viserys as she stepped inside, closing the door quietly behind her. In a matter of seconds, her anger was replaced with a glimmer of curiosity. Chapter 12, The Clash of Ideals. Dorne was a beautiful place. Unlike Volantis, which stank of overpopulation, iron shackles, and men's greed, Dorne was alive, a free, raw beauty that didn't hide its edges. The sunset poured its last light through my window, dyeing the sky with an amber glow. But that hardly mattered to me now. The true view stood before me. Princess Arianne Martell. Princess Arianne, I greeted, a slight smile playing at my lips as she approached with that dangerous grace Dornishwomen had perfected. I took her hand, bowing my head to brush my lips across her knuckles. Prince Viserys. Her voice was rich, layered with interest and amusement as she withdrew her hand, silver eyes meeting mine. Her smile lingered, and I could see why men lost themselves over her. She was beautiful and hot-tempered, both a pleasure and a danger. Then we exchanged pleasantries. It was a formality that neither of us truly believed in but performed out of habit. She asked how I liked Dorne, her eyes flicking over me as though searching for whatever truth lay beneath my words. I took a slow breath, giving her a smile as I began. Dorne, I said, glancing toward the open window where the last hints of sunset streaked the sky with hues of orange and gold, is a place of undeniable beauty that is impossible to capture in words. It has an edge to it, a rawness that feels untamed yet elegant. I held her gaze. The sands are relentless, sculpting this land in ways that make it unforgiving for outsiders, but there's beauty in that. The dunes, the oasis towns, the freedom in the air, every corner seems to hide something wild and enchanting. Arianne raised an eyebrow, the faintest of smiles playing on her lips as if she was both amused and intrigued. A poetic observation, Prince Viserys. I wasn't expecting that, she said, her voice carrying a hint of tease. But Dorne isn't merely the land. There's more to it than the dunes and sunsets. I leaned in slightly, letting my gaze linger on her with unmistakable intent. I know, I replied, my voice low. In fact, the most beautiful part of Dorne is not the land or its landscapes. My gaze dropped, trailing over her as if tracing the curves of the dunes themselves, and then rose to meet her eyes. It's a beauty that walks among the sands, sharp as the sun yet soft as the evening breeze. The kind that could make a man forget himself if he's not careful. Did anyone tell you how beautiful your eyes are? She laughed softly, though her gaze held a glimmer of interest, her pride clearly piqued. Such sweet words, Prince, she murmured. I must admit, you're different from what I've heard. I smiled, catching the faint trace of surprise in her expression. I felt bad for the words I'd tell her soon. Is it such a surprise, Princess? Her lips curved, her expression turning both coy and daring. Dorne is beautiful, but, she let her words hang, her gaze drifting downward to my bare chest before she met my eyes again, amusement flashing in her gaze. I suppose it's a bit warmer here than in other places, isn't it? Sorry, I chuckled, apologizing as I ran a hand through my hair. I had just taken a shower and wasn't expecting company. I'll throw on a shirt if you'd prefer. Oh, no, she glanced at my chest, then shrugged, her lips curving. I think you're just fine as you are. I caught the slight rise of her brow, the unspoken dare. She was testing the water, assessing me, but I'd already decided I wasn't here to charm her. Her attention was flattering, but I had no intention of lowering myself by pretending to worship the freedom she dressed herself in. More importantly, though, she began, how did you know I was Arianne? I could have been any woman walking through that door. I chuckled, shaking my head. I've heard stories about you, Princess. Stories of your revealing tastes. I let my smile fade, my gaze hardening as I added, only one person in this palace dresses like a whore while being accompanied by a knight. Turns out I was right. Her smile faltered, surprise flashing across her face. I saw the slight flicker of anger before she caught herself, recovering with a restrained smile. I heard you spent a lot of time in Essos. I imagine jokes there are different. I laughed, taking a step back to the table piled with fruits. I plucked an apple and bit into it, savoring her glare as I kept my back to her. I could feel her eyes on me, and it was clear she hadn't expected this. She wasn't used to being treated with anything less than reverence. That night you brought with you, Sir Andre, isn't it? I said, glancing at her over my shoulder, a smirk on my lips. He was looking at you like he wanted to fuck you right then and there. Maybe he already has. I won't be surprised given your dressing sense and rumors. Unfortunately, I like my women, well, a bit less public about it. The silence was sharp, and I could feel her mood shift, her interest replaced with something colder. It was a pity, really. If only she'd come in here with the disdain she'd left with, that would have been simpler. Her interest only made it sadder, the crush fading from her eyes, replaced by something bitter and disappointed. The rumors failed to capture just how foul your personality is. Her eyes narrowed, a look of contempt hardening her gaze. She sounded angry. Since you seem to care so much about coverings, I think you can throw on a shirt now. Or do you hold that bare chests on men are somehow different from a woman's exposed skin? I've always hated how differently men and women are judged. It seems you are no different from the rest of them, Prince Viserys. I chuckled, biting into the apple, savoring its sweetness before tossing it back on the table. Men and women have their places, their roles. It's not a matter of looking down on you. We just aren't the same. I shrugged, my tone dismissive, already tiring of the subject. I didn't care to explain myself to her. It was her problem if she didn't like it. Her eyes remained fixed on me, her anger simmering beneath her gaze. Well, she said with a curt nod, turning sharply on her heel and striding toward the door without another word. She didn't bother hiding her fury, the insult simmering in her step as she swept from the room, leaving the air thick with her resentment. I watched her go, letting the false smile of arrogance drop the door shut behind her. I munched on my apple. It's a shame, really. She'd been the easiest way to pull Dorne to my side, the quickest route to gaining support from Prince Doran and the Dornish army. I knew how this looked, pushing away a simple solution, an engagement that could give me everything. But I had my own set of ideals. For a marriage, I wouldn't settle for a woman who paraded herself like that. No, dressing sense was one thing, character another. She was a whore. I wasn't going to get engaged to a whore, no matter if people called me a hypocrite. Now, I'd have to figure out a different way to gain Dorne's support. Arianne Myrtell's head burned with rage. How dare he insult her like that? The audacity of that man, standing there with his dismissive tone and those piercing, relaxed arrogant eyes. Her hands clenched into fists as she stalked down the corridors, barely noticing the guards and attendants who quickly stepped aside to avoid her wrath. When she reached the meeting chamber, she pushed the doors open a bit too hard for royal etiquette. Inside, her father and uncle were still talking, but her uncle Oberyn had freshly bathed, his hair still damp, leaning back with a look of ease. Doran looked as he always did, quiet and contemplative. When she stormed in, her father's gaze sharpened with curiosity, and Oberyn smiled. "Oh, you're back already," her uncle began, but she cut him off, fixing her father with a hard stare. "Father," she said, her voice tight, "I feel dishonored by this meeting with my ex-fiancé, Viserys Targaryen. He is just like every other arrogant man from outside Dorne, and I refuse to entertain any marriage with him. I am not going to marry someone who looks down on women, someone who would," her voice faltered with frustration. "He called me a whore in all but name." Doran blinked, taken aback by her vehemence. He turned his gaze to Oberyn, who cleared his throat, looking away from her while holding back a shrug. "Maybe I should have prepared you," Oberyn muttered, running a hand through his hair. "The prince isn't exactly subtle with his words. Men from powerful lineages are often arrogant. Plus you have to understand the culture he comes from too. To them, Dornish men and women are, well, not holy." Doran shook his head with a sigh. "Arianne, you don't have to marry someone you don't like." His voice was calm, even gentle. "I have no intention of selling my daughter for a political marriage, certainly not one that brings us no benefit." Arianne felt her anger flare again, but not toward her father. Her father's measured words and his unyielding refusal to sacrifice her for mere strategy were reassuring. She was more than relieved knowing that she wouldn't be forced to marry that bastard. Yet she couldn't shake the humiliation of that encounter, the dismissive way Viserys had spoken as if she were something cheap and unworthy. "No," she said, her voice steeling as she straightened. "That's not enough." Doran shook his head. "We can't punish him for running his mouth. He's still a Targaryen, and your fiancé, even if that part is a past." "I don't want you to punish him," she said, gathering her breath. "I demand an honor trial of combat against him." Her father stared at her while Oberyn's face fell, his hand rising to pinch the bridge of his nose as he let out a groan. She didn't care if she sounded frustrated. That bastard insulted Esser André Dalt too, didn't he? Tomorrow, Esser André Dalt would wipe his face on the floor. Chapter 13. Can I see your dragon? The air in the old palace thrummed with anticipation, cheers swelling and fading like waves crashing against the ancient stone. Slanted sunlight poured through narrow windows high above, casting golden lines across the gathering. In the courtyard's center, a ring of castle guards stood watch, eyes sharp and fixed on the open ground that would serve as the arena. On the raised platform, Prince Doran Martell sat, his expression calm as his gaze swept over the crowd of Dornishmen below. Beside him, Oberyn lounged, his eyes falling on his daughters, the sand snakes, scattered in the crowd below. When they caught his eye, they nodded with a smile, their glances carrying the same fiery spirit as their father. Near them, Ellaria watched with quiet amusement, her eyes warm as she soaked in the lively, charged energy of the crowd. "This is going to be interesting," she said. "I agree," Kinvara wanted over. She strided to the platform with that peculiar smile of hers, the flames of excitement reflected in her gaze. She inclined her head to the two princes, who nodded back and settled beside them. Quite the lively start to the day, she murmured, her gaze sweeping the arena with a flicker of curiosity. But are you sure about this, Prince Oberyn? You've seen what he can do. Ah, well, Oberyn chuckled, though Doran frowned, a hint of curiosity in his expression. I did request Prince Viserys to go easy. Hopefully, he'll listen. Doran was about to ask what was going on, when the crowd's focus shifted as Princess Arianne made her entrance. Murmurs followed her like ripples, voices low and filled with admiration. They cheered for her, and she waved at them. She moved through the assembly with the graceful ease of one born to be the center of attention, her dark hair catching the sunlight, her gaze steady and sure as she met their eyes. Father, uncle, she greeted the princes, bowing a little, as the crowd's energy seemed to gather around her, rising higher as she took her place beside her father. Kinvera's gaze flicked to Arianne, her smile deepening slightly as she inclined her head. Arianne's response was polite, her nod restrained, though a faint tension edged her lips. Her distaste for the priestess was subtle but not unnoticeable. She didn't like the religion of the god of light, as a follower of the faith of the Seven. Now that the princess is here, begin, Prince Doran said, nudging his chin. Then, a man in dark red robes, a bright sash slung across his chest, stepped forward, the announcer. He raised his hands, and the crowd fell silent, anticipation settling over them like a drawn breath. Today, he proclaimed, his voice echoing across the courtyard, we gather in love of our dear Princess Arianne Martell, whose honor shall be defended in this sacred duel of honor. He paused, letting the crowd's cheers rise once more, then continued. First, we have Esser Andre Dalt. He'll be fighting for our princess. At his words, Esser Andre strode into the circle, his light armor polished, his form imposing with a broad shield in one hand and a long sword in the other. The crowd's roar surged, raised fists, and shouts of support filled the courtyard. Esser Andre, the pride of Lemonwood. The announcer continued, his voice booming with pride. Champion of our princess, who stands to uphold her honor. The cheers intensified, and Esser Andre raised his sword in acknowledgement, his gaze hard and ready. Arianne caught his eye, offering him a nod, her lips curving in a confident smile as she watched him step into position. Dre is a powerful knight, she noted. I can't wait to see that bastard's face when he's thoroughly humiliated. The announcer's tone shifted, an edge of intrigue coloring his voice. And today, he faces a warrior from beyond our shores. A man from Volantis here to challenge those who walk the path of blood and sand. He, who has the second sons at his beck's call, a warrior known as Vis. A figure emerged from the shadows, face half hidden beneath a wrapped cloth. Viserys stepped forward, moving with a casual, almost dismissive grace. Clad in dark clothing, his Targaryen features concealed by a simple wig, he held nothing but a spear. It was an arrogant contrast to Esser Andre's armored form. His stance relaxed, his gaze unflinching. The crowd's murmurs grew, rippling through the courtyard, surprise flashing in their eyes at the sight of this outsider. This man, who was he to question their princess's honor? But as he stood there, calm and assured, those murmurs shifted, turning into enraged and curious cheers as they adjusted to his unbothered confidence. Arianne's gaze narrowed, her irritation tempered by something else, a hint of fear. Here wasn't someone awed by the crowd or the spectacle. No, he moved like he'd already won. How could a coward be so arrogant? Was she reading him wrong since his face was hidden? Now, the announcer's voice rose over the crowd. Let the duel begin. The courtyard held its breath as Esser Andre settled into a solid stance, shield up, sword ready. Across from him, Viserys twirled his spear, his grip so loose it seemed careless, his lips curving in a smirk under the cloth mask. The tension thickened, drawn tight as Andre launched forward, his blade slicing down toward Viserys's chest. Viserys sidestepped with ease, letting the sword pass by inches, and flicked his spear lightly against Andre's shield, a playful tap, more a taunt than an attack. Get him for me, Dre. Arianne called, a teasing lilt to her voice, her grin widening as she watched her chosen knight advance. Esser Andre's every step was heavy and deliberate, each swing of his sword powerful and precise. He was a knight that made his allies feel safe, and enemies scared. But Viserys was a shadow, slipping around him, his spear weaving through the air with a smooth elegance that seemed almost mocking. Andre's force was met with nothing but swift, effortless evasion, Viserys darting away each time as if barely invested in the fight. Slippery rat. Frustration flashed in Andre's eyes, his strikes coming harder, his breaths growing rough as he fought to corner his elusive foe. Viserys's expression remained untouched, his eyes looking almost amused. His dodges were a clear taunt, as of mocking and shouting that Andre's strength held no threat here. He was like a spark of lightning dancing on earth. The crowd watched, spellbound, the tension thick as they took in the clash of styles, the brute strength of Ser Andre against Viserys's calm, unbothered agility. Each parry, every fluid sidestep, seemed to underscore the difference between them, and a ripple of realization passed through the spectators as it became obvious who held control. Boring fight, Viserys said when Ser Andre started to pant and slow down. Then, with a swift, calculated sweep, he brought his spear down in a powerful arc, meeting Andre's blade with precise force. Metal rang out, sharp in the silent courtyard, and Andre's sword shattered under the blow, pieces clattering to the ground. Stunned, Ser Andre faltered, his grip slipping as he took a step back, momentarily defenseless. Viserys had already moved, appearing behind him with a swift kick to Andre's back. The knight flew forward, his armored form crashing to the ground as he coughed blood. His weapon lay in pieces beside him as he lay still, dazed in the dust. Viserys rolled his shoulders, a smirk on his lips, his gaze finding Ariane's. He tilted his head, his voice rising over the silence. "So, princess," he called out, his tone filled with mock innocence, "what does it mean, to lose a duel of honor?" Ariane's eyes burned with pride wounded, anger simmering beneath her gaze as she met his challenge. Around them, whispers grew, the crowd murmuring in disbelief. She wished she could see his head on a spike. "I hadn't expected the spoiled princess to feel so insulted she'd demand an honor duel." She was what, 22, and yet so thoroughly coddled. How could someone so thin-skinned hope to rule a land like Dorne? Now I walked beside Prince Oberyn, who was guiding his older brother with one hand. And on the other side of me, with her head dipped low, walked the princess herself, her proud gaze dulled, her expression a tight, stubborn silence. I'd embarrassed her, and it was fun doing so. At least she was quiet now. "Ah, children fighting," Prince Doran said, his voice soft with laughter as he tried to ease the tension with a casual observation. The old Viserys might have taken deep offense at being called a child, but I let it roll off. Doran was simply trying to settle the matter with minimal fuss. But that aside, he added, his tone warming, "You certainly fight well, Prince." I gave a nod, catching his gaze with a faint smile. "If I've learned anything, it's that I fight best when there's something on the line. And it's hard not to enjoy a Dornish duel." Oberyn chuckled, giving his brother a glance. "You've got an instinct for the spear," he said, looking at me with something close to approval. "Your movements are so impressive that it's rare for men not born here." I shrugged, keeping my expression smooth. "I admire the freedom, that's all. Spears are more fun than swords." We walked on, Doran occasionally turning to ask me a question or offer some casual comment. His words were calculated, his tone deceptively mild. He didn't say it directly like Oberyn, but he too was impressed by my spearmanship. It was the reason I hadn't just defeated Ser Andre in the first 10 seconds. Ariane kept to her silence, though I could feel her tension, like the sharp edge of a blade waiting for its chance to strike. After a while, Doran's tone softened into something more curious. "I heard about your dragon, Prince Viserys," he said, his voice laced with a cautious intrigue. "It's been a long time since Dorne has seen such a creature." "Too long, I'd say." He offered a faint smile, a sign of his interest. I glanced at him, a flicker of amusement passing through me. "She's a ravenous one, and she's hungry," I replied. "If I bring her out, she'll likely dart off to hunt. Unless, of course, you happen to have fresh meat at hand." Oberyn laughed, his eyes glinting with understanding. "Fresh meat is easy enough to find here." Doran nodded, his gaze considering. "You're in luck, then. I had some sheep butchered earlier today. They're waiting just nearby, if you would like to show us this dragon of yours." I inclined my head, following the two princes down a narrow passage until we emerged into a courtyard. Several sheep carcasses hung suspended on ropes, their bodies limp and lifeless. Behind them, there was a farm where live sheep were eating grass. It was a sad scene if one thought about it. The air was quiet, tinged with the scent of blood, and the sky above was darkening, casting long shadows over the scene. "Should be enough," I said and stopped before the bodies, glancing between Doran, Oberyn, and Ariane, her gaze fixed ahead. I raised a hand, snapping my fingers. They all watched as the air cracked, splitting open with a shiver as space itself seemed to tear apart. From that rift, a dog-sized figure sprang forward, a flash of glistening scales and sharp talons. My Viserion landed with a quick, silent grace, her eyes bright and hungry as they locked onto the hanging meat. However, she didn't rush to eat that. Instead, she rushed toward the living sheep on the farm behind. She lunged forward, latching onto one of the white furballs with her sharp teeth, tearing into the flesh. A low growl escaped her throat, and a burst of flame followed, charring the sheep with a crisp sizzle before it could even scream. The flames also caught on half a dozen other ships, burning them alive. Arianne gasped as the scent of burning meat filled the courtyard as she tore into her meal, her growls a deep, satisfying rumble. Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a sheep. You've received experience points. Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a sheep. You've received experience points. Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a sheep. Ellipsis. Opening square bracket. You've received experience points. You've leveled up. Level 11. All three of them watched the scene with wide eyes, mouths agape, and faces a mix of awe and fascination. But it was Arianne's expression that caught my eye. Her initial anger melted into something deeper, her gaze wide and transfixed, a look of reverence overtaking her features as she took in the sight of Viserion devouring the meal. The anger that had hardened her gaze softened, replaced by something like reverence, as though she was seeing herself ride the dragon in the future. Her kids doing the same, this was no mere show, no carnival creature on display. It was a dragon, and everyone understood the implication of it. They also understood the fact that it was mine. Chapter 14, The Dornish Plan. The water gardens of Dorne carried a stillness that could lull even the sharpest minds into calm. The soft patter of fountains mingled with the faint cries of children playing in the shaded pools, their laughter bubbling over the low murmur of waves in the distance. Palm trees swayed lightly, their shadows stretching across the tiled paths that wound between the water and the garden's citrus groves. The smell of salt clung to the air, mingling with the fragrance of orange blossoms, while the warm breeze teased the edges of silk curtains hanging from the old palace arches. Doran Martell moved slowly, his steps slow, his frame leaning slightly into a baron's helpful arm. The younger brother had adjusted his natural quick pace to match Doran's measured rhythm. Neither spoke as they left the gardens and ascended into the quiet shade of the palace corridors, where the sun's light softened into dim amber and filtered through windows. Inside a grand chamber, a baron helped Doran onto a low couch. The elder prince sank back with a quiet sigh, one hand resting lightly on the armrest, his other lifting to rub at his temple. So, a baron broke the silence as he leaned against the back of a carved chair, his sharp gaze fixed on his brother. What do you think of him, then? After seeing his fighting style, and that dragon? Doran closed his eyes briefly as if to shut out the weight of a baron's excitement. You said he wants to invade the armies of the 5 kings on his own first? He asked, voice slow and calculated. A baron nodded, failing to hold back a smug smile. That's what he says. Doran opened his eyes again, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Quote. Then I don't see any reason not to support him. A baron's grin widened, his hand clapping briefly against the chair's wooden back as he straightened. So, you agree, he said, the satisfaction clear in his voice. I knew you'd be able to see the opportunity in this, brother. This is going to be big. Doran tilted his head, his smile faint but pointed. I can see that. If he fails, what's lost to us? He asked, his tone soft. If he dies, no one will trace him to Dorne. No one will know he ever stood in our gardens. And the second sons, they'll retreat across the narrow sea, and we'll be left untouched. A baron laughed lightly, a sharp gleam in his eyes. But if he doesn't die, then we gain the Iron Throne, Doran finished, his tone colder now, like a knife's edge hidden in the calm. His eyes locked with a baron's, the faintest flicker of shared ambition passing between them. They weren't interested in the throne because they wanted to rule the realm, but because if they had a king they could trust to sit on the throne, they'd finally be able to deliver justice. We'll get our revenge, a baron added, his voice now low. There was no smile this time, just a raw hunger that lingered beneath his words. The mention of vengeance lingered in the air like smoke. His hand flexed against the back of the chair. You're wiser than me, brother. I know he's strong, but, do you think he's ready? I think, Doran said quietly, that he has no choice but to be. The rumors about him aren't true. He's a strong man, and men like him don't come this far without real fire in their blood. But, fire isn't enough. He paused, looking at his brother with a weighted expression. We'll watch. We'll wait. A baron nodded slowly, but the gleam in his eye hadn't faded. Watching isn't nearly as fun, but I suppose patience has its uses. It always does, Doran murmured. The two brothers sat in silence for a moment, the faint sound of water from the garden seeping into the room like a whisper. Then Doran nodded, and a baron clapped his hands for servants to hear, bring rich liquor. We'll have guests soon. The golden light of the setting sun streamed through the narrow windows of the meeting room, casting shadows across the stone walls. The evening was settling over Dorne, the warm air carrying a stillness that was only broken by the occasional hum of the fountains in the distance. Viserion lay sprawled across my lap, her heavy form rising and falling with her breaths. Every now and then, her exhales came with a faint, sharp snore that sounded more like the crack of a whip than the soft murmur of sleep. It was oddly endearing. Although it worried me for how long I'd be able to hold her with my body. She'd soon become far larger than me, enough to carry me and such. Then again, that wasn't a bad thing. I should be looking forward to it instead. Prince Doran, seated comfortably across from me, observed Viserion with unmasked fascination. His fingers tapped lightly against the armrest of his chair, his expression thoughtful as his gaze swept over her small, scaled form. How big do you think she'll grow? He asked after a moment, breaking the silence. I've had the rare luxury of seeing the skulls of the last dragons in the Red Keep, what little was left of them. They were barely the size of a kitten when they died. But this one, his eyes narrowed slightly as if measuring Viserion's form against his memory. This one is already bigger. Do you have any guesses of how much larger she might become? I glanced down at Viserion, running a hand absent-mindedly over her ridged back. I'm not certain about the exact size, I admitted, though my voice carried an edge of confidence. But she'll grow larger than this castle. Much larger. Doran's brows lifted at that, a flicker of intrigue passing over his features. Beside him, a baron let out a low chuckle, his fingers drumming against the hilt of his spear as he leaned forward slightly. A bold claim, Doran murmured, though there was no disbelief in his tone. Larger than the castle, it would be something to see. It will be, I said simply. I can't wait to see, Kinvara chimed in, smiling. Doran gave a short laugh, shaking his head lightly. Regardless, let us set dragons aside for now. Tell me, Prince Viserys, a baron tells me you intend to challenge the 5 kings. Which of them do you mean to strike first? And how do you envision Dorne aiding your cause? I leaned back slightly, my fingers resting lightly against Viserion's side as I considered his question. The 5 kings, Joffrey Baratheon, Stannis Baratheon, Renly Baratheon, Balon Greyjoy, and Robb Stark. Balon Greyjoy was an afterthought, barely worth the breath it took to think of his name. He was an isolated old fool playing a game too big for him, his influence barely brushing the edges of the mainland. Renly Baratheon was even less of a threat, a pretender doomed to die before he could achieve anything of note. Robb Stark, the young wolf, was a greater concern. His armies were formidable, and his victories had carved his name into the histories already. But Robb Stark, despite his strength, was not my greatest enemy. He was naive, too honorable for his own good, and far too removed from my immediate goals. That left Stannis and Joffrey. Stannis Baratheon had always been a threat. In another time, the original timeline, he would have reached the walls of King's Landing, his claim reinforced by the fire and blood of his faith. If not for Tywin Lannister's intervention, he might have succeeded. My presence, a butterfly effect, might tip the scales in his favor this time, but the true prize was none of them. Like a hawk, my eyes had always been focused on King's Landing itself. Joffrey Baratheon. The bastard sat on the Iron Throne, a boy king bloated with arrogance and cruelty. He would like any of the other 5 kings, but his death wouldn't be soon enough for my liking. That bastard was an irritating bastard, and I wanted him dead now. Both for what I'd witnessed in the show and also because of my pride as Viserys hated him the most since it was he who sat on the throne right now. Additionally, to strike King's Landing would be to strike at the heart of the realm. It would throw the continent into chaos, creating a wave that could topple the remaining players faster than they could react. And most importantly, Joffrey, that bastard. King's Landing, I said at last, my voice cutting through the quiet of the room. A faint smile tugged at my lips as I met Doran's gaze. I plan to kill Joffrey Baratheon. Doran's expression remained calm, but his eyes flickered with something unreadable. A baron grinned and then let out a low whistle, leaning back with a wolfish grin. You don't lack ambition, Doran murmured, his tone carrying a note of approval beneath the caution. After armies, I replied smoothly, ambition is what wins wars. The game had begun, and King's Landing was my first move. I couldn't wait to leave. Chapter 15. You want to be queen? Viserys Targaryen was extremely arrogant and proud of his lineage, so at least he'd read his Targaryen lore when he was young. But they were old memories. I had the memories, but they were kind of blurry now. So I was reading through it again. I rested against the bed frame, the weight of the thick tome heavy in my hands. The pages were filled with the legacy of my bloodline, the victories and failures of Targaryens who had come before me. The words blurred slightly as I read aloud, the cadence of my voice filling the quiet room. King Daeron I, the young dragon, takes the throne and almost immediately launches an invasion of Dorne, which had remained defiantly independent since Aegon's landing. My voice trailed off, the next line hovering at the edge of my tongue when Kinvara, seated at the edge of the bed, interrupted. By its end, he lost 60,000 men and his own life at the tender age of 18, she said casually, her tone smooth and unbothered. Her fingers trailed through her damp hair as she groomed herself in front of the mirror, her fiery red locks catching the soft glow of the candlelight. I blinked, annoyance flickering through me before I frowned. You just spoiled my read. Kinvara glanced at me over her shoulder, her lips curling into a small, mischievous smile. Come on, it's common knowledge. You're the last dragon, aren't you? Shouldn't this all be second nature to you by now? I clicked my tongue, snapping the book shut with a sharp sound. I've read it before, but it's not as if I recite the damn thing every night. And besides, I added, my gaze narrowing at her teasing smirk, it's more enjoyable without interruptions. A knock echoed at the door before she could reply, the sound hesitant and uncertain. I glanced at Kinvara, who raised an eyebrow in silent question, before calling out. Who is it? It's me. The voice on the other side was soft, unsure. Arianne. Kinvara looked at me, her smile deepening as she rose from the bed with an almost predatory grace. I gave a short nod, and the door creaked open. Arianne Martell stepped inside, pausing as her gaze immediately landed on Kinvara, who stood beside the bed, her hair damp, her movements deliberate as she adjusted her robes. For a moment, the room was steeped in silence. Arianne's expression was tight, her lips pressed into a thin line as she glanced between the two of us. Kinvara broke the tension with a smile, stepping forward as she placed a hand briefly on Arianne's shoulder. The Lord of Light shines upon you, she said smoothly before brushing past her and leaving the room. Arianne's eyes twitched as she watched her leave, and I barely managed to suppress the laugh rising in my chest. Kinvara was a troll, and she knew exactly what she was doing. She just came out of the bath, Arianne said, her voice low but sharp as her gaze swung back to me. In your room. Why? And, I replied, leaning back against the bed frame, my expression neutral as I rested the book on my lap. Why was she doing her hair here too? She demanded. I smiled faintly, tilting my head. Oh, princess, you should know better than anyone why. I was making her bite the sheets earlier. Her eyes flared with anger as I casually set the book aside. What do you need? Arianne scoffed, folding her arms across her chest, ignoring my question, and yet you judge me as if I'm the whore. I shrugged, my tone light as I leaned forward slightly. I believe in the lock and key analogy. Is it not popular in Dorne? Her scowl deepened, and I laughed, continuing. A key that can open many locks is a master key, but a lock that can be opened by many keys, shut up. Her voice was sharp as she glared at me, her eyes blazing. I've heard that stupid saying before. Women are not objects. Neither are men. I compared men with keys. Who's offended? I leaned back again, watching the irritation bloom across her face. I'm just messing with you, princess. Although yes, I wasn't lying when I said those are my preferences. They may be hypocritical, but they're mine. Surely you can't judge me for that. Her jaw tightened, but she said nothing, her silence speaking volumes. A moment stretched between us, thick with unspoken tension, before she sighed and straightened her posture. I heard you're leaving soon. So, I've decided, she began, her tone quieter now. Decided what? I asked, feigning disinterest as I reached for my book again. The engagement, she said, her voice firmer. I'll rekindle the proposal. Since I lost the duel, I slammed the book down, the sound reverberating through the room as I fixed her with a sharp look. I wasn't dueling for your hand, woman. What do you mean you accept the proposal? My tone was edged with annoyance. I was the one who rejected it first, not you. I don't want a woman who spreads her legs for everyone. I don't. Yeah, I cut her off with a wave of my hand. Only for those you love. Same thing. I pushed myself off the bed, my movements deliberate as I crossed the room. Ariane instinctively stepped back, her bravado faltering as I loomed closer. You're mistaken, princess, I said, my voice low as her back hit the wall. Your father and uncle already promised their support. They didn't offer me your hand because they knew I didn't want it. They didn't need to. You've lost your leverage. Her eyes widened, a flicker of doubt crossing her features as she stared up at me. What? I continued, my hand reaching out to grasp her chin firmly. Did seeing my dragon make you so greedy? Is that why you think marriage is now the right choice? She blinked at me, her defiance melting into something more vulnerable. Her gaze was glossy, and her lips trembled. You're horrible, she whispered. This is a cruel world, Ariane, I replied, letting her chin go as I stepped back. Don't hate me for being honest. You want to know why I won't marry you? I turned, glancing at her over my shoulder. Because I don't need to. Your father already promised me his support. I don't need you. Her silence was heavy, her pride clearly bruised, but I ignored it. Come here, I said, my tone commanding. Ariane hesitated, but something in my gaze compelled her. Slowly, she stepped forward. Stay by my side, I said. She hesitated but eventually moved closer, sitting beside me. Her eyes were slightly shaky, nervousness flashing across her face as she swallowed hard. I reached out, running my fingers through her hair, letting the silky strands slide between them. You're beautiful, I said, my voice softer now. But beauty alone doesn't rule the world. Strength does. Her gaze flickered, confusion and something else mingling in her expression. You want to be queen? I asked, tilting her chin up to meet my gaze. I am not sure if you're suitable to be one, as you were so offended by a mere rejection that you demanded a duel of honor. He said, but I suppose everyone should get a second chance. I'll give you one. If you wish to prove yourself, stay close to me. Show me your loyalty, your strength, and perhaps, who knows what the future holds. Her lips parted in shock, but no words came. What? You heard me, I said, my voice calm as I brushed a thumb over her cheek. I like women. Kinvara brings warmth and comfort, but I seek something more. I need someone with ambition, fire, and the ability to stand beside me. So I think I need more women in my life and bed, I said, even as she fidgeted on her spot. I plan to make the daughters of high lords my mistresses. I trust you don't judge. After all, the Dornish don't judge a man's lust. Then, when I'm done conquering the land. I cut her off. I'll choose my queen from among the mistresses. I traced a finger down her chin, slowly raising her chin and making her eyes lock onto mine. It'll not be based on their past or how many men they slept with, but based on how much I've accompanied their company. My gaze lingered on hers, holding her in place. What do you say, little princess? You want to earn that? No. The room fell silent, the tension thick as her breath hitched, and I leaned back, a faint smirk on my lips. Ariane Martell was never going to be my queen. Not in this lifetime, not in any. But gods, she was too damn hot to let any other man have her. No, I wanted her broken under me, her moans echoing with surrender. Queen Ariane, I murmured, letting the words roll off my tongue like a sweet tease. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? The Queen of Dragons. The first dragon rider in hundreds of years who isn't a Targaryen. My gaze locked onto hers, and I watched the way her throat bobbed as she swallowed, caught in the web of my words. Tell me, princess, wouldn't you like to ride a dragon someday? Why yes, she whispered, her voice trembling, her gaze filled with something raw and untamed. Gods, this woman was greedy. I like that. Good, I said simply before reaching out and yanking her toward me with one sharp motion. Her body was light, and my strength was absolute. She landed on my lap, her breath hitching as her soft curves pressed against me. You can ride one right now. Her eyes flickered with a dangerous mix of greed, hunger, and something darker, lust. This woman had a weakness, and I'd seen it laid bare before me. She thrived on humiliation, only to be soothed by the promise of something sweeter afterward. A need born from a fractured past, the telltale signs of her daddy issues written in every movement. She craved validation from a man who could dominate her, even as she spoke of freedom and equality. Her gaze locked onto mine, her chest rising and falling as she leaned forward. And then, with a sharp, desperate motion, she crushed her lips against mine. Her kiss was fierce, almost punishing, her body squirming against me as if demanding attention. And gods, wasn't it intoxicating to watch her unravel? I allowed her to lead for a moment, her tongue dancing against mine with desperate hunger. MGH. Her fingers clawed at my shirt, her breaths coming in sharp, ragged gasps as she sought to claim some semblance of control. But I wasn't about to yield so easily. My hands slid up her back, tangling in her hair, and with a firm tug, I pulled her head back, breaking the kiss. Why? Her eyes widened, her lips glistening and parted, her chest heaving with each breath. I held her gaze, smirking as I leaned in, my voice a low, husky whisper. Shish. Not so fast, princess. You don't call the shots here, do you? She whimpered, her eyes flashing with a mix of defiance and desire. I kept one hand firmly tangled in her hair, the other sliding down to cup her breast through her dress. Her breath hitched as my thumb circled her dark nipple that she was so proud of, feeling it harden beneath the fabric. Don't be shy now, I like my girls honest. So answer truthfully. This is what you want, isn't it? I murmured, my lips brushing against her ear. You want me to take control, to make you feel liberated. She stared at me, her breathing rough, as she swallowed. A moment later, her nod was barely perceptible. Yes, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I chuckled before releasing her hair and moving both hands to the neckline of her dress. With a swift, decisive motion, I tore the fabric apart, exposing her breasts to the cool air of the room. She gasped, her hands instinctively moving to cover herself, but I grabbed her wrists, twirling around and pushing her on the bed. I loomed over her, pinning them behind her back with one hand. Don't hide from me, I said, my eyes locked onto her now exposed flesh. Her breasts were perfect, round, and firm, her nipples hard and begging for attention. Oh, how full those childbearing hips were. I leaned down, capturing a nipple in my mouth, sucking and teasing it with my tongue. She moaned, her body arching against me as she squirmed under me. I released her wrists, my hands moving to her hips, tearing her clothes as she felt my hardened cock press against her. Oh, her eyes widened as she felt me press against her, only the fabric of my pants separating us. I kissed her while lowering my pants just enough to free myself, feeling the cool air a contrast to the heat of her body. Aren't you looking so eager? I asked, my voice hoarse as the tip of my cock pressed against her fat, hungry pussy. Her eyes were glazed with lust, her breath quick and desperate. Yes, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Please, I want it. Please. I didn't need any more encouragement. With a swift, powerful motion, I lifted her hips and slammed down my cock, her moan filling the room as I filled her completely. I leaned over, catching her mouth, as her body tensed. Her arms hugged me tightly, and her nails dug into my shoulders as she adjusted to the sensation. I leaned back, my hands holding her face, my gaze locked onto her silver eyes. Hey, now, princess, I said, grinning. Let's see how well you can ride. Chapter 16. Riding for King's Landing, ding. N+1 for your intense bed performance. The morning sunlight filtered softly through the curtains, painting the room with a warm, golden hue. The faint sound of waves crashing against the shore drifted in through the open window, mingling with the occasional chirp of distant birds. Ariane lay beside me, her head resting on my arm, her hair a dark cascade over the silk sheets. Her finger lazily traced circles on my chest, the cool press of her touch contrasting against the warmth of the room. So, she murmured, her voice light but edged with something deeper, when are you leaving? This morning, I replied, my tone casual, though I could feel her body tense slightly against mine. Yes, in a couple of hours. Her lips pursed, and she frowned. Can't you wait? It's not as if you're on a timer. I let out a quiet laugh, my hand brushing her side. I am on a timer, in fact, I said. As beautiful Dorne, and its princess, is, I can't be idling here. I have 7 kingdoms to reclaim. Just wait for me. I'll be back in no time. She scoffed, rolling her eyes. You better. Unless some other man steals me while you're gone, she teased, her grin playful but her gaze sharp, gauging my reaction. My hand slid lower, cupping her ass with a firm squeeze. She let out a soft whimper, her lashes fluttering. After last night? I asked, my lips curling into a smirk. I doubt you'll be satisfied with anything less than a dragon dick. And well, if you still whore around, I trailed off, my tone turning mockingly disappointed. It'll be a shame to see my current #1 queen candidate lose her position. Her scowl deepened, but not because I called her a whore, she'd heard a lot worse the whole night. It was because of the last line. She looked at me, and the corner of her mouth twitched as if fighting a smile. Right, priestesses can't be queens, she said, her grin sharpening. I guess I'll have to wear a chastity belt, then. Ariane Martell was a whore in all but name, and I wasn't blind to that. She was too flirtatious, too unrestrained, and far too accustomed to getting what she wanted. That was why she'd never be my queen, not in this lifetime or the next. But still, she was mine now, and I wasn't about to let her forget it. I decided to mention her behavior to a baron. The entire old palace knew by now that I'd bedded the princess. Her moans weren't quite restrained, so they must be assuming she'd be my queen. So if I mentioned her whore-like behavior to her uncle, he would figure out my intentions. His Elaria and their daughters wouldn't let Ariane spread her legs for just anyone if it risked the position of queen. Especially not with the second son stationed here. They'd be too wary of loose lips spilling secrets. Yawning, I let my hand wander upward, brushing over her round, soft boobs before giving one a grope. It's time for me to get up, I said, nudging her with my chin. So better to work, princess. Use your mouth. Her lips parted slightly, a soft whimper escaping her as her cheeks flushed. She bit her lip, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Yes, Daddy. She moved between my legs, her obedience unquestioning as the warmth of her mouth embraced me far more than the warmth of the morning light. The scent of spiced wine hung heavy in the air, mixing with the clatter of goblets and the coarse laughter of men who knew only battle as their constant. The dimly lit chamber buzzed with energy, the kind that came when men drank just enough to lower their guard without dulling their edge. I sat among them, my back resting lazily against the high-backed chair. Dario Naharis was at my side, his sharp grin practically a permanent feature of his face. He sipped his wine with the practiced ease of a man who knew how to enjoy life without ever letting his guard down. His eyes flicked toward me. So, you're leaving, Your Grace? He asked, his tone casual but the curiosity beneath it clear. Not Your Grace yet, I replied with a faint smirk, tilting my goblet just slightly toward him. But I like the sound of it. Dario's grin widened. Oh, I think you are. You've got 1,000 second sons under your command, and from what I've heard, he leaned in, lowering his voice but not enough to hide his amusement, from the old palace last night, it sounds like you've got 30,000 Dornishmen, too. The laugh that left me was low and smooth. Fair point, I said, raising my goblet slightly in acknowledgement. And yes, I'll be leaving soon. How many men are you taking? He asked, swirling his wine as though the answer were just as important as the drink. Last time we spoke, you mentioned, same plan as before, I interrupted, my tone calm but carrying the weight of finality. I'm going alone. My gaze swept the room, noting the men whose laughter came a little too easily, whose movements were just a little too deliberate. And before you ask, no, I can't share the details. Too many ears, even here. But if I need your assistance, Prince Abarin will reach you. Dario raised his goblet with an approving nod, his grin shifting into something sharper. Understood. To your success, then. The clink of our goblets was a muted sound compared to the din around us, but it held more weight. I downed the rest of my wine in one smooth motion before setting the goblet aside. Rising from my seat, I gave Dario a short nod before stepping away. The hall noise faded behind me as I walked through the corridors of the old palace. The stone walls cast long shadows in the faint light. The silk curtains swayed gently in the breeze, and the faint scent of citrus teased the air. It's about time, I thought, the faintest flicker of a smirk pulling at my lips as the door to the meeting room loomed ahead. I'd mention Ariane's case first and then announce my departure. My boots echoed softly against the stone, each step steady, deliberate. The laughter from the hall was a distant hum now, replaced by the quiet anticipation that had become a familiar companion. The door creaked open as I pushed it, and I stepped inside, my thoughts already on the road ahead. All right, Prince Viserys. Have a swift journey, Prince Doran said, nodding at Viserys. The morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of salt and citrus as it wafted through the water. Gardens. Sunlight dappled the tiled paths, its reflection glinting off the still pools. A Baron Martell leaned against a carved pillar, his sharp gaze fixed on the figure preparing to leave. Thank you. Viserys Targaryen sat astride a white horse, his hair bleached black and his face wrapped in cloth, leaving only his sharp silver eyes visible. The transformation was striking, practical, but striking. It would hide him well enough, though a baron couldn't help but feel that no disguise could mask the fire that radiated from the young prince. Fire was difficult to contain. A crowd gathered at the gate. Beside a baron, Princess Ariane stood silently, her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the departing figure. Her expression was carefully blank, but a baron knew her too well. She looked like she was holding her breath as if his departure would rob her of air. Good, a baron thought. Let her feel that weight. It would keep her tethered. She's in love already, he murmured to himself, amused. He glanced at her sidelong, noting the faint tension in her jaw. A single night had been enough to snare her heart. That could work in Dorné's favor. He thought back to his conversation with Viserys the previous evening. The prince had been blunt, as always. I'm not aiming for marriage, not yet, he'd said. It had annoyed a baron at first. He disliked the idea of his niece being left with false hopes. But Viserys had been clear. While he had no immediate plans to make Ariane his queen, he didn't want to give Dorné false promises, either. He admired her, and perhaps she could be queen one day. But only if she earned it. It was honest. A baron respected that. Better this than an empty scam. He'd spoken with Ellaria afterward, asking her to keep an eye on Ariane. If there was even a sliver of a chance she could rise to queen, then she needed to stay pure, untouched by scandal or poor choices. At least for now. I'll be writing now, Viserys called, his voice breaking a baron's thoughts. He nodded, about to respond, when the sound of hoofbeats echoed through the courtyard. Heads turned as a figure emerged from the shaded paths of the water gardens, her dark horse cutting an imposing silhouette. Kinvara. Her crimson robes caught the sunlight, making her appear as though she carried fire itself. She rode with effortless grace, her red hair gleaming like embers, her smile sharp and knowing as she reined in beside Viserys. You're leaving without me? She asked, her tone laced with amusement. Viserys tilted his head, his gaze flicking over her. A red priestess is conspicuous, he said, his voice edged with skepticism. You'd stand out too much. Not if I want exactly that, Kinvara replied, her smile deepening. I'll simply say I'm here to preach. What's suspicious about a woman spreading the word of her God? Besides, she added, her tone softening into a teasing lilt, you need an identity, don't you? You can't just appear in King's Landing with nothing. My presence will give you credibility should your outlandish powers slip. Viserys frowned slightly. And if they hang you? The largest sept that worships the seven gods is in King's Landing. Religious leaders have a mutual respect for one another, Kinvara replied, her confidence unwavering. At worst, they'll warn me to stop preaching if I gain too many servants. But I won't gather servants, that isn't my goal. So I'll be safe. She glanced at his bleached hair. And besides, this. She gestured to his hair. One good reign and your secret are out. You should have asked me sooner. Before he could respond, she snapped her fingers. Her hair shimmered, shifting from its glossy black to a sleek, fiery red in an instant. She looked at him, arching a brow. Easy, isn't it? Viserys groaned. You could have told me that. Before I went through 3 wigs. It was funny, she said with a grin. But no more wigs. I'm coming with you. Azor Ahai needs his priestess, doesn't he? A baron watched the exchange with narrowed eyes. The priestess was too smooth with him, too confident. Dangerous. She would be a threat to Ariane's position, Dorné's position, if weren't a priestess. Even so, she needed to be kept on watch. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps I can help, a baron said, stepping forward. His voice carried the easy charm he always wielded so effectively. Varys little birds have long wings. Unfortunately, even here in Dorné. They wouldn't know your secret, I can assure you that much, but they'd notice a red priestess traveling from here to King's Landing. That's enough to draw suspicion to Dorné. Kinvara tilted her head, her smile faltering slightly as she listened. He clapped his hands, and 8 girls carrying weapons stepped up. 3 among them stood out. But, a baron continued, his tone shifting, if suspicion is inevitable, then let us use it to our benefit. My daughters are skilled in more than just poison. They can fight, spy, and kill when needed. You can take them as your followers with the excuse that they're servants to the Red Priestess. Their presence will lend you protection, and they'll be more eyes and ears for you in King's Landing. Elaria's hand touched his shoulder lightly, a silent question in her gaze. He met her eyes, his expression softening slightly. Trust me, his look said. She sighed, nodding. You uncle. Ariane's head snapped to look at him, and he ignored her. She was feeling threatened, but he'd explain to her later. Both Ariane and Ellaria seemed to understand what he was doing. If not Ariane, Then perhaps one of his daughters could secure a place of influence besides Viserys Targaryen. Maybe not as queen, but as lovers. After all, Ellaria and Oberyn weren't married either. Yet, she was invaluable to him. Viserys considered this, his sharp gaze flicking over Oberyn and then to the sand snakes, who had stepped forward at their father's silent command. The three eldest, Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene, stood tall, a step before the others. All right, Viserys said at last, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I'll take the three of them. Too many would just get in the way. Oberyn clapped his hands, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. 3 more horses, then. The morning ended as 5 riders rode out through the gates of the old palace. Viserys, Kinvara, and the 3 sand snakes, Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene. The rising sun cast long shadows across the courtyard, and Doran and Oberyn watched them go, his mind already turning over the threads of his plans. One way or another, through one girl or another, Dorne was going to secure a high position in the new empire that'd be born. Chapter 17, The Ruler of Stormlands. The journey from Dorne was more grueling than I'd anticipated. God's grace lay far behind us, a few hundred kilometers away, so the journey was getting a bit better. The harshness of the Dornish sun was replaced by the cooler winds as we trudged through Prince's Pass. The land shifted around us, a place where sand and rock gave way to craggy hills and pine needles underfoot. The pass was both a natural marvel and a reminder of just how far the borders of Dorne stretched. We rode in silence, with only the sound of horse hooves accompanying us. I'd almost grown fond of that sound. The path curved between steep cliffs, shadowed by jagged peaks that seemed to pierce the sky. Around Kinvara and I, the sand snakes rode with ease, their eyes always scanning the trail, watchful for threats. It was Tyene who broke the quiet, her eyes half-lidded in boredom as she glanced my way. "What do you think of this, Your Grace?" she stammered and asked. "I like the gentler wind. Though I have to admit, I wouldn't have been able to appreciate it this much if I hadn't experienced the harshness of the Dornish sun. Anyways, how long do you think we need to travel from here?" I asked in casual interest. I already knew the answer. I had naturally done my research before on such a long journey, but it was worth stirring up some conversation with these dour-faced warriors. "Another month, maybe less," Nymeria replied, her voice as dry as the land we left behind. It had already been about 10 days since we left. "If the gods are kind, Your Grace." Which they usually aren't. A chuckle slipped from Kinvara's lips. "Not a true statement, Lady Nymeria. Let's not argue about our religious views, girls," I put a stop to them. "By the way, just call me Vis since it'd be troublesome if people heard you call me Your Grace," I said, and the sand snakes nodded. Kinvara shrugged, her gaze moving back to the cliffs above us, unconcerned. Obara grunted something indistinct, the words lost to the steady sound of our horses' hooves against stone, and the conversation died again, as fleeting as the whisper of wind through the peaks. 2 weeks later, we were passing through Summerhall, the land softening into rolling fields dotted with green and gold. We avoided the main roads whenever possible, opting for old trails that twisted through the hills, away from prying eyes. Viserion had been hunting wild buffaloes and other animals whenever she was hungry, and although that didn't give me much experience, I still managed to level up a little. I liked how I could receive levels even when she was the one doing the killing. Viserys Targaryen, the Dragon King, 22 years old, level 14 to 17 STR 22 N 17 DEX 19 INT 19 LUC 20 Othi, was feeling more powerful than ever. It was a good feeling. Soon, I should become the strongest human in the world. But until then, I had to remain cautious and careful. Super skilled warriors like Oberyn Martell still posed a threat to me, enough to perhaps kill me. Thankfully, nobody would recognize me even if they saw me, but Kinvara was another question. She had her hair red right now, so they wouldn't realize that this Red Priestess was the Red Priestess, but still. It was better to be careful since these lands worship the Seven. Tension lay heavy on our small company now. We were passing through the Stormlands, after all. The territory of one of the 5 kings, who was just nearby. So the sand snakes were ever alert while Kinvara smiled to herself as though she were above it all, and as for me, well, I kept my composure. Each passing day brought us closer to the Lion's Maw. A place where allegiances were as solid as smoke and just as reliable. It was far ahead of Summerhall when the encounter happened. The sudden sound of horse hooves, many, many hooves, echoed across the rolling hills. A heralding beat that pulled our attention in unison. "Horses," Kinvara said softly, her tone a strange tune of curiosity. The sand snakes were already moving, hands resting on the hilts of weapons, expressions darkening. I pulled my horse to a stop, eyes narrowing, as I positioned myself in front of Kinvera as if to protect her. The banners came into view before the horses did, the golden rose of House Tyrell beside the stag crowned in gold, the banner of House Baratheon. Stay alert, I said to the girls, although that wasn't needed. They already were, as the riders spread out as they drew nearer, a formation too neat to be anything but military. They circled us smoothly, not entirely hostile but certainly not friendly. Renly Baratheon sat astride a massive warhorse at the head of the company, wearing a crown of golden antlers upon his head, his easy smile a mask of charm. Beside him, on a slimmer palfrey, rode a beautiful woman. I recognized her as Margaery Tyrell, and like Renly, she was a more attractive mirror of her TV show counterpart. Her gaze was sharp beneath the pretense of politeness. The knights fanned out around them, each of them in glittering armor, the sheen of polished steel almost blinding under the sun. Curious, what have we here? Renly called out, his voice carrying over the distance. He didn't sound like he intended to harm us. He urged his horse forward, closing the space between us. Interesting travelers through my lands. Don't be startled. I simply want to know who exactly crossed my path today. Renly Baratheon, one of the 5 kings, the king of the Stormlands, swept his eyes across us, lingering on the crimson robes and hair of Kinvera and then the dark-haired sand snakes. He barely shot me a look, which I was thankful for. I had my hair black from Kinvera's magic, so it wasn't as if he could recognize me anyway. However, it wasn't as if we were totally safe either. This Kinvera refused to change her robes, so it was hard to hide her status as a Red Priestess. Stannis Baratheon was being helped by a Red Priestess, and if Renly knew about it, he'd automatically view us as enemies. The sand snakes stiffened, fingers tightening on their weapons. I held up a hand, a signal to keep their blades sheathed, for now. Just travelers, my lord, I replied, keeping my tone smooth, almost bored. Passing through, on our way to the capital. It's your grace, said a knight who was riding too close to Renly. Although he wore a helmet, I recognized him as the Knight of Flowers. I smirked. Ah, yes, I apologize, your grace. Renly's eyes flicked from Kinvera to me, the faintest quirk of his lips betraying his interest. Such brave people you are, he said, his gaze returning to Kinvera. A Red Priestess. His eyes lingered on her. As did the eyes of many others. Nobody, not even Renly and Loras, could deny her beauty. Renly nodded his head in respect. My lady, I am assuming when he said he's going to the capital, he and the daughters of Prince Oberyn are accompanying you to the capital. Should I be worried about the Lord of Light setting his sights on my camp? From the looks of it, news of Melisandre the priestess supporting Stannis hadn't spread across the land yet. Otherwise, he'd have been a lot more aggressive to us. Or maybe it was the daughters of Oberyn Martell, as they somehow recognized them, that secured safety for us just by being here. Kinvera revealed a soft, composed smile, the one that spoke of secrets and power. The Lord of Light seeks only to bring his warmth, my lord, she said, her voice honeyed. No harm shall come to those who respect his grace. Only those who disrespect the one God, no matter if king or peasant, will be judged. I am Nyra, a close confidant of Kinvera, the Heart of Fire. So please rest assured, someone like me is not in allegiance with any of the 5 kings, she didn't lie. I wasn't one of the 5 kings. I'm simply having a pilgrimage to King's Landing in the hope of spreading the Lord's name. Ah, Grace, Renly repeated, his tone laced with a teasing note. He glanced sideways at Margaery. Grace is a currency we often run short of, isn't it, my love? Margaery gave a delicate laugh, her eyes sharp as they studied Kinvera. Perhaps. But I don't think I've ever seen a priestess quite like you, she said, her gaze dipping to the embroidered flames on Kinvera's robes. The gorgeous Queen of Ashes smiled. Such fervor even when you're standing before the rightful king. Kinvera bowed her head, her smile deepening. Faith is powerful indeed, your grace. It touches even those who resist it. Like this young man, for example, she raised a hand at me. One of the second sons. Doesn't believe in the Red God, even if he acts otherwise with me, and yet he's sticking with me. Isn't that what faith is? I winced, not that surprised that she knew my true feelings toward this so-called God. Thankfully, it didn't seem to change her goal with me. Margaery's eyes met mine then, and I held her gaze. Her smile was kind, almost too kind. I wondered if she could see through the guise, if she noticed the mask beneath which lay something entirely different. Of course, that was impossible. If this greedy woman knew I was a Targaryen, she'd have run from Renly and jumped on my horse instead. There was a sharpness in her eyes, a calculating look that reminded me of a cat toying with a bird. She knew we were more than what we claimed, or at least suspected it. Renly turned his attention to me, his easy smile unwavering. And you seem more than a simple bodyguard. What brings you to Westeros, my good man? I returned his smile, careful not to let the annoyance show. I didn't respect him, he was weak, a pretender with dreams beyond his reach. But he was powerful enough, at this moment, to become an obstacle. The Red Priestess travels where she's needed. I'm simply here to see her safely to her destination. Don't ask me why I'm here. Ask my captain, Dario Naharis, why he wants me to protect this pretentious woman. Kinvara raised an eyebrow at me, but I just ignored her. As far as she was concerned, I was just playing a character. A noble cause, Renly mused, though his eyes said otherwise. And a dangerous road. These lands aren't as peaceful as they once were. We're prepared for whatever may come, I said, my gaze steady. Beside me, I could feel the quiet readiness of the sand snakes, their eyes locked on Renly's knights. Marjorie's voice slipped into the conversation, soft. You should join us, if only for a night. We're camped not far from here. I'm sure we could all benefit from a bit of company. The roads are lonely, after all. I smiled politely. Gracious, but no, we're on a tight schedule, I'm afraid. Renly raised an eyebrow. So quick to move on, and yet you've nowhere pressing to be. Curious. The Lord's work is ever pressing, Kinvara interjected smoothly, her tone unwavering. We appreciate the offer, my lord. But we must keep moving. Time is short, and the light must reach those who need it most. Renly watched her for a moment, his smile remaining though the curiosity in his eyes sharpened. He nodded slowly. Very well, I won't hold you. But beware, the path ahead grows darker. Friends may turn into enemies when least expected. His gaze held mine, the words hanging in the air like a veiled warning. Wise words, my lord, I said. Perhaps we'll meet again under different circumstances, I said, but my eyes were now on Marjorie. Perhaps, Renly echoed before pulling the reins of his horse and turning back to his camp. Safe travels, priestess. And remember, King Renly always appreciates those who recognize true kingship when they see it. We shall meet again when I take King's Landing. He smiled, and then they were gone, the thunder of hooves fading into the distance. I waited until they were well out of earshot before glancing toward Kinvara. Take King's Landing, he says, I muttered, loosening the annoyed grip I hadn't realized I still held on my horse's reins. Kinvara's smile was unfaltering. An ambitious man, a kind one too. Unfortunately, I don't think he's powerful enough. But this encounter did go better than expected. The Lord of Light guides us well, my prince. Trust in his flame. Yes, yes, I said dismissively, turning my horse toward the direction we were heading. North. Toward King's Landing. Let's keep moving. The sand snakes exchanged glances, Tyene scoffing softly under her breath. I didn't bother asking what she thought, but as we rode on, the golden fields stretching before us, I felt the tension ease. We were close. Chapter 18. Red Priestess in King's Landing. The small council chamber of the Red Keep felt like a tomb. Shadows clung to the stone walls, flickering candles in wrought iron holders doing little to chase them away. The long table gleamed beneath the faint, muted light seeping through narrow windows that were shut tight against the city beyond. The air was thick with unspoken ambition and carefully veiled contempt, a suffocating atmosphere that mirrored the kingdom itself. At the head of the table, Varys folded a parchment with practiced calm. His soft, unhurried voice broke the tension as his gaze settled on Queen Cersei. Your father, your grace, he said, his tone as neutral as his expression, has named Lord Tyrion to serve as hand in his stead while he fights. The room froze for a beat. Then came the crack. Cersei's palm slammed against the table with enough force to rattle the wine goblets. The pale skin of her face flushed an angry red, and her lips curled into something vicious. Out, she barked, her voice cutting through the air like a whip. All of you, out. The members of the small council didn't hesitate. Chairs scraped against stone as they rose, their movements brisk and deliberate. Eyes remained averted, bodies stiff with the instinct of prey. Varys glided out silently, while Pycelle shuffled after him, his robes dragging against the floor in a mournful whisper. The door thudded shut, leaving only two behind. Tyrion didn't move. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers curled around the stem of his wine glass. He swirled the dark liquid, the smirk on his lips deepening as he watched his sister from across the table. The silence stretched between them, heavy and electric. Cersei's heels clicked sharply against the stone as she strode toward him. Her golden hair framed her face like a halo of fury, and her eyes burned with venom. She leaned in close, her shadow falling across his face, sharpening her features into something dangerous. How? She hissed. Her voice trembled with barely restrained rage. How did you trick father into this? Tyrion tilted his head, a chuckle rumbling low in his chest. Dear sister, he drawled, his tone laced with mockery, if I were capable of tricking father, I'd already be emperor of the world. For a heartbeat, he thought she might slap him. Her hand twitched, but instead, she straightened, her jaw tight as steel. He must have lost his senses, she spat, her words clipped and bitter. To give you the chair, that title, or, Tyrion said, his voice light, perhaps he's grown tired of your particular style of leadership. He raised his glass, his smirk deepening as her jaw clenched. Let's call it a fresh perspective. Her fists tightened, and the fury in her eyes flared hotter. You think this is a game, don't you? She snapped, sitting in that chair, playing hand. You're no hand, you're a joke. A little jester in a big chair. Tyrion shrugged, his gaze growing sharper. Maybe, he said, but this jester might just bring your darling Jaime back. Her eyes widened, just a flicker of surprise, quickly masked. Quote. How? She demanded, her voice quieter now, tinged with doubt. The Starks love their children, Tyrion said smoothly, leaning back as if savoring his words. And we have one of theirs. Only one, Cersei corrected, her tone brittle. He frowned, his smirk faltering. One. Arya is missing, she said, the bitterness returning to her voice. Gone. Vanished. That little wolf slipped through our grasp. Tyrion swirled his wine, his brow furrowing. But Sansa remains. Engaged to Joffrey, she snapped. Her lips curled into something cold, and for a moment, her gaze wavered with frustration. Tyrion chuckled softly, shaking his head as if pitying her. It must be hard, he murmured, his voice a low, mocking drawl. Being the disappointing child. Her expression flickered, just for a moment. A shadow of something raw passed over her face, almost too quick to catch. Then her features hardened, and she turned away, her hands clenched at her sides. Since you're the hand of the king, she said abruptly, her voice sharp with forced calm, I have a task for you. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. I don't take tasks from you. Her smile widened, icy and brittle. Oh, but you'll want to. She turned to face him again, her tone laced with venomous sweetness. Not long ago, a red priestess came to King's Landing. The High Septon wants her dealt with before she spreads her poison. Especially since Stannis Baratheon is said to be receiving advice from a red priestess himself. So go, dear brother. Play the hand. Tyrion stared at her, his expression unreadable. Their silence was tight, stretched thin with unspoken hostility. Finally, he sighed, setting his goblet down with exaggerated weariness. Fine, he muttered. I'll deal with your little problem. He rose from his chair, his movements deliberate, and gave her a curt nod before turning to leave. Good luck, little brother, she called after him, her voice a venomous purr. The heavy door shut behind him, cutting off the sound of her laughter like the lid of a coffin sealing shut. Thank you, priestess. Praise to the Lord of Light, thank you. A mother said, holding her child close. The boy, who just days ago had lain pale and listless, now clung to his mother with rosy cheeks and newfound strength. The door to the small mansion creaked as she stepped outside, her grateful smile disappearing behind it. I sighed. I thought you weren't going to collect servants and followers. I said, turning my gaze toward Kinvara, who was still gazing at the door as if she could still feel the gratitude of that mother. Kinvara smiled, a soft curve of her lips that held a glimmer of mischief. I'm not collecting followers, she replied, finally shifting her gaze to me. I'm just helping the needy. It pains me to see them sick, Viserys. I can't help it. I met her eyes for a moment, holding back the words that rose to my lips. Kinvara had that talent, turning any situation to her favor. The delicate line between genuine care and sly manipulation blurred when it came to her. Just 3 days was all it had taken for her to find herself a place among these desperate souls. And now, thanks to her miracles, I was practically trapped inside this rented mansion. Since I couldn't be sure of how to approach my next plans without being sure how the rulers of this city will react to her actions. If you miraculously heal a child, I muttered, settling back in the soft chair near the window, more mothers will come the next day. Are you planning to build a kingdom where mothers don't want their children to be healthy, my king? Kinvera's eyebrow arched in that infuriating way of hers, her lips tugging upward. Stop twisting my words, I shot back, irritated. Things like this will catch the attention of unwanted people for no reason. She giggled, an almost melodic sound that rang with her usual confidence. Trust me, whoever this will catch the attention of will not be unwanted. Plus, we got ourselves a mansion by saving people, didn't we? She gestured around us with a flourish. Be grateful we're sleeping under a roof, my prince. I bit back another sigh, letting my gaze drift to the other side of the room. There, the sand snakes were seated, sharpening their weapons with casual expertise. Tyene Sand, with her short cropped hair and deceptively sweet smile, looked up from her dagger with an unimpressed scoff. If you truly are serving him, you should listen to what he orders. No. Kinvera's smile never wavered. She turned, her red locks catching the candlelight, glimmering like fire. The only one I serve is the Lord of Light, my dear. Although, yes, as Azor Ahai, I do serve him too. My job, however, as I see it, is to guide him. Not to follow his wishes blindly, like some, certain people. It was clear who she meant. The room suddenly felt colder. The tension rippled between them, the air almost crackling with Tyene's glare and Kinvera's ever-present smile. The scrape of metal against whetstone paused momentarily, then resumed, more aggressive than before. Tyene's eyes remained on Kinvera, a glint of challenge flickering within them. I clapped my hands, the sound breaking through the strained silence. All right, girls, I'm not having any of this tension between my own people, I said. Especially because I valued the red-haired woman far more than these girls. I was just complaining for the sake of it. It's not as if this is disrupting any actual plans. We'll just figure out some other way to enter the castle. The sand snakes exchanged glances before shrugging and looking away, dismissing the tension as if it were nothing more than a fleeting annoyance. Kinvera scoffed softly, standing up and making her way to the door. She reached for the handle, ready to close it against the world outside. But then the door swung open before her hand could touch the wood. Two men entered the mansion. One of them was short and stout, a dwarf with a distinct halo of wild blonde curls surrounding his head, while the other carried a sword at his hip, his gait lazy and confident. Tyrion Lannister, a face even an exile like me could recognize, followed by a sellsword I recognized from the TV show. Bronn, the Lucky. I stood up from my chair, walked over to Kinvera, and positioned myself beside her, my hand resting lightly on the hilt of my blade. I gave Tyrion a thin smile. Welcome, guests. Unfortunately, our priestess here doesn't have a cure for dwarfism, I said dryly. Tyrion blinked, staring at me for a heartbeat before snapping a finger at me. That was actually funny, he admitted, smirking, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Considering you clearly realize I'm not here for that. Were you seeing patients? He turned to Kinvera. Yes, Kinvera replied, her expression softening into her usual practiced warmth. And forgive my bodyguard's rash words. Growing up with the second sons molded him this way. She shot me a quick, irritated look, a look that was as much for show as her soft tone. Tyrion shifted his weight, studying her for a moment. So, what can I help you with, Lord Tyrion Lannister? Kinvera asked. Ah, so you do know me. Tyrion smiled, though the smile was tinged with something sharper, curiosity, perhaps, or skepticism. How do I say this? I've recently been appointed as the Hand of the King, a hefty job, and I've been asking around about a red priestess who seemed to have made herself at home in King's Landing. Naturally, I had to come to see for myself. He gave a sweeping bow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Now that I have, I'd ask you to leave. Kinvera tilted her head, a glimmer of sadness in her gaze. Because of my religion, I thought Westeros, under King Robert Baratheon's rule, allowed all kinds of religions to coexist. Is King Joffrey restricting that right now? Pity. Tyrion hesitated, his mouth opening and closing for a second before he hummed. Well, no, but, Kinvera shook her head. The High Priestess Kinvera sent me here. She'd be immensely disappointed to hear the Church of Light has been banished from Westeros. Kinvera. Bronn piped up, his eyes narrowing. Of Volantis. The mention of the name seemed to settle between them like a rock in a calm pond, ripples of understanding spreading in their expressions. Yes, she said. My name is Naira, one of her close confidants. Kinvera had taken precautions, her hair dyed red with a speck of her magic, her identity hidden beneath layers of deception. She played her part well, pretending to be someone else, presenting herself as one of the many priestesses under Kinvera's guidance. Using her own identity would draw too much attention. I turned away, my hand lifting in a dismissive gesture. Looks like we have to pack, I said with an exaggerated sigh. Wait, Tyrion called, his voice halting my steps. I've heard about the High Priestess before. Quite an enigma, isn't she? Since she, the first priestess of the Lord of Light, has sent you here, let's see. What crimes have you committed again? Kinvera's smile deepened, her eyes almost twinkling. None, she said softly. Unless checking on sick children is considered a crime. Tyrion Lannister regarded her for a long moment before he smiled, a smile laced with resignation. No, it's not. He gave a curt nod. Have a good day, then. And with that, he turned, Bronn following closely behind, and they were gone, just like that. I looked at their receding back, and smirked. My gaze swept over Kinvera, her composed expression a mask of victory. So this is what you meant. Did I? Could be a coincidence, she said, and I crossed my arms. Right. Well, now my identity is clear to the higher-ups in King's Landing. A simple bodyguard of the Second Sons, serving a red priestess. Not a bad cover. I should be able to visit the brothel at least now freely. Kinvera tilted her head, the mischief returning to her eyes. Hey, step by step, my prince. Trust in the Lord of Light. I ignored her blabbering and glanced out of the window, the skyline of King's Landing stretching in the distance, a sight that called out to me. Chapter 19. Seduction Arts on a Whore. The narrow alleys of King's Landing were like a maze. It was a claustrophobic warren of stone, grime, and the combined stink of humanity. It was honestly gross. Do I really want this place back? Yikes. The smell was unbearable. Fortunately, it did have an end. I walked through them with my hood pulled low as I navigated the twisting streets away from the smell. This was far different than Volantis, at least on the part I'd visited. The sights of this city, ancient and medieval, were fascinating. Structures like this I'd only seen in pictures, and heavy CGI works. Dirty cobblestones beneath my boots, wooden beams that jutted out from the upper floors of buildings to create strange, leaning streets, all of that was a strange wonder to my modern mind, even with Viserys' memories. The city stank of unwashed bodies and rot, with every corner harboring dark, unknown filth. Yet there was life here, too. The poor, the rich, the beggars, and the lords. All lives that'd one day belong under my foot, soon. I turned down another alley, the din of the marketplace fading behind me as I approached my destination, Littlefinger's brothel. It was evening. The sun had set halfway, and the moon was visible. People were starting to buzz around the place. There was something darkly amusing about all this as I stood under the shadow of the building, smiling up at it. Here I was, Viserys Targaryen, the last of a fallen dynasty, entering the lair of a man who was meant to be a major character in a story I had once watched on a screen. With intentions to reclaim the dynasty. The revival of my kingdom is starting from a brothel. I shook my head. The door opened with a groan as I stepped inside. Immediately, the heavy, musky perfume of the place wrapped around me, an overpowering blend of sweat, floral oils, and the faintest hint of incense. Girls of all types lounged around, laughing and talking, their voices merging into a soft, constant hum. I strode to the center of the room, avoiding bumping into people, while my eyes trailed lazily across the offerings. The madam on duty was a stout woman with heavily painted lips, who approached me, her smile practiced and smooth. Welcome, my lord, she purred. What might you be in the mood for? The best girl you have. I asked simply, watching the room. The madam's eyebrows rose, and there was a moment of silence before a young girl, a blonde no older than 20, giggled softly. Can you even pay for the best? She said, her tone half teasing, half skeptical, given my choice of clothes. I couldn't reply as a sharp slap cracked through the room. The madam had moved so fast that even I almost missed it. The young blonde gasped, clutching her cheek, eyes wide as the madam rounded on her, her gaze like steel. Mind your manners, she snapped before turning back to me, all smiles again. The girls began to move closer, surrounding me in a swirl of scents and fabrics. There's no one best, my lord, the madam said smoothly, gesturing to the array before me. All are worthy. Do you like blondes? Redheads? Something petite, perhaps? I can find the best of your taste. Hands reached for me, delicate fingers brushing my arms and chest as if to draw my attention. I observed their curves, groping their breasts. Tall girls, short ones, one of them said, her eyes gleaming. You'll find what you need here. Will I, really? Of course, I wasn't here to get my dick wet. I had Kinvera for that. This was a strategic visit. I was here for someone, and as I glanced around, scanning the faces, I soon found her, a girl sitting by the far side of the room. She was different from the rest. I bet on any other day, she'd have acted the same as them, but today she wasn't trying to catch my eye. She wasn't even looking this way, too dazed as she was tying her auburn hair back. Rose the whore. I remembered her from the show, though now she looked softer and more fragile, as well as prettier, her face unlined by the cruelties that would one day come her way. How beautiful for a whore, I had to admit. I raised my head, nodding in her direction, and felt the collective sigh of several girls around me, a soft, near imperceptible sound of disappointment. The madam hesitated, her eyes flicking toward Rose, then back to me. Ah, well, my lord, the blonde girl from earlier began, her voice almost pleading, Rose isn't feeling well today. Perhaps another. Before she could continue, Rose's voice cut through the murmurs. I'm fine, Lyris, she said, standing, her face expressionless. She stepped forward, her posture straight. Her body was great, and her eyes locked on mine with a quiet defiance. I'll take the job. The madam gave her a wary look but said nothing. I held back a smile, merely nodding, allowing her to lead the way. Rose moved ahead, her steps steady, her hand gesturing for me to follow her up the winding staircase that led to the private chambers. I followed, the other girls parting for us, their eyes following our ascent, a mix of curiosity, envy, and perhaps even pity. Rose led me down a narrow hallway, opened a door to one of the rooms, and stepped aside for me to enter first. The door closed softly behind us, and the night in the city waited just beyond. So what would you like to start with, Esser? Rose asked, her voice smooth and practiced, leading me inside the room. She gently nudged me onto the bed, her movements deliberate, her demeanor polished with years of experience. The room smelled faintly of incense, a thick sweetness that attempted to disguise the musty undertone of too many bodies passing through. The bed, with its rich crimson drapes and silken sheets, looked inviting but somehow hollow, like all things gilded and hollowed out with use. Flickering candles in the corners threw shadows that danced across the stone walls, casting a certain warmth that wasn't truly there, a place where charm and emptiness went hand in hand. Rose was smiling now, and to most, it would look sincere. But it was hard to act in front of me. My stats, and perhaps just my experience, made it almost amusingly easy to see the edges of her weariness. She wore more makeup today than I imagined she normally would. A bit of powder under her eyes, too much kohl to hide what lay beneath. A swelling, the kind that came from tears shed not too long ago. I had heard the news of Joffrey's latest cruelty while wandering the city earlier, the slaughter of bastards, the senseless killing of children, of mothers left wailing in the streets. It wasn't hard to recall the scene where Rose cried over one of those unfortunate babies, a friend's child. Just like in the show. And Petter Baelish, well, he hadn't made it any easier. This is good, I thought, the timing is just perfect. Holding back a smile, I corrected her. I'm no Esser, I said. What do you usually do for your customers? Alright, crazy question. How do you seduce a whore? Chapter 20. Spreading a network. I'm no Esser, I said. What do you usually do for your customers? She blinked, her smile widening, her eyes flashing briefly with something sly. Ah, you're the talking type Tilda, she giggled. It was a fake, airy sound, the kind meant to charm a stranger. Well, usually I start by, she leaned closer, whispering a litany of acts, her tone dripping with the seductive allure she was famous for. I laughed softly, letting the sound drift between us, the echo swallowed by the walls. Sounds fun, I said, sliding my hands away from her waist, my fingers brushing the silk of her dress as I let go. But, tonight, I think I'll take you for the whole night, Rose. My words made her eyes light up briefly with hope. But first, I want to talk. Get to know each other. It's dull to just fuck and leave, isn't it? She stilled, her gaze lingering on my face as if trying to gauge my intentions. She tried to hide it, but the flicker of irritation was unmistakable. She wanted to get this over with. Trust me, love, the night will be far from boring, she purred. I laughed again, louder this time. If all I wanted was a quick drain of balls, Rose, I'd have done it with my hand in the privacy of my own quarters. I came here to find a woman for a reason. Women are charming, they're more than just bodies. They're stories. They're someone to brag to laugh with. Sex is just a fraction of that. She giggled, something real slipping into the sound. So you want to brag about yourself? Go on then, traveler, she said, her head tilting as her smile turned teasing. You're not from here, are you? I nodded. Sharp eyes. A necessity in my line of work, she replied, arching an eyebrow. Her gaze carried a hint of mischief, her curiosity piqued despite herself. I leaned back, making myself comfortable, one arm resting behind my head. Yep, from Essos actually, I said and launched into my story, spinning a web of half-truths and careful lies, how I was part of the Second Sons, which she didn't know about, so I had to explain how companies of sellswords worked in Essos, and how the Second Sons was a big name among them. I told her why I was here, that I'd passed through Dorne earlier, traveling alongside a rather fervent red priestess. She's good at ruining the mood, I added with a grin. When all a man wants is to have his balls empty and a night to himself, she's there talking about some Lord of Light. Rose giggle interrupted my story, it was a sound more real than before. I can imagine. A priestess isn't exactly who a man like you would want to travel with, is it? No, I said, sighing dramatically. I wanted to sleep with her once, but, I paused, my lips quirking upward. Apparently, fire isn't just metaphorical. She laughed out loud, her head falling back, her eyes crinkling in amusement. The tension she carried seemed to dissolve with each shared laugh, each joke exchanged. Her earlier impatience had faded entirely, and her body had lost the stiffness from before. She rested her head on my arm, her red curls brushing against my skin as she nestled closer, her body relaxed against mine. I could feel her breaths evening, her laughter still lingering. So, she murmured, her fingers trailing down my chest, how about you show me the dragon in your pants, Her hand slipped lower, but I caught her wrist, stopping her. Her gaze darted up, confusion sparking in her eyes. You want to talk even more? It's been hours, and the night is far from done, I replied, my tone light. I let my fingers trace her wrist, my eyes holding hers. Besides, I've been the one talking all this time. I want to hear about you, Rose. It'd be dull to just fuck after talking so much about me, especially with someone like you. Tell me, what's been weighing on you? Why were you sad earlier? She blinked, the smile on her lips faltering, her expression hardening slightly. Ah, traveler, if you're not in the mood, I can call someone else. No, I said quickly, cutting her off. I'm in the mood for you. You're gorgeous. But more than that, I want to understand why the woman I'm going to spend the night with is sad. What happened? She frowned, her eyes narrowing at me, and then she grinned. It was a cynical grin that barely hid the bitterness underneath. Oh, I see. You're into that, aren't you? She said, her voice dropping, a mocking edge creeping into her tone. You want the sad story of the whore, so you can feel like a hero when you fuck her, thinking, oh, how great I am, making this broken woman smile and moan again. Is that it? Her words hung in the air, biting, the bitterness sharp enough to cut. Her eyes widened as she realized what she'd just said, the venom she'd let slip. She tried to pull away, her body stiffening, but I burst out laughing, a genuine, full-bodied laugh that filled the space between us, diffusing the tension. Rose stilled, staring at me, then hesitated before a small smile crept onto her lips, growing into laughter of her own. She shook her head, her laugh growing freer. I pulled her, and she rolled with me on the bed, her laughter infectious, carrying away the sharpness of her words. Ah, you do have a way with words, I sighed, the laughter fading from my lips as I sat up, reaching into my coat. I pulled out a small pouch, tossing it beside her. It landed on the mattress with a soft jingle. She blinked, her gaze flicking to the pouch before back to me. I nudged my chin toward it, and she hesitated before reaching for it, her fingers loosening the strings. Her eyes widened at the amount inside, more than any single night was worth. She looked up at me, surprise written across her face. Your payment, I said, my voice softening. For tonight, let's suppose we've already slept together. Now, entertain me with your story, Rose. Why is such a pretty face like yours sad, yet still forced to work? She stared at me for a long moment, her expression softening, her eyes shimmering with something unspoken. She sighed, sitting up, her gaze drifting down to her hands. You said you're from Essos, right? She began, her voice quieter now, almost unsure. Fair, why you won't know. Yes. I've only been in King's Landing for a little while, I said, lying on my side, my eyes never leaving hers. What happened here, Rose? What's got you like this? She hesitated, biting her lip, her eyes flicking away. It's the crown, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The crown's ordered, they've been killing all of Robert Baratheon's bastards. She paused, her gaze lowering, her voice breaking slightly. My friend, Emhagen, her baby, it wasn't even his. She'd never been with the king. But they killed him anyway. They killed so many babies, innocent children, just because they might be his. Her voice cracked, her eyes filling with tears, her breath shuddering as she spoke. I sat up, reaching out, my hand running gently through her hair, my other arm pulling her closer. She looked up, startled at the gesture, her eyes wide, her tears spilling over. I didn't say anything, just held her, her trembling form pressed against me as her sobs finally broke free. She cried against my chest, her body trembling with the force of her grief. They dove a dagger through the poor baby's heart. For nothing, she whispered, her voice muffled against my shirt. And now I'm here, pretending everything is fine, working like it's just another day. The man who runs this place, he's got to be a piece of shit, making you work like this, I muttered, my voice darkening. She froze, her body tensing against me. She hesitated, pulling back slightly, her gaze flicking up to mine, a conflicted look in her eyes. She shook her head, her voice wavering. He's not a bad man. He's done a lot for me, for all of us. She was lying. I could see it in her eyes, hear it in the way her voice wavered. But I liked that about her. She was smart, cautious, unwilling to speak ill of Baelish to a stranger. That was why I was here tonight. Not to claim her body, but her loyalty, to make her a seed, someone I could trust, someone who could become my eyes and ears against Littlefinger and the rest of King's Landing. If he's so kind, I said, my voice soft, why not stop working here? Become his assistant, or a manager, or something. Surely, you're capable of more than this. She hesitated, her brow furrowing, her gaze dropping. You think someone like me could do that? She murmured, her voice almost lost to the shadows. I reached up, ruffling her hair gently, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. You're stronger than you think, Rose. You could have let those girls take me, avoided working tonight, but you didn't. You have ambition. You should use it. She looked up at me, her eyes shimmering, her lips parting slightly. You really think? At least try, I said, smiling. I think you can do it. She blinked, her eyes softening, her lips curling into a hesitant smile. Sure, and don't worry about anyone else coming for you for the next few days, I added, lying back on the bed, pulling her down beside me. I'll come here every night. I'll hire you, and we can just talk. You can work on becoming his assistant during the day, and at night, I'll be here, keeping everyone else away. Sound good? She stared at me, her eyes wide, her lips parting, then she smiled, a real, soft smile, one that reached her eyes. You're a strange man, she whispered, her voice filled with something I couldn't quite place. She nudged closer, resting her head against my chest, her body relaxing against mine. Maybe, I said, wrapping an arm around her, my gaze drifting to the ceiling, a smirk tugging at my lips. At this rate, I'd have her loyalty soon enough. But for now, sleep, Rose. I'll take care of it if someone looks for you, and everything else. She sighed softly, her body sinking into mine, her breaths evening out as she drifted to sleep, her warmth seeping into me. I lay there, staring at the shadows on the ceiling, my smirk widening. I guess this was a step towards the beginning of my own personal spy network. Chapter 21, A. Hopeless romantic. The light came in softly through the small window, muted by the dust that clung to the glass. It was morning. Rose blinked against the thin, gray dawn, her senses slowly coming to life. There was warmth beneath her, a lingering heat where his body had been. She sat up, the sheets slipping away, her hand brushing across the empty space beside her. He was gone. Of course, he was. What did you expect, Rose? She thought, the corners of her mouth twitching into a small, sad smile. She wasn't surprised. Men like him, rare, strange, kind, they never stayed. Especially not in places like this. Still, despite herself, she found her eyes roaming across the room, glancing at the shadows where the early light had yet to reach. The dim corners were empty. She sighed and let her shoulders slump, bringing her palm up to meet her forehead in a slow, tired slap. I didn't even ask his name, she muttered, a sigh escaping her lips. A part of her hated herself for even caring. He was a customer, after all, just another man with coins in his pouch. Yet, it didn't feel like that, did it? Her mind whispered back, and she had no answer. No answer except the quiet ache in her chest, an emptiness that hadn't been there when she drifted off, wrapped in his warmth. Outside the door, life was already picking up. The clamor of voices, the shuffle of feet on worn wooden floors, the madam's sharp bark as she wrangled the morning shift. Rose rubbed at her eyes, trying to shake off the heaviness that clung to her limbs. Life was calling her back, as it always did, pulling her from the warmth of that fleeting moment into the cold, indifferent reality of King's Landing. She glanced back at the empty side of the bed, her fingers curling into the sheets, feeling the slight indentation where he had been. A man like that, he was rare. She had never spent a night like that before, a night where there were no demands, no expectations, just laughter and stories shared between strangers. Compared to her usual nights, a night where she could simply be herself, where she could cry and laugh without the weight of performance, it had felt like heaven. Her fingers tightened on the sheets, and she bit her lip. Would he come back? He said he would, but men said a lot of things, didn't they? Promises whispered in the dark, forgotten by morning. She knew better than to hope. Hope was dangerous. Hope was what got girls like her killed or worse, broken. And yet, she couldn't help it. There was something about him. Something that made her want to believe that maybe, just maybe, he was different. She sighed, shaking her head, her auburn hair falling into her face as she tried to shake the thoughts away. Stupid girl, she chided herself, forcing her feet to the floor, the cold wood biting into her skin. You should know better by now. He probably won't come back. He probably forgot you the moment he walked out that door. She told herself that over and over, trying to bury the tiny flicker of hope that refused to die. But deep down, in the quiet part of her heart that still dared to dream, she wanted him to come back. She wanted another night like that, another chance to be just Rose, not Rose the whore, not the girl in the brothel, but just her. She stood, wrapping her arms around herself, staring at the door. The morning was waiting for her, and so was the world. Life was moving on, as it always did, dragging her along with it. But for a moment, just a moment, she allowed herself to linger in the warmth of last night, the memory of heaven she had touched, however briefly, before she stepped back into the cold reality of her life. Don't be stupid, Rose, she whispered to herself, the words barely audible over the noise outside. He's not coming back. But even as she said it, she couldn't quite convince herself. With one last glance at the empty bed, she turned away, the faintest of smiles tugging at her lips. Maybe he wouldn't come back. But maybe he would. And that tiny maybe, was enough to keep her going, enough to bring a spark of warmth to the cold morning as she opened the door and stepped back into the world. That night, he returned like a prince from her dreams. You know what, seducing a whore was surprisingly easy. Just give her something different than what the usual men gave them. Well, then again, that advice worked for all women, didn't it? Attention, care, the illusion of being seen, any woman was vulnerable to these if done just right. But anyhow, that wasn't the point. The last 2 weeks had slipped by, marked by my routine visits to the brothel. Each evening, I would return to her, hiring Rose for the entire night. The look in her eyes changed to more endearing after each visit. I honestly expected it to take longer since I wasn't some pickup artist back in my old world, and my system didn't have the charisma stat. But maybe the 20 made up for it. There had been some instances where the nobility of King's Landing had tried to compete, trying to outpay me for her services, but alas for them, I had the capital of Dorne behind me. No lord or knight was going to outbid me. Not when I had the luxury of gold flowing like water from the sun-kissed deserts. Rose, meanwhile, had been working just as I had envisioned. Raising herself out of the rut that was being a simple whore, striving to become something more, someone more. In just these 2 weeks, she'd managed to position herself to be more than another warm body to be used by the patrons of Baelish's House of Sin. She'd been pushing herself, taking up tasks that weren't assigned to her, managing the other girls, helping with the paperwork, and being everywhere at once. And today, finally, she'd made real progress, promoted from a regular whore to a madam, meaning, she didn't have to sleep with a customer if she didn't want to. This meant she was now in charge of others and able to delegate and command. She had power, A taste of it, and the hunger in her eyes told me she wanted more. And I would give it to her, slowly, like a piece of bait dangling just beyond reach, enticing her to keep striving forward. Hey! Rosa's voice brought me out of my thoughts, a soft whimper near my ear as she lay beside me, her breath tickling my skin. She was lying on her side, her red hair spread across the pillow, her leg thrown over my hip, her lips brushing my ear. When are we actually doing it? I don't mind, you know. I glanced at her, a smile tugging at my lips. I told you, I said, shrugging, I'm not going to do it as long as it requires payment. She pouted, her brows furrowing. I told you I don't mind, she said, her voice a little husky, a little needy. I do, I replied, my tone light. Get more promoted. Be fast about it. And then, I leaned over, brushing my nose against hers, feeling her breath hitch, I'll give you the dragon that you want. She giggled, biting her lip, her eyes glinting with mischief. You know, she said, her fingers trailing down my chest, I'd have thought you were limp down there if I hadn't felt that thing for myself with my hand. I can't wait to have that big boy. I laughed softly, shaking my head as her face moved closer, her lips parting. A kiss, at least. She whispered, her voice playful yet almost pleading. I nodded, and she wasted no time. Her hands cupped my face as she pulled me in, her lips crashing against mine, her kiss filled with hunger, a need that was as much about desire as it was about something deeper, something she likely didn't even realize she was yearning for. My hands wandered her body, tracing the curve of her waist, groping her ass, giving it a playful slap that made her moan into my mouth. She pulled back, her eyes darkened with lust, her voice husky as she asked, You sure you don't want me bouncing on you already? I grinned, lifting a finger and pressing it to her lips. Be a good girl, be patient, I said. Her lips parted, and instead of replying, she took my finger into her mouth, her eyes locking onto mine as she began to suck on it, her tongue swirling around it. Whatever you say, my love, she murmured around my finger, her voice muffled, her eyes never leaving mine. Call me master, I corrected, my tone soft but firm. I like that more. Her eyes widened for a brief moment before a grin spread across her lips, and she pulled my finger out of her mouth, her voice a purr as she said, Sure thing, master. She leaned in again, kissing me once more, her body moving, grinding on top of me, her breath hitching as her hips moved, seeking friction. Ellipsis. Morning came with a soft light filtering in through the curtains, the city outside beginning to wake. I stood at the edge of the bed, buttoning my shirt, my eyes flicking to the woman sprawled across the sheets, her hair a fiery halo against the pillow. Rose yawned, stretching, her eyes blinking open, still heavy with sleep. You know, she murmured, her voice groggy, you shouldn't come from tonight forward. I paused, raising an eyebrow at her, an amused smile playing on my lips. Damn, you get a promotion and already discarding me. She scoffed, sitting up, her eyes rolling. You know it's not like that, she said, pulling the sheet around her bare shoulders. The deal was you'd come every night to hire me so other men couldn't. But now that I'm a madam, I can ignore others' requests on my own. I don't want you wasting your time on me. I know you're a busy man. She looked at me strangely for a moment and then joked, plus, you have those sand girls to seduce, she giggled before growing serious again. Anyway, if you don't come, I can spend that time working, speeding up my promotions. Not a bad plan. She hesitated then, her eyes flicking down, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of the sheet. Once that's done, we could go out for dinner, maybe. One day, her voice was quiet, almost shy, as she glanced up at me through her lashes. I looked at her for a moment, her uncertainty almost endearing, and then smiled. Of course, my dear, I said, my voice soft. Her face lit up, her lips curving into a smile that reached her eyes, and I felt a flicker of something almost like satisfaction. I leaned down, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead, my fingers brushing through her hair. Take care, Rose. And be smart. Remember what we talked about. She nodded, her eyes serious, her lips pressing into a determined line. I will, she whispered. With one last glance, I turned, pulling my hood over my head as I stepped out of the room, the door clicking softly shut behind me. Another piece moved on the board, another step taken towards what was rightfully mine. Chapter 22, The Red Keep, the narrow alleys of King's Landing twisted before me, the early morning light barely piercing the filth-ridden maze. My hood was pulled low, shadowing my face, but my spirits were light, lighter than they had been in a long while. The brothel, or rather, Rose, had proved useful. The city's grime, the stink of humanity mixed with rotting waste, all seemed less intrusive today, for my successes with her made me care less about everything else. I turned down a narrow street, the walls looming high on either side, the bricks stained dark by years of neglect. My feet carried me towards our small hideaway, a mansion tucked neatly into a forgotten corner of King's Landing, inconspicuous but comfortable. Well, for our purposes at least. We got it for free when Kinvara cured the sick child of a lord, and he gifted this place to stay, so I couldn't really complain. Even with Dorne backing me, I was mostly just a bum. As I neared, something caught my eye. A glint of polished metal, sunlight bouncing off the armor of several guards. Their uniforms were concerning with a stark blue and gold, the sigil of the crown emblazoned on their chests. Royal guards. I felt a prickle of curiosity, raising an eyebrow as I watched them for a moment. What business do they have here? Tyrion had returned without issue, so why were these bastards at my doorstep? I pulled my hood tighter, slipping through the narrow side gate. The door was already open, the guard's presence weighing tension in the air. Inside, the hall was quiet, the flicker of sunlight throwing dancing shadows against the stone walls. I found Kinvara safe, draped in her crimson robes, her hair falling in waves, a soft smile playing at her lips. She looked regal as though she were a queen, far too used to these moments of power and pressure. Her gaze flickered to me, her eyes flashing with a mix of amusement and something else, a tension that buzzed beneath the surface. "Dearest bodyguard," she called. "You're awake early," I said, closing the door behind me, the wood groaning softly. My eyes drifted to the guards standing at attention, their hands resting loosely on the hilts of their swords. I assumed that the sand snakes were still asleep since they were not here. "The Queen Regent," Kinvara began, her voice smooth, as though she spoke of the weather, "has extended an invitation." She turned fully to face me, the fabric of her robes shifting around her like liquid fire. Or at least, that's what they called it. Calling it a summons seems more fitting. Cersei Lannister, I wondered, my curiosity piqued. Hey, does the Queen need guidance in the ways of fire and light? Kinvara's eyes sparkled with something close to mischief. She might be beyond the Lord's light, she murmured only loud enough for me to hear, but nonetheless, she demanded an audience. And I'm obliged to comply. Would you like to join me, Vis? The question was casual, her tone light, but it was a great opening. She knew I was looking for a way into the castle, and there were few ways better than this. I smiled, the answer forming before she had even finished speaking. Even if I wasn't your bodyguard, I'd never turn down an invitation to the Red Keep, I said, stepping closer, lowering my voice so only she could hear. Especially not one that comes from the Queen herself. I thought you'd say that, she said softly, inclining her head towards the door where the guards waited. Let's go then. The Queen awaits, and we wouldn't want to keep her waiting. Follow us, one of the royal guards said. We moved together, the guards falling into step around us as we exited the mansion. The streets outside were slowly coming alive, vendors setting up stalls, children darting between them, their laughter echoing off the stone walls. We walked at a brisk pace, Kinvara's robes trailing behind her, her steps graceful, uncaring of the lustful gazes of the guards as their armor clinked softly in rhythm. The Red Keep loomed ahead, its towers piercing the sky, its walls casting long shadows over the bustling streets below. I stared at it for a moment. This was where my ancestor Aegon the Conqueror first landed and built his base, his son Maegor the Cruel saw it completed. The Red Keep was made by Targaryens for Targaryens, but most of all, it was my home. The guards led us through the gates, their expressions stern. The atmosphere shifted as we entered the outer gates of the castle. It was a sudden quiet, the city's noise fading into a distant hum. The halls were cool, the air heavy with the scent of stone and torch smoke. I walked beside Kinvara, our escort of palace guards leading us deeper into the belly of the beast. I kept my hood low, my face hidden. It wasn't like anyone would recognize me anyway, but old habits die hard. On the other hand, Kinvara moved with an elegance that made her seem almost out of place in this grim stronghold, her robes flowing, her step light, her head held high. She looked as though she owned the place. In her mind, she probably did. And perhaps that was why the guards glanced at her with an odd mixture of awe and fear at the woman's confidence. Kinvara's presence drew eyes even among those accustomed to royalty, and her graceful smile was always on her lips. People looked at her, servants, members of high standing, lords that had come to visit the castle, and we ignored them all as we walked through halls that I'd dreamt of before. Halls I recognized from my childhood. We were soon brought to a grand door that looked designed to impress more than function simply. I didn't hate it. It was nostalgic. The Red Keep was as cold and uninviting as I remembered from my childhood, but at least it felt like home. I didn't feel like a trespasser. The last time I'd set foot here, I was 5, and it had already been 17 years. The guards paused, and one of them stepped forward, knocking briefly before pushing the door open. His voice echoed into the chamber beyond as he announced us. The Lady Nyra, priestess of R'hllor, is here, Your Grace, he said, his tone dull. I caught a flicker of blonde hair through the gap of the door and green eyes flickering to look at us from inside. Invite her in, a feminine voice called, and the guard nodded. He then glanced at me and seemed to decide I didn't warrant any introduction. You heard her, the guard said, and Kinvara moved forward, her robe swaying, a smile playing on her lips. She shot me a brief glance before stepping through the doorway, her eyes flashing with something between amusement and tension. I'll be all right. No need to worry, she murmured in a low voice. Rather, try not to cause trouble today, she asked, and I gave her a long look. She knew why I'd chosen King's Landing rather than the other kings. I wanted to kill Joffrey. I just smirked at her words. No promises. She gave me a half-warning and half-amused look before she stepped through the door, the heavy wood closing behind her, leaving me in the hallway with the guards stationed nearby. The guard moved to close the door behind her, stepping in front of me as if to emphasize my lack of importance. You wait here, he said, barely glancing at me. His voice was gruff and dismissive. I shrugged, not bothering to argue. As you wish. I leaned back against the cool stone wall, my arms crossing over my chest as I looked around. The hall was grand, as one would expect of the Red Keep, but far too empty. I could hear distant voices, the muted clatter of movement deeper within. The boredom set in faster than expected. I glanced at the guards, both staring straight ahead, their faces expressionless. I shrugged, turning around. They didn't seem like they'd stop me, so there was no point standing around waiting, not when the Red Keep had so much to explore, so many secrets to uncover. And, so many people to meet. I slipped away from the guards, my steps quiet against the stone floor, my curiosity pulling me deeper into the keep. This was an opportunity that I wasn't about to waste. Chapter 23, Winter is Coming, My Lady, 17 years. That was how long it had been. For the first few minutes, I still couldn't believe I was walking through its halls again. Back then, I wasn't heir. It was Rhaegar, my older brother, who was the crown prince. No matter how much I bragged about it, I was never fated to inherit any of this. But now, I was working toward it. A few more, and I'll have it all back, I muttered to myself. I observed the area well, recalling the changes compared to when all of this belonged to my family. The winding and labyrinthine corridors seemed to swallow all warmth, shadows stretching out as if eager to consume those who dared to enter. The early morning light did little to penetrate the walls of red-painted stone, and the few torches flickering along the corridor were nothing more than trembling flames. The air was chill, the atmosphere charged. This was a place where whispers thrived and death came in silence. I walked slowly through these hallways, reaching out a hand to pluck an occasional flower or two from the garden that reached to this floor through the large windows. There was no rush, just a man stretching his legs, exploring the corners of a place that held far more secrets than most could fathom. The Red Keep was a maze. A place built on old, twisted bones, each corridor leading to more doors and secrets. I didn't know what I was looking for, but that was the fun. I was just wandering, searching for fate to hand me a situation on a platter. I moved lightly, avoiding the guards and their suspicious stares. My hood pulled low over my face, and the thick carpets beneath my feet muffled my steps. Turning another corner, I paused. My long walk finally came to an end. There, standing before one of the tall windows, her gaze fixed on the city below, was a lone figure. Her auburn hair caught the early light filtering through the dusty glass, glowing like fire. So many girls around me are redheads, I counted as I watched her. She was dressed in rich silks, deep greens and somber blues, the fabric hanging heavily, almost swallowing her tall frame. It took me a moment to recognize her. Sansa Stark, queen-to-be of Joffrey. I stepped closer, my steps slow. She seemed lost in thought, her eyes distant as they traced the skyline of King's Landing. I could almost see the turmoil in her, a thousand worries pressing on her shoulders, weighing her down, even in her stillness. I closed the distance, my lips quirking as I watched her. Very dangerous to stand so close to the window, I said, my voice cutting softly through the silence. She startled, her head snapping around, her eyes widening in surprise. Fear flickered across her features for a moment, a flash of vulnerability that was easy to read. The daughter of Eddard Stark, alone in the lion's den. She blinked at me, her gaze trying to make sense of my sudden appearance. I smiled, tilting my head slightly. You might fall, my lady, I added, keeping my tone light. Her voice came out in a soft breath, her words caught off guard. She straightened, stepping back from the window's ledge, her hands nervously smoothing the front of her dress. Who are you? I haven't seen you in the castle before. Just a visitor, I said, giving her a small nod. This is my name, I added after a pause. No titles, no introductions. Let her wonder who I was. And you must be Lady Sansa. She blinked, the wariness not entirely leaving her expression. How do you know my name? She asked, her voice soft, almost timid. That was a stupid question, but I just guessed she was startled. I smiled, stepping closer, my gaze flicking briefly to the window before returning to her. Everyone knows your name, my lady. You're quite famous, a Stark of Winterfell, here in King's Landing. I kept my voice smooth, my words gentle, as if I were offering her some small comfort. Her lips pressed together, her gaze dropping briefly to her hands. She was nervous, unsure of me. The girl was far from who she'd become one day, merely a step down a brat, but she was getting there. Also, she looked older. How could that be? In the show, the only reason her marriage with Joffrey was postponed was because she hadn't started to bleed yet. But here, she was definitely an adult already. Why was the marriage not held yet, then? You shouldn't be here, she said, her voice gaining a little strength. It's dangerous to talk to me. If what you'd come to the palace for is dealt with, leave. Dangerous, I echoed, my smile widening. For whom? Me, I laughed. She hesitated, her brow furrowing. For you, yes. If Jay the King finds you here, I waved a hand, dismissing her concern, my eyes glinting with amusement. I'll be fine, Lady Sansa. Besides, I rather enjoy the thrill of it. This place, I glanced around the dim corridor, the heavy stone walls, the tapestries lining the halls. It feels familiar, although I can't pinpoint why. If Eddard Stark was here, he'd have been able to answer that, I'm sure, I said, smirking at her as she frowned in confusion. I was just playing with her, but her eyes searched mine, her lips parting as if she wanted to say something, but she held back. I could see the questions in her, the curiosity, the uncertainty. She was wary of me, and yet, she was drawn in by what I was implying. That her father would recognize me if he was here. It wasn't often that someone approached her like this, with no clear agenda, no demands, just curiosity. You're not from here, are you? She finally said, her voice quiet. I smiled. Interesting question. Let's just say I'm passing through. I let my gaze drift back to her, my smile softening. And you, my lady, do you enjoy being here? In the heart of it all. You, who were so very excited to be queen when the prospect was first proposed. You, who begged your mother to convince your father to accept King Robert's deal. She hesitated, her eyes flicking away. It's not what I expected, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. There was a sadness in her eyes, immense sadness. I am curious about who you are. Are you not going to answer? Today is not the day, my lady. As for your failed expectations, the Red Keep has that effect on people, I said, my tone shifting as if I were sharing a secret. It's not quite as grand as the stories make it out to be, is it? It's like a prison. She looked up at me, her eyes widening slightly, a flicker of something like agreement passing through them. For a moment, just a moment, she seemed to let her guard down, her lips curving into the faintest of smiles. Quote. Yes, it's a prison, indeed. A rotten one. I laughed and blinked. My eyes glanced down the corridor. Footsteps, the heavy, deliberate tread of guards. I saw Kinvara walking with them, smiling calmly. Her talk with Cersei seemed to have gone without any issue, meaning my time here was up. I turned back to the older Sansa, giving her a small, charming smile, my gaze meeting hers. Take care, my lady, I said, my voice soft. Stay away from dangerous windows. Even if you don't fall, you might catch a cold. After all, I smiled, winter is coming. Her eyes widened, confusion turning to hope, but before she could say anything, I turned, my hood pulled low as I slipped into the shadows. The guards came into view, their eyes sweeping the corridor, but I was already gone from Sansa. Just another ghost in the labyrinth of Red Keep, who soon joined with Kinvara. Where were you? Plucking flowers. So, we left the keep. Pity I didn't stumble upon Joffrey today. Then again, perhaps this wasn't the best time for me to kill him. As a king, he's more of a troublemaker, not useful. If I were to kill him, it's not as if I could just sit down on the throne right there and take it. No, I'd be hunted by the entire country, first, and secondly, the Lannister would just crown Tommen instead. After all, this wasn't a kill the king and take the world type of power fantasy. Tyrion Lannister was in King's Landing, serving as the hand. Tommen would listen to the man, which would immediately make him a more competent king than Joffrey ever was. I didn't want that. In a scenario like this, the best course of action is to wait for the best opportunity to kill Joffrey. Not only when it was safe for me, but when killing him would do the most damage. For example, maybe when the fleets of Stannis Baratheon would attack. That'd throw the entire battlefield into chaos, after all. And I could just kill Stannis, unworried about a Tommen situation there. If not that, then some other perfect time to kill the twat that was Joffrey. Sadly, today was not that day. Chapter 24. Why's my dragon so small? I wasn't worried about Kinvara and Cersei's meeting at all, and as expected, she came out unharmed. The queen was simply double-checking if Kinvara wasn't helping Stannis. By the end of their talk, she determined, Nyra was unrelated to Westeros's useless politics. I was glad they didn't find her suspicious and hang her, but then again, I doubted they could, even if they wanted to. The woman was not the mountain, but her powers surely surpassed them all for her to be walking this earth for however long she was. A few days passed since that incident, and I hadn't received any other chance of entering the Red Keep. I was not skilled enough to infiltrate it, plus I had no reason to take such a risk. Instead, I decided to focus on my dragon for a bit rather than the politics. The mansion's atmosphere was tight. All the windows were drawn shut, the doors locked and sealed. If this had been the dead of night, maybe someone with ears sharp enough would hear it, the sickening crunch of bones, the wet, visceral tearing of flesh. It would have sounded monstrous. Which wasn't far from the truth. A dragon was feasting, its teeth ripping through the bloody carcass of a freshly slaughtered sheep. Viserys' serpentine neck curled and uncurled as she gnawed at her meal, her scales glistening faintly even in the dim room. Her claws dug into the meat as if she were guarding it. It was hard to read a dragon's expression, but with her eyes narrowed, half-lidded, that could only be satisfaction. I stood beside her, my hand resting on the curve of her neck. I felt her muscles shifting beneath my palm, the deep vibrations of her growl as she ate. I enjoyed that. This was my dragon. The more she ate, the stronger she would be. The stronger I would be. I wasn't the only one watching Viserys feast. I glanced over at the sand snakes. Unlike me, they were watching from a distance, standing just outside the circle of shadow thrown by the dim lanterns. Nymeria's eyes were wide, a flicker of reverence etched into her features. Tyene stood beside her, a hand pressed over her mouth, suppressing a fascinated and unnerving smile. Obara was the furthest back, her stance more guarded, but there was no denying the awe. This creature was a legend made flesh, and it was growing bigger and fiercer each time they bore witness to her feeding. The wonder never quite dimmed. Kinvara was busy doing some priestess bullshit in the city, so it was just us here. Viserys was getting larger. It was growing evident with each passing week. Soon, it would be impossible to keep this girl confined in this old, small mansion's shadows. We got it for free, after all, so it was barely livable. The room was too small. She was too big. And more than that, she needed to grow under the open sky, under the sun and the moon, in the wild, where she could hunt and soar without restraint. This was no place for a dragon. You've seen her eat a dozen times now, I said to the girls. My voice breaking the silence. It startled them, and Nymeria blinked, tearing her eyes away from the dragon. I'd think by now you'd be used to it. Nymeria gave a sheepish grin, shrugging a shoulder. It's still something, she replied, shrugging. Listen, you won't understand since you own her. Oh, yeah, I shrugged. Tyene nodded quickly, her eyes flicking back to Viserys, who continued her feast without a care. She's getting so big, she whispered. Soon, she won't fit here. Any plans for when that happens? Yes, I was thinking the same, actually, I said, my tone thoughtful, my gaze moving to the dragon's form. But in truth, she's growing very slowly for my taste. I'm worried. Really? The girls raised their eyebrows. It had been a bit more than 3 months since she hatched, but she was only the size of a horse. I couldn't be sure if her growth speed was greater than my sister's dragons, but I didn't feel she was that larger. What was the dragon system doing? Well, it certainly did affect her. She was a bit different from the dragons of this world. She had 4 limbs and 2 wings, unlike those of this world, which were basically wyverns. I presumed just that difference made her stronger than the other dragons of her age, but I still wanted her to grow bigger. I was hoping she'd shadow over King's Landing in a year. But at this rate, I sighed. I knew from the beginning that if Viserion stayed cooped up in this mansion, her growth would be stunted. Was that the only reason for her slower growth? Dragons weren't meant to be fed in cages. They were meant to hunt, to kill, to feel the thrill of the chase. I remembered Tyrion's words when he was quoting the Maesters, how he thought Dany's dragons in Meereen didn't grow because they were kept confined. A dragon's true nature could only be realized in freedom. I looked back at the sand snakes, and a moment later, an idea found me. I think I'll be taking her out, I said, my tone casual. Been a while since she flew around. The girls glanced at each other, then back at me. Obara was the first to speak, her voice gruff. Out. Out where? The Kingswood, I said simply. She needs to hunt real prey, something more challenging than a dead sheep. Plus, I also need to hunt. I had to level up and get spearmanship to a higher grade. My skin was slightly tougher than normal, but I was not invincible. An arrow could still pierce me where Ilaria's thrown knife hadn't. I couldn't let myself be delusional about my powers. Not yet. Tyene opened her mouth, her expression one of immediate objection, but I held up a hand. No, I said firmly. I know what you're thinking. But none of you is coming. Nymeria frowned, stepping forward, her eyes narrowing. Why not? She demanded. I wanna see. If someone sees me, I can hide, I interrupted, my gaze steady. If someone sees Viserion, I can make her disappear. Yes, so what's the issue? The more people involved, the harder it becomes to cover our tracks, I said, looking at each of them in turn. Plus, no point in risking you all unnecessarily. There was a beat of silence, the sand snakes glancing between each other. Obara's lips pressed into a thin line, but she didn't argue. Tyene sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly, her disappointment evident, but she nodded. Nymeria, however, still looked unconvinced. You're sure? She asked, her voice quiet, her eyes searching mine. I smiled faintly, my hand brushing against Viserion's scales. I'm sure. I can handle this. Besides, I added, my tone turning lighter, it's not as if I'll be alone. I glanced at the dragon, her jaws closing around the last of her meal, her golden eyes blinking lazily at them. I've got her, haven't I? I had a nuke to protect me. Nymeria's gaze softened, and she sighed, giving a small nod. Fine. But you be careful, she said, her tone carrying a hint of warning. And come back fast. Don't make us have to come looking for you. I chuckled, pushing myself away from the wall, my hand resting against Viserion's side. I wouldn't dream of it, I said, giving them a nod before turning my attention back to the dragon. I ran a hand down her gold scales. All right, girl, let's get you out of here. I met Kinvera in the city and let her know about my decision. She had no objection, but we were too busy to chat in depth, as she was preoccupied with talking with the poor. Queen Cersei wished her good luck at the end of their talk, saying that since she wasn't friends with Stannis, she wanted Priestess Nyra to spend her time helping the poor. It was more of a test to see her be busy doing work rather than spying around or something. So for now, she'd have to focus on this. By the time of Renly's death, I expected her to regain her freedom. Then, I dropped by Littlefinger's brothel. The brothel was buzzing with daytime energy. It was noisy and lively, with girls lounging around, laughing, and sharing idle gossip. Heavy perfumes mingled with the smell of aged wood and alcohol. It was a different kind of atmosphere from the evenings, less desperate and more relaxed. As I entered, the laughter and chatter of the brothel whores softened, and eyes turned to me, some curious, some amused. A young girl, the same blonde who'd questioned my wealth before, caught my eye, her lips curving into a teasing smile. She put her hands on her hips, her voice lilting with amusement as she spoke. It's Rose, Prince Charming. Should I call her for you? I laughed, a genuine chuckle escaping my lips. Yes, please, I have something to tell her, I replied, watching as she scurried off to fetch her. It didn't take long. Soon enough, Rose stepped out into the main room, her eyes finding me easily, her lips curving into a smug smile as she crossed her arms. Her auburn hair framed her face, her presence commanding without even trying. I thought you agreed not to visit me anytime soon. She called out, her tone playful, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of warmth. So impatient, are we? She was cute, I had to admit that. Not impatient, I said, moving closer until we were just a few steps apart. I'm heading out of King's Landing for some work, so I thought I'd drop by. Just in case you worried when I didn't show up. Her smile faded just slightly, her brows knitting as she uncrossed her arms. Ah, she blinked. Going out? What for? Just some work, I said casually, dismissing the worry in her eyes. Rose frowned, her lips pressing together for a moment, her eyes searching mine. Is it a sellsword mission? She asked quietly, a hint of concern breaking through her usual mask. Will you be alright? I couldn't help the amused scoff that left me. I'll be fine, girl, I said, giving her a reassuring smile. You've no idea how strong I am. Robert Baratheon was strong, came a voice from behind that made the room go still. The laughter faded, and every girl nearby straightened, eyes shifting towards the source. Lord Petyr Baelish stepped into view, his expression one of practiced ease, a smile playing at his lips, a smile that never quite reached his eyes. And yet, he died to a bore, he continued, his tone light, casual. So, it never hurts to be careful, my friend. Lord Baelish, Rose said quickly, bowing her head. Her tone was respectful, though I could see the tension in her shoulders. I simply returned his gaze with a small smile, my head tilting slightly in acknowledgement. Baelish's eyes flicked over me, his smile widening just a touch. I am happy. A member of the Second Sons, he said, his voice almost admiring. How fortunate that you took a liking to one of my girls. He glanced at Rose. I do hope you treat her well. I haven't seen her so elated since she joined us. She's also quite productive lately. A remarkable change. I kept my smile, nodding. I'm glad to hear that, I said, my voice pleasant. I hadn't expected to come across such a fine girl, either. Your establishment certainly lives up to its reputation, my lord. He laughed. It was a soft, smooth sound that somehow felt sharp, like the edge of a blade. Indeed, he said, his eyes still on me. Please give my regards to the Red Priestess, Mr. Vis, he said. And do be careful, wherever you're headed. I'd hate for Rose to be saddened by any unfortunate news of your demise. With that, he gave a slight bow, then turned, his footsteps fading as he moved away, leaving the room quieter than before. I scoffed under my breath. I watched his back, my smile fading into something more thoughtful. Rose stood beside me, her expression guarded. Her eyes followed Baelish until he disappeared from view. Your superior's something, I muttered very low so that only she could hear, turning back to her. Instead of sounding genuinely worried, it was almost as if he'd prefer me dead. What a man. Rose opened her mouth and hesitated as her lips pressed into a tight smile. Then she nodded, whispering, yeah, I didn't like how he worded it either. Why did he have to mention Robert Baratheon like that? She scowled, shaking her head. I held back a smile. Good, she trusted me enough to reveal her true opinion about the man. But yes, do be careful. When can I expect to see you again? A week, I'd say, I replied, my tone light, teasing. If I'm late, then assume I'm dead for real. She scowled again, glaring at me, her eyes narrowing. Don't joke about that, she snapped, but her voice had no real anger, just worry. Poor girl was in love. I was starting to feel a little bad now for playing with her feelings. But promise, if she agreed to work for me after I'd reveal my true allegiance, she'd be happier than the happiest whore in the world. She'd become a big shot in this world. I laughed, reaching out to brush her hair back from her face. Sorry, I said softly. I'm really tougher than I look. I'll prove it to you one day. On the night of our dinner date. I added, winking at her. She giggled, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. I'll be waiting, she said, her voice softening, her eyes meeting mine. There was a flicker of something in her gaze, something that made her hesitate before she leaned forward, pressing her lips to mine in a brief, tender kiss. The girls around us gasped dramatically as I returned it, my hand resting on her waist for a moment before I pulled back, giving her one last smile before I turned away, making my way out of the brothel. It had been weeks since she stopped seeing customers, so I didn't hate kissing her. Ah, poor girl, I thought, feeling the sweetness of her lips. If only she knew that she was being used. But hey, she couldn't hate me for it. I was saving her from the inevitable death she'd face to Joffrey. She'd have to become my information broker. I hoped she'd not make a foolish choice when the time came. Rose followed me to the door, watching as I mounted my horse. Her eyes never left me as I rode away. The city stretched out before me, and soon, I found myself in Kingswood. Chapter 25. Weak human, the path to the gazebo was strewn with sand and stone as she walked beside Jorah, her gaze fixed ahead. Her mind swirled with uncertainty as she approached the gazebo. Dany's dragons were missing, many of her blood riders dead, and every promise of safety from Karth's grand city gates had turned out to be nothing but dust. With a storm brewing in her heart, she smelled the scent of seawater, mixing with the acrid stench of blood as they came to a stop. Before them stood a gazebo framed by 4 pillars. Under its shadow, a woman was wetting a paintbrush, dipping it into a goat's skull filled with fresh blood. Esser Jorah, the Andal. The masked woman spoke without looking up, her attention on painting a strange pattern across a man's bare back. Dany watched the strange process. The blood trickled down his skin, and he remained eerily still. Is she a sorceress? She wondered. Maybe she should return, then. She didn't like sorcerers, for one had claimed her husband's life. The masked woman, whose name was Quaithe according to Esser Jorah, continued her work as she spoke. This man must sail past Old Valyria. All who travel close to the Doom need protection. We didn't come here to talk about protection, Jorah grunted, stepping forward, his eyes flicking uneasily over the blood-soaked scene. I know, Quaithe replied, her voice calm. Her eyes, the only visible part of her face through her mask, turned towards Daenerys. You're here for your dragons. Her gaze was as though she could see right through her, past the uncertainty and exhaustion, to the desperation she fought to hide. Daenerys's heart skipped a beat. Jorah's hand went instinctively to the hilt of his spear. You have them, he demanded, voice edged with suspicion. Where are they? Draw your spear. Quaithe paused her painting, her gaze shifting to Jorah, her voice holding a challenge. See what your steel is worth here. Esser Jorah, enough, Daenerys' jaw clenched, and she stepped between them. She placed a hand on Jorah's arm, feeling the taut muscles beneath the fabric. He tensed but obeyed, stepping back, though his eyes never left Quaithe. Do you have my dragons? Daenerys asked, her tone steely, her patience frayed. Quaithe tilted her head slightly, her movements unhurried. I do not, princess. The air thickened with tension, and Daenerys clenched her teeth. She looked at Jorah, sighing. Another loose end, she said, a note of frustration creeping into her voice. Not a loose end. You were led here for guidance, Quaithe said simply. You seek your dragons, but they are only a part of your path. You must seek the last of your blood. Alone, you can't achieve your goals. Daenerys frowned, her eyes narrowing. The last of my blood. Much of my blood was slaughtered in this city, she snapped, her words cold. The blood of her blood, a large number of her loyal Dothraki, had perished. They're not your blood, the woman shook her head. Your blood is the blood of dragons, and they are mere barbarians. They're not who I'm talking about. Dany scoffed. Was this woman insane? If you mean Viserys, he must be dead in some desert and good riddance. Quaithe scoffed softly. Stubborn as ever. The Targaryens must stand together, princess. He's not dead, he has one of the dragons, and you will need him. Dany stared at her. One of the dragons. Not just the egg, she couldn't be sure what this woman meant, but her decision was final. I need no one but my dragons, Daenerys shot back, turning to leave. This was nothing but another cryptic waste of time. And if Viserys was indeed alive, the first thing she'd do to him after finding him was burn him to ashes. She had lost much, starting with her husband, her child, and then her blood riders. Why should she look for Viserys, who had never been anything but cruel? No, wasn't it due to him that Drogo died? When he forced Drogo to let him escape by blackmailing the child in her womb, the entire Dothraki saw Drogo as a weakling. That must be why one of those blood riders dared insult and challenge him, prompting him to get that wound that ultimately led to his demise because of that witch's betrayal. In one sense, it wasn't the witch's fault, nor was it Dany's for trusting that witch. It was her brother's fault, that useless piece of human trash. The last of her blood. It was good to know that he was alive. Because she'd kill him with her own hands one day. Quaithe's voice cut through the air, stopping her mid-step. Hey, do consider my words, princess. But as for your dragons, she said, while I do not have them, I do know where they are. Daenerys paused, her heart thudding, her breath caught in her throat. Slowly, she turned back, eyes wide with a glimmer of hope. Tell me, she demanded, her voice low. The sun had dipped beneath the horizon, leaving the world draped in twilight as I slid off my horse's back. The edge of Kingswood stretched out before me, and impossibly high silhouettes of trees cast long, wavering shadows across the earth. The stillness of the evening hung heavy in the air as if the entire forest held its breath, waiting for what was to come. The forest at night was just how I wanted it. It was quiet, dark, and most importantly, without prying eyes. If someone had decided to wander into Kingswood by chance, they'd see nothing but shadow. And shadows, I could handle. Plus, Kingswood was the private hunting ground of the king, so it was safe for me to bring Viserion here since nobody else would be here to hunt. Joffrey was busy in the capital. I led my horse to a small thicket, tying the reins loosely around a low-hanging branch before turning back to face the woods. Danny White neighed softly, its eyes showing a mix of exhaustion and unease, its nostrils flaring as if sensing what lurked in these woods. I patted its neck briefly, muttering a quick reassurance. Stay put. I've got something bigger to handle. With that, I stepped away, making my way deeper into the trees. The path was littered with fallen leaves and the occasional half-buried stone, and the night air grew cooler with each step. My boots crunched against the underbrush, but I didn't try to move quietly. There was no need for stealth tonight. The forest seemed to shift around me, the darkness growing thicker, almost tangible. My senses were on high alert, picking up the scattered movements of animals in the distance. I picked on the soft rustle of leaves as nocturnal creatures skittered about. My senses were far sharper than those of a normal man. I wondered just how strong I was. I didn't quite understand my limits, but I never bothered to test them since I kept getting stronger each level up. Regardless, my senses allowed me to move around the forest without confronting danger as I scouted the area. The forest was fascinating, really. Seeing animals larger than what I remembered from Earth, their glowing eyes watching from the shadows, cautious but unafraid. Stags, larger than anything I'd ever seen before. Wild boars, their tusks gleaming even in the dim moonlight. But those weren't my prey tonight. I found a clearing soon enough. It was a break among the cluster of trees, an opening large enough for what I intended. The moonlight filtered down through the gaps, throwing silver beams across the forest floor. I exhaled, spreading my palm and facing the air. The air trembled, and space-time cracked. It split, revealing darkness on the other side, with a flash of golden. It wasn't even a heartbeat later that she burst forth, Viserion, a blur of shimmering scales and feral energy. She didn't greet me, the rude girl, as her wings beat down, propelling her upward with a rush of wind. Leaves stirred around me, ruffling my hair as I watched her ascend. She let out a roar that was a deep, resonating sound reverberating across the clearing. It silenced everything. She took to the sky, her form disappearing against the dark canvas above, her golden wings a blur against the stars. I stepped back, my eyes fixed on her silhouette as she hovered, her head turning, surveying the land beneath her while fire slipped from her nostrils. I had chosen this clearing because it was away from the densest part of the forest, away from the chance of setting the entire forest ablaze. But as Viserion let out another roar, diving down with a burst of speed, flames spewing forth from her jaws, I couldn't help the slight pang of uncertainty that crept into my thoughts. The fire lit up the clearing, turning night into day for the briefest moments. Maybe the night wouldn't matter if someone truly was around. They'd see the dragon to all her glory, and rumors would spread like wildfire. Shit. Starting next time, I had to visit even further than Kingswood. Somewhere less occupied. The deer scattered, some caught by the flame, their cries echoing as they fell, the forest floor alive with chaos. The air reeked of smoke, the heat of the fire licking at the nearest branches, but the trees remained, for now, untouched. I stood back, watching as Viserion descended upon the carcasses, her eyes glinting, her snout lowering to feast. She grabbed it with her jaw and took off to the sky, vanishing. I couldn't help but grin. I didn't have a proper army yet, but I felt invincible when I saw a sight like this. She was powerful, more powerful than anything in this world, and she was mine. Rarg. My body jolted as a roar came from behind me. It wasn't from Viserion, no, it was something else. Instinct took over as I spun, hand already reaching for my spear from my inventory. The sound was guttural and full of fury, and my eyes locked onto the source. It was a tiger, larger than anything I had ever seen before, even larger than Viserion. Well, that wasn't a surprise considering she was only as large as a horse right now. The tiger's eyes glowed in the dark, its muscles rippling beneath its striped fur as it stalked forward, lips pulled back to reveal sharp teeth. I drew my spear, the blade glinting in the moonlight, my stance shifting as I readied myself. I was strong, but could I beat a tiger in 1v1? I felt like a madman as I faced it. The tiger growled, its eyes locked on me, and I could feel the adrenaline rushing through my veins. This was not a fight I had anticipated, but it was one I would face. The tiger lunged, muscles coiled like a spring, its eyes fixed on me. My grip on my spear tightened, my body moving instinctively. I was ready to test my limits. But before I could even swing, a shadow passed overhead, a deafening roar echoing through the clearing. Grorg. Viserion came crashing down from above, her jaws opening wide as she unleashed a burst of fire. The tiger barely had time to react, its roar turning into a strangled cry as the flames engulfed it, the heat searing through fur and flesh. The beast fell, its body crumpling to the ground, smoke rising from the charred remains. Viserion didn't hesitate. She pounced on the still smoking carcass, her jaws snapping down, tearing through flesh and bone. I watched, my heart still pounding, my spear still in my hand, as my dragon feasted, her growl echoing into the night. And then something happened, something I couldn't have anticipated. Viserion lifted her head, her eyes turning towards me, the flames still flickering around her jaws. Her lizard-like gaze locked onto mine, and for a moment, I thought I saw something in them, something intelligent. She narrowed her eyes, her head tilting slightly, and then, to my utter disbelief, she spoke. Quote. Weak, human, she growled, a guttural, loud voice that made the leaves tremble. It sounded like the eruption of a volcano. I stared in disbelief as her deep voice resonated through the clearing. Her words were harsh but not dripping with disdain, and her spelling sounded like that of a child trying to copy something she'd heard. I stared, stunned into silence, my grip on my spear loosening. Before I could even comprehend what had just happened, Viserion spread her wings, pushing off the ground with a powerful beat. The wind stirred the leaves around me as she took to the sky once more. I stood there, alone in the clearing, my eyes following her form as she disappeared into the night, her words still echoing in my mind. Weak human. The clearing fell silent, the only sound the distant crackle of the fire still smoldering. I lowered my spear, exhaling slowly, my mind still reeling. So my dragon could speak. That was new. And despite the respect bar being high, she was a moody little lizard. That girl needs to respect her elders, I laughed. Finally, the dragon system was doing its job. Chapter 26. It's hunting time. The moon hung heavy above Kingswood, casting a pale glow over the forest. Viserion's scales gleamed like liquid gold as she moved, darting between the trees with a lethal grace that was mesmerizing, her wings flapping. Her form flickered between shadow and light, her presence a force that the forest seemed to acknowledge if not outright fear. Animals scattered before her, boars, deer, bears, all fleeing the hunter that had no rival. I watched from a distance, leaning against an old oak, my gaze fixed on her form. There was something hypnotic in the way she moved, the way her muscles rippled beneath her shining scales. She was stronger now and also more dangerous. Dany's dragons don't stand a chance, I scoffed to myself. And yet, a worry twisted inside me, a nagging thought at the back of my mind. How long until she became something even I couldn't control? That was probably a needless worry, given that the system allowed me to see her mindset, but still, page 3/3 dragon management system s, you can manage your dragons here. You can see their location, hunger rate, and also their respect toward you. You currently own 1 dragon, Viserion. Location: Kingswood, Crownlands, Westeros. Hunger: 98% respect. 94% page 3/3 it was 93% back in King's Landing, and now it had grown to 94%. Thanks to this page, I could tell when to give in to her whims to raise that percentage. So as long as I kept my eyes open, I should be able to avoid her from fleeing from my side. Viserion wasn't fully satiated yet, though. So she was still hunting. She let out a low, guttural growl, slamming into a bear. The beast barely had time to react before her teeth sank deep, a roar turning into a strangled silence. The ground trembled with each beat of her wings. You've leveled up, I watched with a small smile. My dragon, my power, a fragment of old Valyria's glory. It was only a matter of time before I conquered this land, but I wasn't here just to watch. I had my own plans tonight. Quietly, I turned and slipped into the underbrush, letting the forest swallow me. My steps were light, my senses sharp, every rustle of the leaves and crack of a branch heightened in my ears. The night was alive to all my senses, filled with the scurry of creatures, the distant snapping of twigs, and the subtle breaths of animals moving cautiously in the dark. Gura, a boar emerged from the shadows, its tusks catching the moonlight, its small, dark eyes scanning the surroundings. I stilled myself, bringing out a spear in my hand. I hesitated, and then I deposited the spear back into the inventory. I should test my strength. The boar roared and charged. I positioned myself to tackle it. With one swift movement, my fist found its mark, slamming between its eyes. The impact resounded across the area, making the leaves tremble. The boar let out a shrill squeal before collapsing, and satisfaction flooded through me. You've killed a boar. You've received experience points. The notifications blinked before my eyes, but I wasn't done yet. There was more prey in these woods, and I planned to push myself further. I moved on, finding a stag, its antlers spread like a crown. It charged at me, but I dodged to the side, adrenaline surging through my veins. One strike, then another. Its horn shattered first, and its skull split next. You've killed a stag. You've received experience points. The stag crumpled to the ground, the weight of its body landing with a finality that echoed in the silence around me. My breath came in short bursts, not because I was tired but because I'd been nervous. It was a fearsome foe. My muscles were taut, and my heart was hammering in my chest. Phew, I breathed out and laughed a little. This was good. I was strong, much stronger than an average man. Not yet on the level of the mountain, I think. I muttered. Your dragon, Viserion, has killed an ash wolf. 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 Your dragon, Viserion. Opening square bracket closing square bracket quote. Looks like she found a whole pack. I watched the notifications continue. You've received experience points. You've received experience points. You've received experience points. You've leveled up. You've reached level 20. Your old Valyrian blood has strengthened. Your levels are close to a breakthrough. Something shifted in the air. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I blinked, my gaze growing sharper somehow. The night grew less dark, and I could see better. Before I could fully register what was happening, the night went bright, this time not because I could see better but because of something else. My head snapped to Viserion. She had paused, her eyes narrowed, and her body began to glow. Bright, blinding gold light spilled out from her scales, turning the night into day. The glow was almost too intense, and I felt a pang of alarm. She was too exposed, too visible. Viserion, I shouted, breaking into a sprint toward her. The light hurt my eyes as I got closer. Stop it. She looked at me, her gaze defiant. I could see it, she didn't want to listen. Stop it, I repeated, softer, but the command in my voice was stronger. She locked eyes with me, golden light staring at me. She let out a low growl, but the light began to fade, slowly until only the soft glow of moonlight remained. I let out a breath, my shoulders relaxing. She was powerful, more powerful than I had realized, and she was gaining more powers. Since when did dragons become light bulbs? Thankfully she still listened to me. Your old Valyrian blood has strengthened. Was it because of this? I thought I'd need to shout a few more times. Also, the night was still clearer, the darkness less stifling to my eyes. My gaze caught a small movement, a rabbit, poised to flee. I watched, sensing its tension, predicting its path before it even moved. Everything seemed sharper. The world was slowing down around me, each movement and sound standing out. Thankfully, I was gaining powers too. Real power. Not just the strength of a dragon but my own, growing, evolving, becoming something more. Enough to beat the shit out of this lizard if she grew too rebellious someday. The night hung heavy around the Kingswood now that Viserion wasn't spewing fire everywhere. A darkness that seemed to swallow everything, not just in sight but also in sound and presence. So it was easy to pick up any odd sounds. I'd barely had time to prepare myself when I heard it, the distant rustle of leaves, muffled voices, and the unmistakable rhythm of approaching hooves. Oh, shit, I cursed under my breath and quickly turned towards Viserion. The dragon, who'd been half-curled near the tree line, her wings folded lazily, snapped her head up at my urgency. Into the subspace, I muttered, pressing my hand against her scales. Her eyes narrowed at me, the golden glow flickering for a moment, almost as if she were rolling them. Fine, but thankfully, she obeyed, her form slithering into the black crack in the air that was the House of Dragons. She disappeared entirely back into whatever dimension it was. I turned, breathing out, schooling my features just as the riders emerged into view. Who the fuck is it? Hopefully, not Joffrey. He'd make things difficult for me, and since he had a big group with him, I'd not be able just to kill him here. I knew my limits from fighting the beasts here, and I wasn't a one-man army yet. Chapter 27, Blood in the Kingswood. The moonlight glinted off silver armor, and there they were. I recognized the sigil that flew on their banner and glinted on their armor. It was House Velaryon. It was one of the only other houses besides the Targaryen that had Valyrian blood in them. The first thing I noticed was the white hair. It shone even in the darkness, unmistakably Valyrian. It was a hoax. The group of 24 riders pulled their reins as they spotted me, curiosity evident in their glances. At the front of the armored group, a man with sea-weathered features, dark skin, and a regal bearing observed me, his expression one of cautious curiosity. I'd done my study before coming to King's Landing from Dorne, so while I didn't recognize his face, I recognized his identity. Lord Montfort Velaryon, head of House Velaryon, and beside him rode his young son Menteres. You there? Montfort called out, his voice carrying across the clearing. He nudged his horse closer, the animal's hooves crunching against the underbrush. His eyes narrowed as they settled on me, taking in my appearance, the light armor, the white hair. Who are you? What are you doing out here in Kingswood? His tone wasn't overtly hostile, but there was an edge to it. I was more curious about what he was doing here, apparently hunting with his son, from the looks of it. We Targaryens allowed House Velaryon to hunt in Kingswood when we ruled as a show of appreciation to their loyalty. However, that changed when Robert took over. He only allowed himself to hunt here. I doubted Joffrey would allow them considering that. Wait no, they support Stannis, not Joffrey. So they were here uncaring of Joffrey's decree. They were close to Kingswood, from the other side, the seaside, so it made sense. They came here, sure that they'd not find anyone else. Then, they found me. This could be troublesome if they choose to eliminate me, thinking I'd report them to Joffrey. I straightened, giving them an easy smile, though my mind raced. Rhys, my lord, I said simply, adopting a nonchalant tone. I couldn't use the Vis identity here. I am a wandering mercenary from Volantis. I'm just making my way to King's Landing, but got a little lost in the woods. Am I not allowed here? Montfort's gaze was sharp, his eyes lingering on mine for a moment before drifting to my hair. What was he looking at? Volantis, He nodded, and somehow he sounded fully convinced. If not for your hair and eyes, his voice trailed off as he scrutinized my eyes, I might have doubted it. I froze for a heartbeat, the corners of my smile faltering. My hair was black, right? Why was he? The wind blew a lock of my hair in front of my face, and I caught white. Shit, fuck, what happened? I needed a moment, but I realized what had happened. The system's little, old Valyrian blood strengthened, notification wasn't just fluff. It had simply overridden Kinvera's little hair-changing magic and returned my hair to white. I could feel the weight of my gaze shifting, checking the reflection in my dagger's blade for a glimpse of my eyes. Sharp purple, unlike the faint one before that, was almost unnoticeable unless someone looked too closely. Was that why I could see better now? I nodded, keeping my smile in place. Yes, it seems some features are hard to shake off, I replied easily, letting my gaze drift pointedly to his own locks of hair. Like that familiar silver hair, my lord. Beautiful braids. The little boy, who sat beside his father on a smaller horse, couldn't seem to tear his eyes from me. I failed to recall his name. Was it Monty? He was staring intensely. The boy's gaze was wide, openly fascinated as he took in my appearance. There was something innocent in that curiosity, something that made him easier to read than his father's scrutinizing stare. Whoa, Monty blurted, his voice high-pitched with the kind of wonder that only children possessed. You have old Valyrian blood too. Do you know magic? Menteres. His father gave him a stern look, but there was no denying the boy's eagerness, the way his fingers fidgeted against the reins. I chuckled softly, shrugging. Just a wandering knight, young lord. No magic, I'm afraid. Only a spear and some luck. Montfort eyed me a moment longer, his gaze slipping to the clearing around us, to the faint glow of the embers from the earlier dragon fire was nowhere to be seen. I didn't remain in spots that were too burnt, and this place was as good as new. However, the scent of burnt meat did linger in the air, and his nostrils flared slightly as he caught it. I hoped he'd just assume I was cooking myself a game. He glanced back at me, his expression guarded, though he didn't press further. We're camped nearby, Montfort said, his tone shifting, becoming a touch more formal. Why don't you join us for the night, Sir Rhys? It's not wise to be alone in these woods after dark. The invitation was clear, but so was the undertone. A lone night out in the woods, an unfamiliar face, he didn't trust me, and this was his way of keeping an eye on me before deciding what to do with me. I inclined my head, giving a small, seemingly appreciative smile. I'd be honored, my lord, I replied. But I'd rather not bother you. I plan to sleep the night out and continue my journey tomorrow if you'd allow me. He stared at me for a moment before grunting with a nod. Sure thing, he said, then let's talk for a bit more. It's not every day I meet fellow Valyrian. Who is your family? His voice was polite, but his intentions were mixed. I gave a slow shake of my head, my gaze going briefly to the moon before flicking back to meet Montfort's. None that I know of, I said. My mother was a whore, a woman of common birth. My father never knew him. He is the one with the Valyrian blood, apparently, but I have no idea who he is. I've been on my own for a long time, my lord. Family's not something I've ever had the luxury of. My voice was measured, devoid of sentimentality, just the way I wanted it. I could feel Montfort's gaze still weighing on me, searching for cracks. A wanderer with Valyrian blood, I see, Montfort mused, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Even rarer. He left it at that, but his eyes lingered on me a moment longer, and I could feel the wheels turning in the man's mind. I think I'm safe. He wouldn't want to kill a kin based on pure suspicion. I hoped. The conversation paused, and then the boy broke the silence. Have you ever seen a dragon? Menteres spoke with wide, eager eyes. For a moment, I was scared they'd seen my dragon soar the skies earlier, and that was the reason they were here, but his curiosity was as innocent as his father's was calculated. His face was a picture of fascination. I turned my head to look at the boy, my gaze softening, a faint smile on my lips. Nope. But perhaps one day, young lord, I said. Perhaps one day, you will see one. Monterey's eyes widened further, excitement lighting up his expression. Really? He was ready to burst with questions, but his father's hand rested on his shoulder, a subtle gesture to temper the boy's enthusiasm. Enough questions for now, Menteres, Montfort said, his voice carrying both authority and warmth. He gave me a polite nod. It's been a long day for all of us. We'll let our guest rest. We've interrupted his sleep long enough. He nodded and then rode the other way. His group followed him in tandem, hooves clicking against the ground. I stared at their retreating backs. I was perhaps really lucky that they'd just let me leave. It was probably because he sensed kinship in me, and part of him didn't want to cause trouble for me. Any other day, and the result of this encounter might have been different. House Velaryon, huh? I watched them leave, eyes lingering on Montfort. The ruler of Driftmark was a small family from the old Valyria. They were once allies of House Targaryen, their fleets unmatched, their loyalty unshakable. That was in the past. I knew they supported Stannis now, and Montfort paid dearly for that in the original timeline by dying in the Battle of Blackwater. I didn't plan to save him from that. Instead, my eyes were on that boy, Menteres, who'd become lord after that incident. House Velaryon could be an asset in time. The boy's fascination with dragons could be a key. When the time was right, I'd pay a visit to Driftmark, and that boy would remember me. I guess I know which house I'd bring under me first, I muttered under the cold whispers of the wind. Then again, perhaps I'd already have the 7 kingdoms under me by then. I had more than one plan, after all. One starting with Renly Baratheon's death, Chapter 28, Developments of King Joffrey. It had been nearly a week of hunting in Kingswood and its nearby region, although mostly the latter since I didn't want to encounter the Velaryon house again. I'd not have any excuses if I encountered them again, so I roamed the free fields around the area instead. Needless to say, that meant my levels grew far slower since there were only livestock and occasional wolves outside the forest. But I was level 23 now, and that was much better than when I'd left for King's Landing. Now, I was approaching the towering walls of the city again. The sight was familiar even if I'd only seen it once in recent times. Perhaps that was also why it felt suffocating. Its chaotic, filthy streets stretched out before me as I passed through the gates, the black wig itchy against my scalp. Ever since my Valyrian blood strengthened a week ago, my silver hair had become a liability. Wearing the wig felt like a necessary annoyance, but it was one I begrudgingly accepted. Thankfully, the guards barely paid me any attention as I blended into the crowd. Or so I thought. Oi, you, a familiar voice called, stopping me in my tracks. I tensed, turning to see none other than Bronn, the sellsword-turned commander of the city watch. His sharp eyes swept over me, narrowing slightly before a sly grin spread across his face. Don't I know you? Bronn drawled, his tone half serious, half mocking. You're that fella who hangs about with the priestess, yeah. Nyra, was it? I forced a casual smile, my hand twitching slightly as I adjusted the bag slung over my shoulder. Ah, yes, that is the case. I've been traveling for a bit, trying to do some odd jobs for coin. Bronn chuckled, stepping closer. What? You got bored of that bombshell priestess already? Or did she kick you out? Seems a waste to leave someone like her all alone. I shrugged, masking my irritation with a faint smirk. Let's just say I've had my reasons. And you seem to have moved up in the world, Bronn. I gestured to the man's armor, the insignia of the city watch polished to a gleam. Bronn grinned, clearly enjoying the compliment. Well, someone's gotta keep this city from tearing itself apart. Might as well be me. He stepped aside, waving me through. Go on, then. Don't let me keep you. But if I were you, I'd keep an eye out. Cities, not as friendly as it used to be. I nodded, my steps measured as I passed. Relief washed over me as Bronn didn't press further. I was glad to put some distance between us. Phew, I muttered under my breath as I slipped deeper into the city, heading straight for my small mansion. Whether he noticed the wig and chose not to comment or simply missed it, I wasn't sure. The inventory had been invaluable for storing the wig and other necessities, but I was growing tired of relying on it. The mansion was eerily quiet when I arrived. I pushed open the door, my brows furrowing as I called out. Kinvera, Nymeria, Tyene, anyone. The lack of response grated on my nerves. Kinvera, as usual, was off somewhere doing her priestess work. Commendable, I supposed, but damnably inconvenient. And the Martell girls, likely wandering the city, oblivious to the risks. I sighed, pulling off the wig and tossing it onto a chair. A wig, I muttered to myself, running a hand through my hair. A Targaryen, reduced to wearing a wig like some common actor. Ridiculous. Of course, it hadn't been an issue before, but since I had a better alternative, Kinvera's magic, it felt a little insulting. The modern man in me knew it was a stupid thing to feel, but the Viserys in me disagreed. With nothing better to do, my thoughts turned to Rose. The brothel was a short walk away, and visiting her would be a good way to kill time, plus it was close to the time that I secured her loyalty. I put on the wig once again. I slipped through the crowd-filled streets, and found myself in front of Littlefinger's brothel. The brothel was lively when I walked in, the chatter of girls and the occasional burst of laughter filling the air, though something about the energy felt subdued. The whores, laughter felt forced today. As I stepped inside, the noise shifted. Some of the laughter dimmed, and heads turned to regard me with expressions ranging from curiosity to unease. The scent of heavy perfume mixed with alcohol hung in the air like a haze, and I searched for the familiar girls through it. One of the girls, again the same blonde who had teased me before, blinked in surprise when she caught sight of me. Except today, she didn't look very delighted. Her expression was something more subdued. Hey, you, I called, and she blinked. I'll call Rose right away, she said, her voice quieter than usual. She turned and scurried off, leaving me to survey the room. Something felt off. There was an eerie undercurrent, a tension in the air that was hard to ignore, as if everyone was waiting for something to go wrong. Was King's Landing going through such harsh times? The vibrant chaos of the brothel felt muted today, it was like a painting stripped of its color. Moments later, Rose came rushing out, her expression solemn, though it lit up when she saw me. Before I could speak, she grabbed my arm, her voice urgent. Let's head to a room. Now. I raised a brow but followed her without protest. Once inside, Rose locked the door behind us before turning, her face pale, her hands trembling. Before I could ask, she threw herself into my arms, her body shaking as she clung to me. Isn't this girl being way too clingy? That's not good given how our relationship will change soon, I noted as I parted my lips. Rose, I asked, keeping my voice calm but edged with concern. What happened? She pulled back just enough to look at me. Tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm so sorry, she whispered, her voice breaking. I didn't want to, but I couldn't stop it. Stop what? I pressed, my tone firm but not unkind. Rose took a shaky breath, her words tumbling out in a rush. Littlefinger sent me and Daisy, my friend, to entertain King Joffrey. I scowled, and she continued, her eyes trembling as if fearing rejection. I tried to refuse, I swear, but he wouldn't hear it. Said it was my last active job, before my promotion. By promotion, she must mean the position of an assistant, and not that of a madam, as that had already happened. Her voice cracked, and she buried her face in her hands. I'm sorry I had to take it. But don't worry, I didn't have to sleep with him. Somehow, I'm not happy about that. Because Joffrey, he made me hurt her. Daisy, he made me beat her, and now she's barely alive. She's dying. Her bones are broken, her body wounded, and Lord Baelish is not even bothering to save her. She won't last the night. A flicker of annoyance stirred within me, not at Rose, but at the situation. I knew this scene from the show, and it was every bit as disgusting in reality. But I forced myself to remain composed. And you? Did he? No, she said quickly, shaking her head. He didn't hurt me. He just watched. He made me hurt her and watched. Watched. Fucking retard. A part of me wanted to tie him up in a chair and make him watch me with his wife, but alas, poor Sansa didn't deserve such a fate. I exhaled, resting my hands on her shoulders and meeting her tearful gaze. It's going to be all right, I said, my voice steady. We'll save her. Rose looked at me as I yanked out a pouch. Take this. This much should be enough to get your friend treated from a great healer, I said. Her eyes widened. No, I can't take your money. You went out and risked your life for this job, I can't take your money. It's not for you, I interrupted. It's for her. Take it. Use it to get her help. Your friend's life is more important than my money, Rose. She hesitated, her hands trembling as I pressed the pouch of coins into them. Finally, she nodded, her voice barely a whisper. Thank you. Thank you so much. I gave her a reassuring smile, though inwardly, my mind was already planning my next move. Although I hated that twat, Joffrey, his actions would only make things easier. Oh, how well timed this situation was. Not only was her hate for Joffrey at an all-time high, but the same went for Littlefinger, for refusing to treat one of his workers who was dying. It was time to strike, for the iron was very hot. And Rose, I said, my tone softening, tomorrow morning, I'm taking you out of King's Landing. Tend to your friend tonight, and be ready to leave by dawn. She blinked, surprised. Leave? Where? I smiled, a touch of mystery in my expression. I have something to show you. And tomorrow night, consider it the dinner date I promised you. Rose stared at me, her tear-streaked face softening into something almost hopeful. All right, she whispered. I nodded, my mind already turning to the opportunities ahead. Good. Now go. Save her life. As Rose left the room, clutching the pouch of coins, I allowed myself a small, private smirk. One more piece moved into place. Chapter 29, Princely Secrets of a Dragon. Thank you so much. Daisy's voice was weak but earnest as she looked up from the bed, her pale face framed by strands of damp, brown hair. Her eyes were rimmed with exhaustion but held a faint light of hope as they met mine. Rose stood beside her bed, a soft smile tugging at her lips, though her own weariness was apparent. You have no idea how much this means to me, Daisy continued, her voice trembling slightly as she held my hand. She was on the verge of tears. Rose told me everything. She's lucky to have found someone like you. Truly lucky. Rose's cheeks flushed, a faint giggle escaping her as she glanced at me, shy and girlish in her demeanor. Oh, Daisy, you're making me embarrassed, I smiled faintly, inclining my head toward Daisy. I'm just glad you're safe. The healers weren't sure if you'd survive the night, even with the medicines. But since the night has passed, you should be all right now. Just focus on recovering, I said simply. Rose and I will make sure you're taken care of. Daisy's lips parted as if to protest, but the strain on her body was too much. Just rest, Rose said, and the woman sighed, singing back against the thin pillow, her eyes fluttering shut. Rose reached over, gently adjusting the blanket around her friend with a tenderness that failed to catch her hardened life. I walked away from the bed and lingered by the door, watching Rose care for Daisy. Her movements were gentle, her touch soft. There was something human in her I hadn't fully noticed or appreciated before. I had started approaching her with the intention of using her as a tool. Still, thankfully I hadn't inherited my father's madness, so I could appreciate my subordinates more than just tools or pawns, but rather as someone capable of loyalty and depth. When she finally turned to me, I straightened, masking my thoughts with a faint smile. "I'll wait outside," I said, my tone casual. "Take your time." She nodded, her lips pressing together in a tight, grateful line. It was early morning, and we'd be late if we delayed any further. I stepped out into the corridor, the faint light casting long shadows on the walls. The sunlight was faint when we set out from King's Landing. The city still slumbered as Rose and I rode away, the streets quiet save for the occasional drunkard or beggar huddled in the alleys. Rose sat on my proud steed, Danny White, her figure small but poised. I was sitting behind her, my arms around her waist and holding the reins. She laughed softly when I squeezed her waist now and then with the excuse of steadying myself. She was giddy sharing a horse with me as I nudged the horse forward, guiding her through the winding paths that led away from the city's walls. "I've never ridden like this before," she admitted, tilting her head back slightly. Her auburn hair brushed against my cheek, and there was a lightness in her voice that felt foreign, even to her. Truly, the poor girl was in love. "It almost feels like flying." I chuckled, keeping my tone light. "You'll get used to it. Danny's a fine horse. She knows her way." "Danny," Rose repeated, her tone teasing. "A curious name for a horse. Does it mean something special?" I smirked. "It's, named after my sister." "You have a sister?" "You never mentioned." She started and then blinked. "Ah, sorry." The way her voice faltered, she must have assumed my little sister was dead. That was not the case, and I'd honestly be a little sad if that happened. "She's alive, don't worry," I said. "We're just not close. And I think she wants to kill me. That's why I never brought her up. I'll tell you more about her later," I said, making the mood lift. We continued talking, chatting among ourselves as we rode. The ride was long, the sun climbing higher as we left the familiar chaos of King's Landing behind. Rose was silent for much of the journey, her gaze fixed on the horizon, where the forest loomed in the distance. She rested her weight on me, snuggling close, and the more she did stuff like that, the more I felt pity for what I was about to reveal to her today. "By the way, why are you wearing a wig?" she suddenly asked when we were close to our destination. "Your eyes look more purple too." I noticed last night, but the situation wasn't one where I could question you about that. I was surprised she'd noticed. "The answer is related to what I plan to show you," I said, "so be patient, alright?" "Sure, Tilda." It took more time to reach the edge of Kingswood than last time. Danny White carried two people, after all, and I deliberately went slow in the hope that the sun would set by the time we reached. As we closed up, the scenery bathed purple with fresh moonlight. Rose looked around with awe-filled eyes and inhaled deeply, her chest rising as she breathed in the crisp and untamed air. "Beautiful place, isn't it?" I asked. "This is nice, yes," she murmured, her voice carrying a note of wonder. "But isn't it dangerous to be here? I've heard stories about wolves, even bandits." "There were no bandits, and if there were, they'd fled the forest after seeing the shadow of a dragon soaring through the night sky." I smiled faintly, sliding off the horse and offering her a hand to dismount. "It's nothing I can't handle," I said confidently. "You worry too much." She laughed, a soft, melodic sound. "And what will you do if a whole pack of wolves comes running?" "Charm them with your wit." I wondered what witty thing to say to that before I grinned, stepping toward a nearby light tree. "No," I said simply. "I'd do this." Without warning, I drew back my fist and struck the trunk with all my strength. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the clearing as the tree cracked and fell with a resounding thud. Danny White neighed, jumping, but didn't run. Dust and leaves filled the air, and I turned back to Rose, brushing my hands off as if the feat had cost me nothing. Her expression faltered, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and awe. "You, what?" she stammered. "And no, what just happened? You broke that with your bare hands? Is that even humanly possible?" she stammered. I nodded, my smile faint but satisfied. "This is what I'd do to them," I said, my voice steady. "I'm not joking when I say I'm far more powerful than I seem." The sun had set, and the moon was showering over the clearing. The atmosphere was quite romantic, and Rose stood rooted in place, her gaze flicking between the fallen tree and me. Quote. "Wow, haha," she said, her voice shaky with laughter. "You don't look like you hold that much power inside you. Can the mountain do that, even?" "Oh, trust me, he can," I replied with a chuckle. If it was the mountain, he could do it. However, After the recent level ups, I couldn't be sure if he was stronger than me. I was definitely a better fighter, though, considering speed and everything. It might not be an easy win, though. She relaxed slightly, a small smile returning to her lips. Hey, so I was worried for nothing when you left the city a week ago. Yes, I admitted, although to be fair, there are much greater things you should be worried about regarding me. I'm not safe even with this much strength. Her brow rose as she sank onto a fallen log, her gaze fixed on me. She didn't take my statement seriously. Why is that, Prince Charming? She asked with humor in her tone. I stared at her and then sighed, crossing my arms as I met her eyes. I'm sorry, Rose. I know how you feel about me, but I hadn't considered that you'd fall in love with me when I first met you and told you things. I was just there to get laid, you know. Men lie. I also lied to you about some stuff, although much of it was true. Well, fair, she said, although now her expression was starting to shift. She had a small frown on her face. When I went silent, she started to look worried. This? She asked, her voice small and uncertain. I'm not someone that can marry you, I said softly. Not because I don't want to, but because this realm will not withstand that. Her confusion deepened, her eyes searching mine for answers. It was not a lie when I said I am part of the Second Sons and that my name is Vis. Some people do call me Vis, I continued. But that's not my official name. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I snapped my fingers, and the air beside me cracked open. Rather than my name, I let her feast on the myth first. The myth that was the emblem of my family. A dark void cracked the air, and from it emerged a majestic dragon, a mighty lizard with wings and glistening golden scales. Growl! Viserion roared, her golden scales shimmering as she soared into the sky. I didn't know if I was going too fast, but there was no going back now. I was going to trust a whore with this secret. I observed her expression carefully. Rose gasped, stumbling back as she stared up at the dragon, her hands covering her mouth. A dragon, she cried, her voice trembling with shock. I stayed silent, looking up to follow Viserion soar the skies, circle the forest, and spew fire on the dark sky. I waited for Rose to call me herself, but the girl was too awed by the sight. Only half a minute later did she snap her head down at me, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Rightfully so. Vis. You are, she started, and I nodded, reaching up to pull off my wig. My silver hair gleamed in the fading light as I looked at her, my purple eyes glinting and my expression steady. I am Vis, I said, short for Viserys Targaryen. The last living son of Aerys Targaryen and the blood of Aegon the Conqueror. Of old Valyria, leader of the Second Sons, hero of the Red God, and the father of dragons. It was a bit embarrassing to announce my titles myself, but I didn't have Kinvara here. The words didn't fall short, though. Rose's wide eyes remained locked on me, trembling as she stared at the last blood of the Targaryen dynasty. Your sister, she said, it's Daenerys Targaryen. That wasn't a question, so I nodded. The woman was stunned, shocked, and stupefied. She was standing in front of a prince, and she must have realized what I meant when I said I couldn't marry a whore. Her eyes shifted between the dragon and me, her lips parting as if to speak, but no words came. And Rose, I continued, stepping closer. Although I'm sorry for leading you on, it was all you who had the idea of marriage, not me. You understand how impossible it is, yes. And that saddens me. Because I adore you, and so I want you to be beside me. I said, watching her breathing grow heavy. I want you to become mine, Rose. And I want you to help me conquer this continent. No, not conquer. Assist me in taking back what is rightfully mine. I extended a hand to her, my voice firm, resolute. Take my hand. Become my eyes and ears. Help me put down that terrible Joffrey, who you know is a monster. You, a whore, I don't want you to stay that way, for I truly adore you. Instead, I want you to take the role of being your future king's most trusted advocate. As the mistress of whisperers. Rose, not the whore, but the lady of the small council. I want history to know you like that. Her gaze was a storm of emotions. There was shock, confusion, sadness that the man she fell for was someone from a whole other world, and lastly, ambition. Rose stared at me. Slowly, she reached out, her fingers trembling as they touched mine. Her grip tightened, and a spark of determination lit her eyes. Rose, who'd one day be written as Rose the Spider in the pages of history, took my hand with trembling fingers. I pulled her up and embraced her like a beast, for that was the thing she wanted the most tonight, Chapter 30, The Impending Choice. Sansa Stark's lips quivered as she stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her handmaiden, Shay, worked her hair and put some makeup over the wound in her face. The spot where Joffrey slapped her earlier. Don't cry, Shay said, it'll ruin the makeup. Sansa let out a harrowing sigh but managed not to shed tears. She didn't want to make this poor girl's work harder. She should be the only one to suffer. Shay was a nice girl, and she cared for Sansa. Her brother was leading a war to save her and Arya, except her little sister was nowhere to be seen. Sansa was caged in a castle in this foreign land, where everyone saw her as the treacherous daughter of a traitor. Shay was the only person nice to her, who lent her strength to hold on for another day. She appreciated this woman, even if her words were always blunt. There was another person who lent her the strength to hold on, to hope for a rescue even, but she hadn't seen him in a while. That odd man who'd said, "Winter is coming," with a charming smile. He didn't sound like a northerner, but he definitely was someone her brother sent here as a spy. That had to be it. At least, Sansa hoped so. So, she'd been waiting to see him again. She roamed the hallways and gardens now and then, hoping to meet the person who'd uttered her family motto. However, she couldn't find him anywhere. At this rate, this hope of hers would die out soon, too. The eldest daughter of the Stark, Sansa felt herself breaking from the inside. The streets of King's Landing were as alive as ever, bustling with vendors shouting over one another, beggars pleading for scraps, and children darting through the chaos. The stench of sweat, salt, and filth clung to the air. It was a city that thrived in disorder, its heartbeat erratic but unyielding. I hated that. As the prince of this land, I hated the sight, and as a modern man, I wanted to fix it. I wanted to make everything better. I walked alongside Kinvara, making idle talks with her. She moved with a grace that seemed out of place for this filthy road. Her crimson robes marked her as an outsider, and yet the people, especially the poor, seemed drawn to her like moths to a flame. She suddenly paused at the edge of a crowded market. Her gaze swept over the throngs of people before she knelt beside an elderly woman sitting on the ground, clutching her chest. Breathe deeply, mother, Kinvara instructed, her voice calm. She pressed her fingers lightly to the woman's wrist, her expression thoughtful. Priestess, the old lady recognized her, making Kinvara smile. You've suffered a tightening of the chest recently, haven't you? A burning sensation here. Her fingers brushed the area just below the woman's collarbone. The woman nodded, her voice trembling. I have. I thought it might be the stranger coming for me. Kinvara smiled faintly, but her eyes remained serious. Not yet. Not ever. Don't take offense, but the only true God is the Red God, and he doesn't want your soul yet. The old lady tried to say something, but Kinvara reached into the pouch at her side, pulling out a small vial. Drink this now and before you sleep tonight. Remember, no matter how painful it gets, not at any other time. It will ease your pain, but you must avoid salted meats. They're making your heart work harder than it should. The woman's gnarled hands shook as she accepted the vial. She looked reluctant and opened it, pouring a bit of it into her mouth. Her eyes widened in pain and then relaxed instantly as if the pain had vanished. Her eyes welled with tears. It's gone. Bless you, my lady. Bless you. Kinvara rose, brushing off her robes. Bless R'hllor, she corrected gently. He sees all and wills that you endure. I leaned against a nearby wall, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. The crowd's murmurs carried a tone of reverence as an old man rushed to Kinvara, fell to his knees, and described his problem. Kinvara happily moved her attention to him and then the next. From one person to the next, she diagnosed ailments, handed out herbs, and even offered life advice. To them, she was more than a priestess, she was hope in human form. To me, she looked like a doctor who'd cultivated a lot more knowledge than the typical ones of this worm. Considering her age, which I was sure numbered in the hundreds, that wasn't a surprise. Not that I was doubting her magical powers, but she wasn't as divine as these people thought they were. I did like what she was doing, though. Unlike Melisande, who kept tucked up beside Stannis all the time, this woman here helped the poor and needy. Unlike the High Sparrow, she did actual good work rather than just feeding them bad food. I need to make sure she never surrounds the city with her own faith militant, though. I noted. You're quite the spectacle, I remarked when Kinvara finally turned toward me, wiping her hands on a cloth. You'd make a fine maester or healer if this priestess business ever loses its charm. Her lips curved into a small smile. And you would make a fine fool, Vis. But we both have our roles to play, don't we? I smirked, pushing off the wall to follow her as she moved deeper into the market. Still, I can't argue with the results. You're building something here. These people look at you as if you've already saved them. Because I have, she said simply, pausing to hand a pouch of herbs to a young boy. I couldn't deny that, perhaps not from their poverty or their hunger, but from the despair that eats away at their souls. That, too, is a kind of salvation. I watched her for a moment longer, my gaze narrowing slightly. Her calm, her confidence was something that could not be feigned. I wondered how much of it was genuine belief and how much was strategy. Whatever the case, she was honestly attractive. Either way, it worked. The murmurs of gratitude from the gathered crowd seemed to swell as Kinvera continued her work. She looked less like a priestess of the Red God and more like a physician making her rounds. But this wasn't mere charity. Every act of kindness, every life touched, was a seed planted for the future. I could see it in the way people's eyes lingered on her, their trust growing with every word she spoke. This city was beginning to see her as a savior. They were starting to convert. And by extension, they would see me as their hero, too. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of smooth footsteps. They were so natural that I hadn't even noticed they were approaching me. Turning my head slightly, I caught sight of Daisy the whore emerging from the shadows of a nearby alley. Her face was a mask, her movement smooth but cautious as she approached. When she reached me, she leaned in close, and I put a hand on her waist, squeezing it. Her voice was barely above a whisper as she spoke. Renly Baratheon is dead, my king. The words spread through my brain like nectar, cutting through the noise of the market and leaving a ringing silence in their wake. I failed to hold back a smile. Renly Baratheon was dead, and, she continued, Stannis Baratheon has taken Storm's End. Daisy took a step back, her hands trembling slightly. She was masking her worry well, but since Renly was dead and Stannis took over his army, King's Landing was in threat of war. I liked how she was starting to see the intricate threads of politics better than the few other whores that Rose had taken under her wing so far. I could see the fear in her eyes and the weight of her message. She looked at me as if seeking assurance, but I offered none. The war would happen. I wanted it to happen. It would mark the end for both Stannis and Joffrey. But now, I had to decide on something big. It was a few months before the Battle of Blackwater, and I had the choice of staying here and allowing Tywin to come to save the day with the help of the Tyrell army, or, I visit Highgarden now and take the Tyrells for myself. Support the original Arthur the Book link in the description.